not do it. Hello. Good morning. How are you? I need a bigger desk. I need my own office. So I need to stop hiding in the closet. I have way too much going on in here. Oh yeah, you're in the afternoon there. I forgot. I used to have a bigger desk, but then we moved into this house and now I'm back in the cloffice. Used to have my own room. Today I'm in a lot of pain. Ugh, I hate it. But I think I overdid it yesterday. I thought yesterday was Thursday all day. So I thought my mother-in-law was going to be here today, but that is not the case. It's tomorrow. So, hey, Gwen. We're still waiting for Detroit to get on the program. I can't stop thinking about this trial. Gwen, I blame you. So I was thinking about you last night, in particular, because, yeah, well, it's your fault. So I was thinking, how you got me on this trial. Yes. Yeah, she'll be here till next Tuesday. She's bringing her new puppy, and my dogs are only friendly around people that they choose to be friendly around, and only like, gosh, I don't even know if they like other dogs, to be honest with you. Actually, they don't like other dogs. So I don't know how this is going to work out, but we will see. See how this goes. We used to have 4 dogs. Now we're down to 2 dogs, and they only liked the ones that they were with. You have some songs you've been singing. Oh my god, if you put any songs in my head, Gwen, you've already put this case on me, and I have literally just been like replaying everything as if I was there in my mind and on notes and just taking notes. If you put anything else in my head. Okay. So I'm just like, yeah, this Thanks, Gwen. Love it. You should be, I don't know if you would be happy knowing this or not happy, but as I go to sleep at night, I'm thinking, dang it, Gwen. Yeah, I'm completely and utterly fixated on this case. I don't care about anything else. And honestly, I just want to find out who actually like killed her. I want to know. I wish I could find a little investigator to help me investigate, because I really want to find out. I don't want to just like let it go. Rhett Walker. I gotta write these down, and we can look them up. Let me check the trial. I like casting crowns. Have you heard that song, Honey on the Rock? It's one of my favorites. Well, if that's the reason your throat hurts, that's fine. Yeah, I wish he knew that he had so many supporters. I think he has a lot of supporters over on the news channel too. I hadn't heard of that case. I kept seeing that pop up on, YouTube that they were sentencing him. Uh, that's a lot of DPs. That's crazy. But now I'll look back on that one because I don't know what that one is. I've been having some crazy dreams, Gwen. You're a terrible influence, Gwen. Terrible, terrible. On a crime channel of all things. I cannot believe it. That's okay. We just have to keep up. Like, all I've been thinking about is how many more questions I have about this case. Like, I'm going to do a whole video where I'm just going to recap each person's testimony and ask questions that I feel like things that were missed. Um, so, oh no, dang, Kirsten, that's been, oh, man, I'm telling you, I don't know. Do they have a time frame in Germany on uh how long a child can be missing before they're like, yes, we'll go look for them, or is it like, I mean, what is it there? I feel like we're still missing the mark on helping find children. It's so bad. Yeah, somebody's mentioning that over on the other channel, the swan boat. There's way too many crazy things going on. It's like so sad.
The jurors, and we still have one more piece of this to find out if it's going to be able to happen. But if we were to try to go tomorrow, Friday afternoon, starting at 1, would you all be able to come tomorrow afternoon at 1, or would that be, because I've told you before we're not looking at Fridays, but would you be able to record at 1 tomorrow, all of you? Does anyone have a problem with that? Juror number 3, what? Okay. So you, okay. Then don't bother. Trying to adjourn that matter. Okay. I just wanted to find out. And I'm trying to make up some time, but so we will continue on, and we may have like 8:30 starts next week, so that we can try to get a little more time back. Okay. Your witness come back to the stand, please. We're ready to proceed with the witness and on the stand. Okay.
4 weeks? Oh.
Michael, closer to you, please, and state your name again.
Ellencheka, ELLENCZAJKA. Oh, yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am. And behind you, we have Exhibit 89 and Slide 57. Is this the jacket that was admitted as an exhibit before we left at the end of the day today?
Yes.
Or yesterday?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at Slide 58. And what is that a photograph of?
This is just another photo of the same jacket.
Now, this jacket, can you just describe the color or design of this jacket?
I don't want a mistrial. I want it to be dismissed.
It's a black North Face jacket.
Because if it's a mistrial, they can
seems to be
still
kind
go
of
back and
waterproof
try
and
him, and it'll be hanging over
rainbow.
his head.
Now,
And they're not going to investigate for anyone
did you say
else.
it was black?
Yes.
Are there multiple shades of colors on that, or is it just one solid color?
I would say there's a grayish shade on the sleeves.
Okay. Now, if we can look at Slide 59, what is that a picture of?
That's just a picture showing the size of the jacket, which is medium.
All right, and next to where the size is, does it give an indication of what gender the jacket was designed for?
Yes, it says men's.
Okay. Now going to slide 60. And what is this a photograph of?
This is just another photo of the closet area. That jacket, number 11, I also collected that.
All right, so there was another jacket that you collected and placed on evidence?
Yes.
Can we go to slide 61? And what's that a photograph of?
That's a photo showing that it's the brand of Moose Knuckles.
All right, and this jacket was placed on evidence?
Yes.
Is there evidence or item number that's associated with this specific piece of evidence?
May I refer to my report?
That'll refer to
That was evidence number 172.
May I approach him? I'm approaching what's been labeled as People's Proposed Exhibit 117. Do you recognize any of the markings on this object?
Yes, I do. This is my handwriting.
And what do the markings on that object indicate that what's inside that container?
I wrote 1 black Moose Knuckles coat, placard 11.
And is there an evidence tag number that's associated with the object that you're holding in your hand?
Yes, 172.
And that's consistent with the number that you labeled this jacket when you collected it based on evidence?
Yes.
People move to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 117. Very good. Now, once you've noted this jacket, you can look inside the jacket or any pockets inside the jacket for any items.
Yes.
And did you discover anything when you looked inside the pockets?
Yes, in the front right pocket of the jacket is a Stanley knife.
All right, so if we could look at slide 62. All right, what's that a photograph of?
That's me trying to show the inside of the pocket.
And now going to slide 63.
And that is the knife from inside of the pocket.
All right, and slide 64.
That's just the other side of the knife.
And slide 65.
And that's the knife opened.
All right, now this knife that's pictured in slide 55 of Exhibit 89, did you collect that knife and place it on evidence?
Yes, I did.
And is there an evidence tag number that's associated with that?
That's so sad, Kirsten.
It should be number 173.
May I approach you? Approaching with what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 118. May I ask if there are any writings on the outside of that container that indicate what object it is?
Yes, 1 knife from Moose Knuckles coat pocket from placard 11.
And is there an evidence tag that's associated with it?
Okay, but didn't the medical examiner say that some of her estimates, even though they didn't measure, were 3 to 6 inches? Did she say inches in depth?
If we could just go to slide 66. What is that a photograph of?
Which
That's
is
just me flipping it over, showing the other side.
actually a
Now, when you collected this item
Pretty good
based
length.
on evidence, I mean, did you personally test it for presence of blood or DNA
or leather,
fibers,
rubber.
like
Not
I mean, not leather,
that?
rubber.
What do you do with an object like a knife after you place it on evidence?
After I place it on evidence, it is up to the officer in charge to send it to the lab or get it tested.
Slide 74. Well, if we move to slide 74. All right. Can you just describe what's documented in slide 74?
Yes, this is showing a black ski mask that is on the chair just left of the front door. That was also where the phone and the shoes were, near the west side of the apartment.
If we could look at slide 75, and what's that a photograph of?
That's just another photo showing a clearer photo of the ski mask.
If we go to slide 98. All right. What is this item that you photographed here in slide 98?
This is a parking notice that I was requested to photograph.
Now, on this parking notice, is there an indication of the license plate number that is on the parking ticket?
Yes.
And are you able to read from where you're sitting what the license plate number on the ticket is?
Yes, it's ESU 5396.
And where was this found within the apartment itself?
Can I refer to my report real quick?
If you need
Yeah, I'm going to go back through and break down everybody's testimony. And like, if she said 3 to 6 inches, that knife is not big enough. And even if they did use a knife that small, the person
This is on the
themselves would
dresser on
have
the west
cuts
side of the
on their
apartment.
hands.
Now, if we could go to slide 104.
Where are you going through all this
And
stuff?
What is documented in slide 104?
This here is showing an airline's boarding pass.
And on this boarding pass, is there a name on the boarding pass that you can read?
Yes, it says Bolanos / Michael.
Slide 100. Oh, and can you just describe where this boarding pass was found?
This was found in a backpack that was on the stove in the kitchen.
If we could go to slide 111. Can you just describe what's documented in this photograph?
This photograph is showing a black makeup bag that's on the kitchen countertop.
And did you open this makeup bag to determine if there were any items inside the bag?
Yes, I did.
And if we go to slide 112, what does that depict?
That's just showing the inside of the makeup bag.
And if you could go to slide 113, what are you holding, or what is being held in this photograph?
This here was inside of the makeup bag. It's a Leatherman multi-tool.
All right, and if we can go to slide 114, what is being depicted in slide 114?
So that's just showing the tool that was inside of the case.
And what type of, did you ever extend the tool itself to see what type of uses you could use with this tool?
If you go to anybody's
there's
house,
multiple uses. I'm not sure all of them, but there is a knife on
we
it.
used to call them Swiss Army knives when I was younger.
If we go to
I don't
slide
know.
114.
I guess it's a multi-tool now, but whatever. Everybody should have one.
All right, can you just describe
It's
what's
like
meant to be
The
depicted?
perfect Father's Day gift.
So this here, that safe was we moved it from the northwest dresser. It was a safe on the shelf, and that's showing what's inside of the safe, which were 8 black latex gloves.
So if we go to
Yeah.
Slide 124. What's depicted in that photograph?
And that's showing a photo of the latex gloves.
In slide 125, what is that also photographed?
Just showing another photo of the gloves.
I have tons
And
of
the
latex
object
gloves.
that held the gloves,
or gloves.
Where was that relative in the apartment?
In the northwest corner of the apartment, when you walk in, you go to the left, and it's in that corner.
To clean,
If we go to
because
slide
I don't like the way those big pink rubber gloves smell.
Now,
And he does have chicken legs. Bless his little
besides
heart.
just going to 554 West Alexandrine, did you go to any other locations on November 30th?
Yes, I also went to the DPSH headquarters building.
All right, so in slide 130, what is meant to be depicted here?
This here is
Yeah, they
showing,
did look like, but he
Michael
said it was
Bolanos
black light
Jackson
or
All right.
whatever.
in the front of it.
Red.
So did you take this picture of this person?
I don't know.
Yes.
Remember, he put
Who's
that
that
video
person
together
portrayed?
himself.
Yes, I did.
I don't know
Can
what
you
kind of
go to that
camera they
person,
were.
Describe what they're wearing.
He's right there. He's wearing a black suit and a black tie.
All right, now if there are 3 individuals to my left, where is he positioned relative to those 3 individuals?
In the middle.
For the record, the witnesses identified the defendant. Now, what was your purpose in photographing the defendant?
Occasionally, homicide will have us go photograph the defendant to see if there's any injuries on them or anything. Like I did not observe any injuries on him at this time.
All
Yeah.
right, so this photograph
month
was
and a
taken
half
on
later.
November 30th, and at that time he had no visible wounds, cuts, bruises, anything like that?
Correct. None visible to me.
One question I forgot to ask you, that Leatherman knife that you referred to earlier.
Objection. I don't believe he characterized it as a Leatherman knife. He said the Leatherman multi-tool.
That's fine. The Leatherman multi-tool that you
There you go, Brian.
testified about earlier, Is there an evidence item number that's associated with that item?
Oh yes, Mayor, I refer to my report.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you guys imagine being pulled over and taken in and finding out that you're being charged with murder?
That was item number 184. And I did write it as one Leatherman multi-tool / knife in my report.
I don't have any other questions here.
You're not admitting that.
No.
And oh, Ross, oh,
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you indicated that well, you took pictures of a moose knuckle. Was this more of a winter coat? Heavier coat?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And you classified the North Face as a jacket, correct? It was a lot lighter of a garment, correct? In comparison to the moose knuckle winter
Yes,
coat.
it's more of
correct?
a rain coat.
And did it have a hood on there?
I don't believe so.
Are you sure? Or are you just
I do not recall.
Not recall? Okay. Now, if we can go to slide number 104 in Exhibit 89. If we can zoom in a little bit, were you able to ascertain what the date of this boarding pass was?
No, I do not see a date on there.
Okay, if you look in the top right corner of the boarding pass, is there somewhat of an indication of what date it could be?
It does say August 9th,
August 9th, okay.
but I'm not sure. the
Oh,
year.
shoot.
Okay.
Wow. Because that was so relevant.
Now, this multi-tool, you would agree when you first open this multi-tool, there are pliers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated there are a lot of other, I guess, tools that are contained in this Leatherman multi-tool, correct?
Yes, most of these tools have about 15 different tools to them.
Okay. Were you instructed to label this as a multi-tool / knife?
No.
Okay. Why wouldn't you label it as a multi-tool / pliers if you open it up and its primary tool is a plier?
Objection. There's no evidence that its primary use is for pliers. He's testifying.
There's no.
You would agree. Well, I'll rephrase it. You would agree when you open up the tool, the first tool that you're able to use is pliers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But for me personally, I usually use that kind of tool as a knife.
Okay, that's you personally though. Were you ever instructed to label this as a multi-tool / knife?
Objection. That's the answer.
No, it wasn't.
that question.
I said no.
Okay. Now, why wouldn't you classify this as just simply a multi-tool?
I do not know.
Okay. I guess, do you know why you wouldn't classify it as a multi-tool / pliers?
Because most of these tools are used as knives for the most part.
For you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know what other people may use these tools for, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were at this particular location and you were instructed to look for knives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could that have been a reason why you labeled it as multi-tool / knife, because that was one of your tasks to find knives?
It could have been, yes.
Makes sense. Gwen, I
Do you
think
know how
everybody
many
had a
different
job.
tools this particular multi-tool had?
This particular one, no.
I don't think they
There
were
are
working
plenty of different
together,
tools
like
out
in
there.
tandem,
Tools out there.
but
Did
I
you
think
ever
they did work
deploy each tool to see
together as
which or how
each of
many
their
tools
jobs
this
were meant to
multi-tool
be.
had?
Like,
At this time,
hey, I need you to
At
put
any
together a
time.
video finding this person. They were just told what to do, and they did it.
Now, you indicated that you found this multi-tool in what you describe as a makeup bag, correct?
yes.
Okay, would it be fair to say a makeup bag, in your opinion, is possibly pertaining to a lady? Or,
Yes.
Okay. And you found other.
Yeah, they didn't work
objects in this
together,
particular
didn't
bag,
communicate with
correct?
each other.
Yeah.
They
Which
were just
made you
like,
believe it was a
here,
makeup
you
bag,
look
correct?
at this,
Correct.
you look at this, you look at this, and then everyone
Such as certain maybe feminine objects.
did their
Yes,
own little
like
jobs that they
copy
were told to do, and that was it.
cell phone.
Okay.
Also in there.
They didn't know anything else
Now,
about the
when you
case,
took
which is
pictures
really,
of
really
Mr.
sad.
Jackson-Bolanos, you indicated that you didn't see any wounds, correct?
Correct.
And you also didn't see any recently, what you believe to be recently healed wounds, correct?
Correct.
It's called Too Many Chefs in the Kitchen and Not Enough
Was Mr.
Cooks.
Jackson-Bolanos the only individual that you were personally asked to photograph to see if they had any wounds?
Yes.
And you indicated that you did recover the different black shoes that were males, correct?
Yes, I recovered 3 different pairs of shoes.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie. I think it has a little bit to do with racism, but I think it has a lot to do with the fact that when this happened and who it happened to.
Slide 30.
Because obviously October 7th, Hamas attacked Israel. That was going on. She's the president of a synagogue. And in politics, let's not forget, and at first they said it was a hate crime, but that's too soon. They can't say it's a hate crime. So they couldn't pin it on that. I don't think they could do that because it wouldn't look good for like politically standing. And then the Jewish ex-boyfriend confesses, says, I killed her. And then, well, they can't have that because we're in the middle of in the middle of Israel fighting Hamas right now. So we can't have a Jewish guy. Like that would be terrible. We can't do that. So let's find someone. Someone had to be in the area, and bam. So I think it had, to an extent, has to do with racism. Also has to do with socioeconomic class, and it also has to do with it politically does not look good for us to for them or whatever to do it at a time when the tensions are so high, and you can't pin it on a Jewish white guy, even though he confessed. And you can't go through all of her Jewish friends, right? Because that would look bad. That would look like, oh my gosh, you're investigating this. She's a part of a huge synagogue in Detroit, Michigan, which is a huge city, and she's in politics, which is huge. I sound like Donald Trump right now, but she's like, she's a major part of the design there.
Hood found in the apartment fit the North Face jacket in evidence?
I did not attempt to attach that to the North Face.
Did it have an attachment because of her attachment to it?
I had buttons on the hood.
And how many phones were found in the apartment?
6.
Any further questions based on those?
Did you, based upon what you, I guess, did you know how many people lived in the house?
At that time, I assumed 2 people.
Okay, based upon
Based upon the landlord agreement for a Tiara White, and then all of the paperwork in the apartment for Michael Jackson-Bolanos.
Okay, and did you find like different clothes as far as that could be pinned into maybe a male and a female?
Yes, I would say there was men's and females clothing in that apartment.
And did you collect all these different phones and put them on evidence?
Yes, I collected 6, and then I turned over 3 phones. 2 of the phones went to Sergeant Bloom, and 1 went to Sergeant McIntyre.
Okay, and you left the other 3 in the residence?
No, they put them on evidence.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions from the jury? Okay, thank you. You may sit down.
Yeah, that's just my theory. I mean, because in America, that's how messed up stuff is here. I mean, everything's about politics at the end of the day. and money, politics and money. That's why I think this hasn't gotten any traction, this case, because they don't want it to. Like, why isn't it on Law and Crime? Why isn't it on Court TV? It's very questionable. Why isn't Nancy Grace talking about this? You know, like, this is kind of weird. Because it doesn't fit the narrative right now, what's going on in the world and in our country. So,
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jameer McIntyre, Jarmire, Mcentire. I am a policeman for the city of Detroit with 24 years on, and I'm assigned to the homicide section, and I'm a part of the homicide task force. I would say about the last 6 or 7 years, I believe.
And how long have you been investigating homicides?
Roughly 9 or 10 years, give or take.
And as part of your role with the homicide task force, were you involved into the investigation into Samantha Woll?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that involvement, did you have an opportunity to conduct some interviews of specific potential witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And was one of those witnesses named Ben Soffer?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your interview with Mr. Soffer, did you obtain DNA or buccal swab from him?
I don't remember if I did or not, but let me refer to my report real quick just to check.
Sure.
how many people were a part of this case?
Yes, I collected a buccal swab from Mr. Soffer, and I placed it on evidence as item number 51.
What was the purpose of collecting the buccal swab
For comparison samples for any biological evidence that may have been recovered from Ms. Wall's apartment.
Okay. Is he ever a suspect in this investigation?
No, he was just a person that we wanted to speak with because we had found out that he had some interactions with Ms. Wall at the wedding she attended.
Okay. Did you also have an opportunity to interview someone by the name of Jermaine Grandy?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that interview, did you also obtain a buccal swab from her?
I obtained the swab from her because Ms. Grandy was Ms. Wall's housekeeper, and that sample was to be taken in case it was found inside the location because we knew she had been working inside the home.
Okay. Was she ever a suspect?
No, sir.
At some point, did you go to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office in an attempt to recover some evidence from this war?
Yes, sir.
And what date did you do that?
I went on October 23rd.
Okay. And what was the sort of evidence that you tried to collect when you went to look at her?
I collected Ms. Wall's clothing, fingernail clippings, and a vial of blood.
Okay. And did you make any efforts to try to obtain Ms. Woll's fingerprints at that time?
Yes.
And
Yeah, he's from Detroit.
Why did you want to obtain, or why did you try to obtain Ms. Woll's fingerprints?
To verify, where her fingerprints would be. They should be in her house, and to also verify her identity.
Okay. And were you able to obtain her fingerprints when you went to the medical examiner?
No, sir.
And why was that?
Ms. Wall's body had been processed already and was sent to her, the family sent to the funeral home for burial.
Okay. And so were you ever able to obtain her fingerprints?
No, sir.
When it comes to, you mentioned...
So is anyone Jewish? Because is it that fast? Like, she was
when you recovered
on the 21st,
did you do anything with that clothing?
Yes, the
and they
clothing
just
was
processed her
transported back
autopsy
to
that
the
quickly, and
headquarters,
she was
and then it
her,
was laid out so we could photograph
on the
any
22nd
clothing and
or
see
23rd.
if there were any marks or holes or something like that.
Okay. And were some photographs ultimately taken?
That doesn't make sense, though. That seems like a
Yes.
very rushed.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 19. May I approach your honor? Does proposed
you.
exhibit 19 contain a series of photographs of Ms. Woll's clothing?
Yes, sir.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the clothing that you personally recovered from the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
You said exhibit 19?
119, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I need to admit that this is 119. When you recovered the clothing, Sergeant, did you ultimately place the clothing on evidence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did that clothing get a specific evidence item number?
Yes, sir. I believe the clothing was 47, but I'd have to double check my report for the exact number.
Yeah,
Correct.
you could double check
To
your
refresh.
report to refresh your record.
Yep, Miss Wall's clothing was placed on tag number 47, and the fingernail clippings and blood is item 48.
Okay, and what was the purpose of obtaining blood from
The blood vial is utilized to create what's called a blood card, and then the blood card is sent off to the lab for comparison with the biological evidence collected.
Okay. I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 92. May I approach, Your Honor?
Hey, Lucy.
What does proposed exhibit 92 appear to be?
92 is the fingernail clippings, rape kit swab,
Oh,
and
okay.
blood vial.
And is there an evidence tag on that item?
Yes, number 48.
And is that the same evidence tag that you created for the blood vial and the other items listed there?
Yes, sir.
Does that have some indication that that evidence was ultimately transferred to the lab at some point?
Yes, sir. It has the lab ID number on the sticker that they place on it once they receive it.
It still doesn't make any sense why they didn't get fingerprints off of her, though. I mean,
Okay, looking at exhibit 119.
if they got fingernail clippings, they could have gotten fingerprints.
What is depicted here?
So this is the shirt that was on Samantha Wall's body.
Okay, and if we go to the second page, what is depicted on the second page? Like close up of the same shirt?
That is a close-up of the shirt, and as you can see, there are some small holes, like near the neck, shoulder area.
And can you use the pointer to point out the holes?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Pull out the,
Well, I'm glad you're here.
So you have one here, 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 and there.
and is this shirt right side out or inside out?
Inside out.
Okay. And I want to show you briefly what's been admitted already as Exhibit 21. And specifically the anatomical diagram on the last page of Exhibit 21. When you looked at the holes on the shirt that you just saw, was there any significance to what you observed relative to the wounds on the neck?
Yeah, so the way the holes were lined up on the shirt, it would appear that they would match to the holes that were on her body.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, is that just a close up again?
Yes, sir. So as you can
Oh, sorry.
nope, so yeah, as you can see, the hole there, there.
No, not as far as I've seen.
And going back to, I guess, Exhibit 21, which ones would those sort of align with based on your observation?
So this one, and then these three down here.
I think he's speculating. I think this goes beyond the scope of his expertise to try to line up where he believes these particular wounds are in relation to his clothing. Copyright.
Okay, this one's very good.
Understood, Your Honor. If we go to page 6, what are we looking at here?
Those are a pair of red sweatpants with saturated with blood.
Okay, and did you observe any sort of holes or anything of note on the pants?
No, sir.
And then if you go to page 10, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a orange and blue jacket that was recovered from medical examiner's office.
Okay, and looking at page 12, what are we looking at page 12?
So just to the right of the ruler, you can see 1, 2, 3 more holes in the jacket.
And page 13, does that just show that from a different angle?
Yes, sir.
And how about page 14? What are we looking at here?
And that's another, what we consider a established black mark on the jacket.
And this jacket's right side.
That jacket's right side out. Yes, sir.
Right side. And how about page 16? What are we looking at here?
This would have been the hood. So as you can see right here in this area, that's a
Okay. And how many marks did you observe on the hood? I know
Yeah, I saw that yesterday or the day before. Trace Farrader did.
How many marks did you observe on the hood?
there were 2.
Okay, and where were those located? If you can point them out.
So there's one here and there's the small one appears.
Yeah,
to
that
be
Caleb
right
Harris
there,
case
not
is
too
very,
far
very
from it.
strange.
And if we go to,
So she had on several layers.
Yes, sir.
okay, can you just again point out the 2 marks you observed?
Well, there's here and here, so that looks like biological portions from her body, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Now, you indicated that there was a rape kit that was
Yes, that's
requested.
what I've been waiting
Yes,
on.
Did you ever get the results from that?
No, I did not.
No.
You didn't get the results from that?
I didn't submit a rape kit for testing purposes. I just collected it, sir.
Hmm.
Got to be kidding me.
You just tested it, but you didn't submit it?
No, I collected
Oh, you
it.
collected it. I'm
I
sorry.
did not submit it
You didn't submit it. Is there a reason why you didn't submit it?
because I'm not the officer in charge of the case, and I don't. To my recollection, there was nothing noted in the medical examiner's report that stated that Ms. Wall had any sexual trauma.
Okay. And you also indicated that there were, from your observation, no wounds to the leg?
There were no holes in the sweatpants. I did not see her body at the medical examiner's office.
Okay, but you just indicated that from your knowledge of the autopsy report, there was no signs of rape, right? Correct? You just said that, right?
That's what I said. Yes,
So
sir.
you had to read the autopsy report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you read the autopsy report, did it ever come to your knowledge that there were any stab wounds on her leg?
No.
Okay. But you would agree that her pants were heavily saturated in blood, correct?
That's what I stated, sir.
Okay. You would agree to that, right? Okay.
That's what I stated, sir.
Okay. How many different slash or holes did you find in her?
We got attitude against attitude right
I
now.
believe it was 6, 4 on the shirt and that coincided with the ones on the jacket and 2 in the hood.
So you believe, did you count them?
That's what I remember, sir.
Okay. Did you write any notes down to, I guess, document what you counted so you wouldn't have to guess?
If I can refer to my police report.
Please do, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Woo! Man, it's tit for tat.
My police reports. All the clothing was soaked with blood, and the shirt had 4 small holes in the back. The orange and blue jacket had 4 holes in the back that appeared to line up in the holes in the shirt. The jacket also had 2 holes in the hood.
As part of your investigation, did you also speak to a Joseph and Nancy Worm, W-U-R-M?
I don't recall if I did or not, sir.
Okay. If, with looking at your report, possibly refresh your memory?
That would not be in a police report, but if I had spoken with them, that would be on a witness statement, sir.
Okay. did it ever come to your understanding that Samantha Woll had weeks prior to it been seen with some type of male, an unknown male? An unknown male.
I don't recall an unknown male, but I do know that she had been seeing a few gentlemen during her time that she was living at Joliet Place.
Okay. Did it ever come to your understanding that she was seen with a male who was believed to be somewhat unsocial, which was uncommon for Samantha to be with somebody like that?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Did it ever come to your attention that she was with a male who seemed that they were antisocial or unsocial?
I don't recall it.
You
No.
know, do you know whether or not, if you know, if there was an attempt to gather her fingerprints at the scene? If you know.
I do not.
Thank you, Sergeant. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
No question.
Questions from the jury? Yes, they carry this up now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Witness?
Okay, so if no major arteries were hit and the floor was so saturated, the apartment was so saturated in blood in the hallway, and she was wearing a long sleeve, thin long sleeve shirt, a jacket with a hood,
Am I excused, Your Honor? Thank you.
she bled out for a while in the hallway before she got up. If no major arteries were hit. That judge just has like RBF all day, every day. I'm sure she's a nice woman, though. People say that about me, too, though, so I should probably not say anything.
Good morning. Mike, nice and close. Please state your name and spell for the record.
Good morning, Detective Trooper Beatrice Terrell, B as in boy, EATRICE. Last name Terrell, TERRELL.
Good morning. Where do you work, man?
I work with the Michigan State Police.
Are you like a trooper with the state police?
Yes,
And how long have you been working as a trooper with the state police?
6.5 years.
And where are you currently assigned within the state police?
I'm currently assigned to our Special Investigations Section, but I work with the Homicide Task Force as well.
And how long have you been working with the Homicide Task Force for?
Since 2021.
So were you working in that assignment in that capacity back in October of 2023?
Yes,
And did you become involved in the investigation into the death of Samantha Woll?
yes.
And what was your role generally within that investigation?
I interviewed people, I typed several search warrants, collected evidence if I needed to, or go out to canvas.
For the record.
Did
They do it for
surveillance.
the record, Kirsten.
Now,
Also, they're
specifically,
using something
on
else
November 30th
to keep the
of
record,
2023,
because I can hear it
did you come
in
into
this
contact with
headphone
the
over
person who was
here.
held in
It's
custody,
nonstop.
at
driving me
Detroit
nuts.
Police Public Safety Headquarters.
Yes,
And do you see that person in court today?
yes.
Do you point to that person and describe what they're wearing?
She's in the back, a collared white blouse and black pants with her legs crossed.
All right. So that's one person that you spoke with, right?
Yes,
Did you speak with another person on the 30th?
yes.
Okay. Do you see that person in court today?
No.
Do you remember speaking with a person named Michael Jackson-Bolanos, or at least coming into contact with him on that day?
Yes, I came in contact with him, yes.
All right. So I probably asked the wrong question. Do you see the person you came into contact with on November 30th?
Yes, he's sitting here with a dark colored suit and a black tie.
All right. So if there are three people at the table to my left, where is he positioned within those three people?
He's sitting in the center.
Okay, for the record, the witnesses identified the defendant. So how were you able to see?
Is there somebody in the courtroom with the witness that is still developed?
Yes, and the parties agreed that the sequestration order would not
Oh,
apply.
okay. Oh, thank you.
How did you come into contact with the defendant on November 30th?
He was brought down to Detroit Public Safety Headquarters by Sergeant Greenwald, and I went into the room with Sergeant Greenwald.
And when you went into, so at this point, the defendant was already in custody and under arrest.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
Lucy,
so,
spelling,
where at the
math,
public safety
science,
headquarters did you
history,
actually come into contact with him?
all of those things
In
are
the
really
interview
bad
room.
points for us.
Interview room.
And what occurred when you went into the interview room and had contact with him?
His handcuffs were removed and items were removed from his pockets.
And when items were removed from his pockets, did you notice anything of note when items were taken out of his pockets?
Ew,
There was
Walmart.
a pocket
Have
knife in his
fun.
pocket.
Not.
And did you later
We'll see you
pull up
later.
that, pocket knife and place it on evidence?
I did.
And is there an evidence tag number that's associated with the recovery of that object?
Yes, item number 154.
All right. May I approach your Honor?
I'm too spoiled for Walmart.
Approaching what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 87. Are there any markings or identifiers in that container that you recognize?
Yes, it's the evidence tag number with description and where it came from.
And is the evidence tag number on that object the same evidence tag number that you placed the folding knife on evidence?
Yes,
And so you recognize that as being in the container that contains the pocket knife that you referred to?
yes.
People move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 87.
People did this every
Now, in preparation for trial, have you had the opportunity to view a video that depicts your interaction with the defendant and the object being placed on the table?
Yes,
And the footage that you've seen, is it a fair and accurate representation of what actually occurred that day with you and the defendant?
yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to admit,
She's just another
this
detective
that's
trooper
been
that
marked as
had
People's
an
Proposed Exhibit 86,
interaction.
which is a video clip that the witnesses. This is a different clip.
Well, no, Jackson.
I think she's feeling some type of way being on this stand.
86. Do you see a person that's depicted in this clip? We're paused here at 3 seconds.
Yes,
All right. Do you recognize that person?
that's myself.
All right. So if we could just play the clip.
You can take this, the cops are out. You can move forward. This only belongs to you. He's got some social security on him, and he's got a staff number in his pocket. Okay. And I'll have that one more time for him.
All right. Officer, during that clip, did you pick any items off the table?
Yes,
And what item was that?
the pocket knife.
I don't have any other questions.
What the?
Good morning. Is it Detective Trooper?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, the video we just saw, you would agree that Mr. Jackson-Bolanos emptied out his pockets onto the table, correct?
He emptied out his pockets, yes.
Okay. You didn't have to physically remove the items from his pocket, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And nor did you see the other trooper remove any items from Mr. Jackson-Bolanos' pocket. You agree to that, correct?
In this clip, no.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you've also had an opportunity to interview certain witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. and you interviewed a witness by the name of Lydia Livingston, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after interviewing her, you were under the understanding that Samantha dated several people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the individuals was named Aaron Hergeman, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not sure? Do you have any type of maybe something to refresh your memory if you saw a report that you interviewed Ms. Livingston?
If there was something to refresh my memory, yes.
You want to make a quote?
I mean, how many people were involved in this investigation? I can't keep track of how many witnesses they've already called up here. So I'll just tell you, back when I did reports, narratives, they were predisposed already, and you just filled in the blanks. So for the most part, I don't know. I'm not going to say all police departments do it, but I would say a lot of police departments have pre-written narratives, and you just fill in the blanks because nobody wants to type out an entire narrative. And to be honest with you, it's what your narrative says. It's not what actually happened. It's what you say happened in the narrative.
Judge, may I approach? This is refresh your memory, Detective Trooper?
Yes.
Okay. So it was your understanding after speaking with Ms. Livingston that at
Objection. This question is going to call for hearsay. If he's going to ask the witness what information about what Ms. Livingston told her, it's calling for hearsay.
Well, her understanding is
Her understanding could only be because she talked to this witness
as part of her investigation, she learned things.
by talking to her. And so he's trying to backdoor hearsay through this witness.
That witness is on the witness list, correct?
Not on her witness list. Not on theirs, so right?
So if you're not trying to lie in your report, or I don't want to say lie, but if you're not trying to omit anything and you put it in your report, you're not part of the, like, it's not corruption. You're just really putting everything in your report. Like the Karen Reed trial, there's stuff put in people's report that they just put in there, and they're not part of this whole like corruption thing they're trying to accuse them of. But most of these reports are all kind of, like I said, pre-written, and you just type in whatever you need to fill in the blanks to fit the narrative. And you're supposed to type your narrative for the court as if they were there. Everything that you saw is exactly a way that they could pretend they were there to see it just like you saw it. That's how you're supposed to do it, but people get lazy. Paperwork is a pain in the butt. He realized the camera was on him. He was like, stop talking.
Did you ever speak to Aaron Perkins?
No.
You never interviewed? Okay. No further questions.
Completely and utterly pointless.
People call Officer Duvall Crenshaw.
Look at her face. She's like, oh, is this guy going to say he saw him take the knife out of his pocket too? Look at her. She's looking at the list like, how many more? Look at how many pages she's flipping through.
My name is Deroit Crenshaw, DeValCrenshaw.
Good morning, sir. Where do you work?
With the Detroit Police Department.
As a police officer?
Yes,
And how long have you been a police officer with the Detroit Police Department for?
since got to 10 years.
And within the police department, where are you currently assigned?
Currently assigned to homicide section.
And within homicide, are you assigned to like a specific unit or section within the Detroit Police Homicide Department?
Yes, sir. I'm currently assigned to homicide task force.
Okay, and so were you working in that capacity back in October of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any role in the investigation into the death of Samantha Woll?
Yes, sir.
And what type of role did you play, generally speaking, in the course of that investigation?
Mainly, I conducted interviews, but also assisted with other miscellaneous tasks.
Okay. Some of the tasks that you performed, did that include taking buccal swabs or swabs for potential DNA from witnesses or individuals?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of this investigation, did you take a buccal swab from a person by the name of Jeff Herbstman?
Yes, sir.
And did you also take a buccal swab from a person by the name of Aaron Pergament?
Yes, sir.
And did you also take a buccal swab from a person by the name of Joshua Goldberg?
Yes, sir.
And after you took the buccal swabs, what is your personal involvement with the buccal swabs after they're collected?
Nothing.
After the buccal swab is collected, it is then placed in an envelope, sealed, tagged for evidence, and either taken to the lab for testing or placed in a evidence properly.
And then I'm never
Now,
seen again.
In the course of this investigation, did you ever author any search warrants for a video system found at the home of Jeffrey Herbstman for an Arlo Video Corporation?
Yes, sir. Arlo video system.
And was that, what type of items were you requesting from that corporation in the search warrant?
I was requesting for videos for specific dates.
And did you ever receive any videos or have any videos of relevant evidence?
No, sir. The Kurt Arlo, they had no videos documented for that specific day or time.
Okay. And the specific date of time, do you recall what date you were looking for, or days?
It was a date range. I don't know the specific date. October. I want to say the 21st through the 22nd.
I want to say, what is it?
I don't have any other questions. Sure.
OMG.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning. Is it Detective?
Officer.
Officer.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Now, as part of your investigation, you had an opportunity to speak to or interview a number of individuals, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the individuals you interviewed was a person by the name of Aaron Pergament, correct? Pergament.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you asked him questions about his knowledge of Samantha Woll and their relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, isn't it true you asked Mr. Pergament whether or not he had a key to Samantha Woll's residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he told you no. correct?
Objection. Again, he's asking for hearsay again through the.
No,
officer.
he's not. He interviewed him.
I'll rephrase it. It was your understanding that after speaking to Mr. Pergament, he didn't have a key, correct?
Well, objection
No.
again. He's just phrasing it a different way, but he's asking for hearsay through the officer.
He interviewed him.
Did you ask this, Mr. Bergman? I'm trying to remember if you asked that question.
My co-counsel did. I believe that was asked. Yes.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was asked of him.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna allow it.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Pergament told you he did not have a key, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you found, after further research through looking at text messages, you found that to be false, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you found out Mr. Pergament, in fact, had a key to Samantha Woll's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you relayed this information to Trooper Martinez, correct?
I relayed the information. I'm not specifically who I related to.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Martinez about your interview with Aaron Pergament and what he told you about him having or not having a key to Samantha Woll's residence?
I had a conversation, but again, I don't remember who I had a conversation with, sir.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
So this just happened in October. Imagine if this
And
was
as
like a
part of
20-year-old
your
cold case.
Investigation, you've also had an opportunity to have a conversation with Lydia Bates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after having a conversation with her, she spoke to you.
Objection.
Your Honor,
Again, he's calling for hearsay.
this is a statement against an interest. We spoke about this
Yeah.
at sidebar. We can approach.
It's not hearsay if he actually interviewed the person, right? Also, they took all these buccal swabs for DNA, but they didn't get the rape kit test done. So how are they going to DNA anything? So they don't know who the last person was she was with. They don't know. They don't know anything. This is ridiculous. I mean, I just can't believe they haven't done that before they took it to trial. That doesn't make any sense. If they still, I mean, they still have it. Well, I don't understand why they can't test it. See, this also doesn't fit with because she was a Democrat, obviously, and the Israel stuff going on. This does not fit with the Democratic narrative, with having a black guy being accused of her death. If they put this out there, if this was all over media, this would be bad because they're all about, like, they can't have a black guy being accused of killing a white girl. Not right now. Not in this. It's an election year. Israel's fighting. This is a Jewish girl. Hey, Jenny. I mean, they can't because this would look so bad. That's why this isn't being mainstreamed.
So pursuant to the objection, it would be hearsay.
Had you have an opportunity to interview Brett Foreman?
I did not.
You did not. Okay. Did you ever pass any information to anybody about Brett Foreman?
Not that I recall.
No further questions.
All right. So you're asking questions about speaking with Aaron Pergament and whether there was a key involved, right?
Correct.
Now, what is the basis for you believing that Mr. Pergament had a key to Miss Woll's apartment?
If I recall correctly, Aaron said something to the fact.
Anil.
When you say he
Anil.
said, are you saying in your interview or in some other type of media that you think he said something?
In our interview.
Okay.
What
Are
did
you
he
saying
say?
that in the course of your interview, he told you he had a key to Miss Woll's apartment?
In the course of the interview, he stated, if I recall correctly, Samantha offered him a key to the apartment because he's there so much, but now that I remember, I believe he declined ever taking the key.
So now that you're thinking about it now, directly from talking with him, he told you he did not have a key to her apartment.
That is correct.
All right. Did there ever come a point where you believe that he wasn't telling you the truth about that?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Yeah, just to be clear, you stated that he told you he didn't have a key, correct?
Say it again.
Just to be clear, you stated that Aaron Pergament told you during his interview that he, in fact, did not have a key to Samantha Woll's apartment, correct?
Correct. She offered him a key, but he never took it.
And he denied it. And you later found out after that interview that, in fact, Aaron Pergament actually had a key, correct?
No.
You didn't? I thought you just indicated during cross that at some point in time you found out that Aaron Pergament lied to you about not having a key.
No. Prosecutor asked a question, and then
I'm talking about the question I asked during cross. During cross, I asked you to interview Aaron Pergament, correct?
Correct.
And he stated that he did not have a key to her apartment, correct?
Correct.
And you later found out after that interview that, in fact, that was a false statement.
No. Aaron did not have a key to the apartment.
You saying Aaron did not have a key to the apartment?
Correct.
You never read any text messages that indicated that Aaron Pergament admitting to having a key to Samantha's apartment.
And I'd object because he's flat out misrepresenting what the text message says. Hasn't been in there.
Did you ever read any text messages that indicated Aaron saying, I will be there in 15 minutes to Samantha, I have a key?
I don't recall reading that. Sorry.
Wow.
You
I
recall
don't want
reading
this
that?
guy investigating any of cases for me.
Okay. So it's your understanding as of right now, just to be clear, I mean, because you said two contradicting things during cross and then during redirect. Just to be clear, you're saying that you believed Aaron Pergament when Aaron Pergament told you that, in fact, he never had a key.
Yes.
Okay.
The key was offered to him, but he didn't take it.
Okay. No further questions. No further questions.
I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Thank you, sir. You can sit down.
Thank God, because this guy is like still asleep. I don't know who dressed him this morning.
Some people call forensic scientist Tony Grusser.
So the prosecution hasn't come out with any testing of any of this evidence that they took in, any of these multi-purpose tools, any of these knives, any of these nothings. They're just like, these are in envelopes. None of the jackets. They haven't dropped a bomb. Hi, Signal.
Hold on, in front of you. State your name and spell, please.
Tony Gresser, TONIGRUSSER.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Isn't she adorable?
Good morning. Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police Forensics Lab at the Metro Detroit Laboratory.
And in terms of being a forensic scientist for the Michigan State Police Metro Lab, you have a particular area of focus.
Yes, I focus on body fluid identification.
And what is the field of body fluid identification?
We screen items of evidence for the possible presence of biological material, including body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as the presence of hair and touch DNA.
And how long have you personally been working in that field?
I have been with the Michigan State Police for about 6 years, but I have been a forensic scientist for about 3 years.
And what sort of training do you have to be a forensic scientist working in the field of body fluid identification?
I had about a year-long training program, which consisted of several lectures, observations, practice samples, mock cases, as well as written and practical examinations.
And approximately how many times have you performed body fluid identification analysis when it comes to looking for blood?
Hundreds to thousands at this point.
Okay, and the methods that you use to identify suspected blood, are those methods something that you just came up with, or are they more widely used in the scientific and law enforcement communities?
They are widely accepted across the nation in forensics.
And does the Michigan State Police Lab have any sort of accreditation when it comes to performing body fluid identification?
We do.
And what does that mean? What is accreditation? What does that sort of look like?
It just means that there is a standard that we reach. So all of our policies, procedures, tests, methods that we do are accredited, meaning that they are agreed upon across the nation to be good tests.
And the sort of testing that you perform when it comes to blood testing, has that type of testing been subject to scrutiny within the scientific community?
What do you mean?
Are there published articles and research supporting the validity of the type of testing?
Yes. Yep.
And when you do testing, do you do it on your own, or is your work subject to peer review?
She's so cute.
I do the examination by myself, but then it is subject to 2 reviews. We do a technical examination and then an administration review as well.
Okay, and did you ultimately perform some analysis in the case involving the investigation of the death of Samantha Woll?
I did.
Death of Samantha Woll.
I did.
And these methods, these practices that you described, did you use those same methods in connection with the work that you did for this case?
I did.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify the witness as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
Any objection? Okay, this witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of body fluid identification. You may proceed with your questions about the work you did in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you author one or more reports documenting the work that you
I
did?
think that's right, Signal.
Yes, I authored 2 reports outlining the results of my examinations.
Okay, and I want to talk about your first report. I'm holding a document that's marked as proposed exhibit 93. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
What is proposed exhibit 93?
Am I allowed to take this out?
Yes.
This is my first report that I outlined.
Okay.
My
and does
first
that
report ever in my
reflect,
entire life.
Some analysis that you did when it came to certain items of evidence that you received.
Yes, it does.
And what sort of analysis is reflected in that report? Is that body fluid identification?
Yes, it is.
And does that report marked as proposed exhibit 93 fairly and accurately depict your findings for the first round of analysis that you did in this case?
It does.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 93, Your Honor.
No objection.
People's 93 will be admitted.
Hey, at least there's young people that want to do this job
I want to
in this day and
publish,
age.
This report on the screen behind you.
So we got to give them kudos for that.
Okay, now, what was the, what's the date of this report reflected?
It was completed on December 8th, 2023.
Okay, and did you receive certain physical evidence to examine in connection with what's documented here?
Yes, I did.
And when you received that physical evidence, what were you looking for when it comes to that evidence?
The request on the submission form was to search for the possible presence of blood.
Okay, and in your line of work as a forensic scientist in the field of body fluid identification, do you always expect blood to be something that's easy to find or easy to identify when you're looking for it?
Not always. It depends on many variables.
Okay, and what sort of variables might impact whether blood is easy to identify on an item?
It depends on many things. So if the item was outside, subject to the environment, such as like rain, water, extreme heat, cold, as well as potential washing of items that had blood on it at one point, amongst other things.
When blood isn't visible to the naked eye, do you have tools as a forensic scientist to still try to identify blood?
Yes, we do. We have screening methods as well as a chemical test to help us find blood that we can't see with the naked eye.
Okay, do you ever use something called an alternative light source to look for blood?
Yes, we do.
And what's an alternative light source?
This alternative light source is called IR. It's infrared light. It makes an item that is dark kind of appear lighter in color and make blood appear darker, so it's easier to find.
Okay, and is infrared light, is that commonly known as black light?
I don't think so. No, it's not. You don't have to wear any goggles or anything like that when you're using it.
Okay. When you're looking beyond alternative light sources to look for blood, what sort of other chemical methods do you have to identify blood?
So we use a chemical called luminol, and luminol you have to do it in a dark room, and it makes blood kind of glow. We call it chemiluminesce, but it kind of glows like those glow in the dark stars that like your kids might have.
And how does the use of luminol help you identify the possible presence of blood?
It makes it glow, and then we mark it on the item, and then we do further testing from there.
And what sort of form does luminol come in? Is it a powder? Is it a liquid?
It's a liquid.
Okay, and so can you just describe for the jury the basic process of applying luminol to an item to screen it for blood?
Yes. So I will take my item into a clean hood, and then I lay down paper, I lay down the item, and I spray it with luminol. We like a fine mist. And then if there's any areas that glow, we'll mark it. And then from there, we'll do further testing.
Okay, and I want to walk through this evidence received portion of the report. Can you describe for the jury, starting at the top, what's the first item of evidence that you received?
It is item 41. It is a blue and silver folding knife.
Okay, and did that have a particular agency number associated with it?
Yes, it is agency item 154.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been already admitted as Exhibit 87. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
What is Exhibit 87 labeled as?
It is labeled as one blue and silver folding knife removed from Michael Jackson pants pocket.
Okay, and what's the agency number reflected there?
154.
Okay, and so to the extent this has markings from the lab, do some of those include your own markings?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so would that be the knife that you analyzed for the possible presence of blood?
It would be.
Okay, and the next item down, what's that item reflected as?
That is a buccal swab from Michael Jackson-Bolanos.
And what do you do when you receive something like a buccal swab, along with other evidence in a case? What's your role when it comes to receiving a DNA swab?
So a buccal swab is just a known DNA sample from an individual. We process that item last. So we do all of our question items first, and then we process that one last. In this case, I received 2 cotton tip swabs, so I just cut off a portion of it and sent it forward for DNA.
Okay, and do you actually do the DNA analysis yourself, or is that somebody else at the lab in that role?
I don't do DNA. No.
Okay, but is it fair to say?
Oh, my gracious day. This is just another collector.
Analysis?
I do.
And did you do that with the relevant evidence in this case?
I did.
And if we move down to the third item listed as container 43, what was that item?
It is a pair of black Nike tennis shoes.
And container 44, the next item?
Black shoes for crews, tennis shoes.
And the next item below that?
Is a black hood.
And the next item below that?
A black North Face jacket.
Okay, and what was the agency item associated with the North Face jacket?
Agency item 171.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as, or been admitted as Exhibit 90. May I approach, Your Honor?
See how he's cruising through all those other items like they're nothing? He's just focusing on the North Face jacket.
The North Face jacket,
Yes.
same agency number,
Yes.
some of your markings on here.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the after the North Face jacket? What's the item there?
It is a Stanley folding knife.
And the next item?
A black ski mask.
And the next item beyond that?
A pair of black leggings.
And the next item beyond that?
Black Adidas sweatpants.
And the remaining items after that?
Next after that is a Leatherman sheath and multi-tool / knife. A pair of black jeans was the last item.
Okay. And in terms of this initial report that you did, is this the totality of the evidence that you received and analyzed initially?
Yes, for this report.
Okay. And let's go to the interpretation section of the report, starting on page 3. So, for purposes of what was labeled as the blue and silver folding knife, did you test that for the possible presence of blood?
I did.
And what did you do to test that knife for the possible presence of blood?
I observed it with a bright magnifying light as well as a stereoscope, which is just a larger scale microscope.
Okay, and did you see anything that looked like blood or another substance on the knife?
Yes, there were stains on the knife that I tested for the possible presence of blood, but it was negative.
Okay, and what did you use to test for the possible presence of blood on that knife?
I used phenolphthalein. It is a 2-step chemical process.
Okay, and that was negative for that knife, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Now, there's also an indication that apparent hairs or fibers were observed but not collected or examined. What does that mean?
It means during my processing of the item, I observed some possible hairs or fibers on the item, but I did not examine those hairs or fibers, but I preserved for them. So in this case, I wrapped the item in the processing paper that I used to make sure that those hairs and fibers, if they are hairs and fibers, remain intact.
Okay.
She is going to be so mad when she looks back on this.
Jackson-Bolanos buckle. What did you do with that specifically?
All I did for that specific item was cut a portion of one of the swabs, put it in a small DNA tube, and sent it for DNA processing.
Okay, and then
I'm so sorry. I should not say things.
The black Nike tennis shoes. Can you explain what you did for purposes of that item?
The black Nike tennis shoes?
Yes, it's marked as container 43.
For this item, I screened it with a bright magnifying light. I looked at it with luminol as well. And so I did do multiple tests, including phenolphthalein and luminol, as we talked about before. And it was positive for luminol, but luminol is just a screening tool. So we do additional testing on those stains that I observed through luminol, and those were negative for the possible presence of
Negative
blood.
for blood.
And so would it be fair to say phenolphthalein is a more robust method of testing for blood than luminol?
What do you mean by robust?
More accurate? Is that, I guess, can you explain, why we have both a positive and a negative result?
Yes. So luminol is a very sensitive test, but it is not very specific. That just
Right.
means that it's
Luminol used to be
it is
the
more
end all be
sensitive, so
all,
there can be less blood there for it to cause a
but because it can pick up
positive
stuff
result.
like
And then
bleach.
phenolphthalein is less sensitive, meaning we need a little bit more there, but it's more specific to blood.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough. If we go down to the next item, the black
Oh, she knows what she's done to deserve
shoes,
this.
the black shoes for cruise, tennis shoes. What did you do to test those items?
Literally
I did
negative.
the same thing as I did in the previous item. I screened it with a bright magnifying light as well as that ALS, and then luminol as well.
Okay, and what were the results when it came to that item?
Negative.
And in terms of the next item, the black hood, what did you do to examine that item?
I did the same thing, bright magnifying light followed by IR and luminol.
And what were the results for the black hood?
It was negative as well.
Okay. And the black North Face jacket being the next item, did you take pictures of your in connection with your examination of the North Face jacket?
I did.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 114. May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, let's hear it.
The photos contained in page 114 contain pictures of the North Face jacket in connection with your analysis.
Oh, sorry. It does.
And do those fairly and accurately depict what you actually observed in connection with your analysis of this jacket?
Yes, it does.
I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 114, Your Honor.
No objection.
114 is admitted. You may publish now to the jury.
Can you explain what you did to examine the jacket for the possible presence of blood?
Yes. So I started by observing it underneath a bright magnifying light, followed by IR. After that, I sprayed it with luminol, which is that liquid we talked about earlier, which if you can see kind of the white residue all over the jacket, that is from my luminol processing. It's not from the way the item was submitted. The item was submitted in a very good, kind of like new condition is how I described it in my notes.
And when you initially, did you initially just look at the jacket with your own eyes?
I did.
And when you looked at the jacket with your own eyes, did you see any stains or suspected blood on it?
No, I did not.
When you used the bright light and the magnifying glass, did you observe anything at that point?
I did not test anything at that point either.
Okay, and can you explain how did you apply luminol to this jacket?
It comes in a spray bottle, and I just sprayed it in sections, looking in the dark, observing for a glow or a chemiluminescence. And then as I observed them, I marked them.
Okay, and did you notice anything about the way that the luminol interacted with this particular jacket?
There were areas of positive luminol results.
That's right,
Okay,
Jenny.
I guess I'm wondering, in terms of applying liquid to the jacket, did you notice anything about the way that liquid interacted with this particular jacket?
Yes, the jacket was sort of a water resistant or waterproof material. So the liquid that I sprayed kind of sat on top of the jacket. So I had to be very careful to keep it very flat so it didn't move around too much. Due to it being a waterproof, water resistant type material, it kind of slid around a lot.
Okay, did the jacket appear to absorb the liquid?
It did not.
Okay. This area of the jacket toward the lower right-hand corner of the screen, you see there's a marking.
Yes.
What does that marking reflect?
That marking reflects an area of chemiluminescence that I observed during my luminol processing, and the LP above it stands for luminol positive.
Okay, and in that particular, what does luminol positive mean?
It means that I observed that area glow during my process of luminol, and I followed it with presumptive testing.
Okay, and did you use the phenolphthalein to test that area for the possible presence of blood?
I did.
And what was the result when it came to that area of the jacket for the possible presence of blood?
It was positive for the possible presence of blood.
Okay. Once you made that positive finding, what did you do from there with respect to this specific area?
I kept the phenol positive swab, and then I swabbed that area again with another new clean swab, and then I combined those swabs in a tube for DNA and sent it for DNA analysis.
Okay. And if we go to page 2 of the report, is that or of the exhibit 114? Is that just a closer up image of that first area that tested positive for blood?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And page 3, is that just a further close up?
Yes, it is.
And again, to the naked eye, can you see anything relevant here?
No, you cannot.
Now, if we go to the page 6 of exhibit 114, starting with the bottom area of the jacket where it says N, what does that reflect?
That means I observed that area glow during my luminol processing, but when I followed it up with the phenolphthalein testing, it was negative.
Okay, so you got the initial indication of possibly something to look into. You followed up, but it was negative for blood. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how about the other 2 areas toward the right of the jacket?
Those are 2 areas that I observed glow through luminol, followed it up with phenolphthalein testing, and both of those areas were positive for the possible presence of blood.
And where are those areas, those 2 positive areas, situated on the jacket? Just to, if you could just describe that, please.
Yeah, it is on the back side of the right arm, if you were wearing it as.
Okay. And once you obtain the positive findings from those 2 areas on the right sleeve of the jacket, what did you do from there?
I did the same thing as with the one on the front pocket. I maintained the phenolphthalein positive swabs. I swabbed each area with another swab, and then I combined the swabs in 2 separate DNA tubes respectively and sent them forward for DNA processing.
Okay, and in terms of those swabs, would one of those swabs been labeled as a lower right sleeve swab compared to a higher right sleeve swab?
Yes, I wanted to differentiate the stains, so I named one the higher stain and one the lower stain.
Okay, and if we go to page 7 of exhibit 114, is that just a close-up image of the 2 positive areas on the sleeve?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to your report, again, when it comes to the black North Face jacket, does this area of the report just summarize the 2 positive findings?
It does.
And so it was positive for luminol, positive for phenolphthalein, is that correct?
Correct.
And then where it says additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood, what does that mean?
That just means there were other areas on the item that I tested for the possible presence of blood, but it was negative. So that stain that we observed on the center of the low back, that one was negative for the possible presence of blood.
And when you did this testing, did you test any areas inside of pockets in the jacket?
I observed the inside of the pockets for the possible presence of blood, but I did not do any testing on the inside of the pockets.
So it was luminol applied to the inside of the pockets?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And so fair to say then phenolphthalein wouldn't have been applied either?
Correct.
Okay. If we move on, when it comes to these other items, the Stanley folding knife, the black ski mask, the black leggings, the black Adidas sweatpants, the Leatherman sheath and multi-tool, did you test it in the jeans? Did you test
Everything's
all these
negative.
items using these same sort of methods?
I did, however, I did not do luminol on the knives
Okay.
or the multi-tool.
And Is there a reason for not doing luminol on like a stainless steel surface as opposed to a fabric?
Yes. Luminol can react with metal.
No, it wouldn't have mattered, Jenny.
So I didn't do it on the stainless steel surfaces. And then also luminol is very good for items that are dark, which all of the items that I received were black in color.
Okay, and so for all those remaining items, were there any
I don't think it would have mattered if he called 911. He has a criminal background.
No.
And on any of those
It would be
items,
too
did you
easy.
observe any possible blood on any of them before you tested them?
There were, across the items, I did test stains for the possible presence of blood, but they were all negative.
Okay, and so fair to say for purposes of this first report, the main thing is the North Face jacket, is that correct?
Yes.
And how many areas tested positive for the presence of blood on that jacket?
There were 3 areas that tested positive for the possible presence of blood and were sent forward for DNA processing.
I'm also holding what's been marked as a proposed exhibit 94. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Is proposed exhibit 94 a copy of an additional report that you completed in this case?
It is.
And does that report pertain to body fluid identification of some other items that you received?
It does.
And were those items received at a later point in time?
Yes, yes, they were.
And does that report that's been marked as proposed exhibit 94 fairly and accurately depict your analysis in connection with that sort of second round of analysis that you did?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed.
Yeah, the same outcome would have happened because he wouldn't have been able to explain what the heck he was doing there. You know, was he doing out at that time of night? Just walking. I'm just walking the streets. They wouldn't have. They'd have been like, "What? You're not just walking out here." They would have figured. They would have done it anyway.
Let's go to the top of the report. What's the date that you received these additional items for analysis?
I received these items on December 11th, 2023.
Okay, and if we go to the actual items, starting with the top item, the North Face jacket. Is this the same jacket as before?
It is.
And what did you do with the jacket this second time that you received it?
I swabbed it for wear ID, just trying to determine who was wearing that jacket.
Okay, and when you took those swabs, are those sent somewhere once you take them?
Yes, I sent them forward for DNA processing.
Okay, and then there's another item, a red flashlight. What did you do with that item?
I observed it and screened it for the possible presence of blood.
Okay, and then there's another item indicated as a deconstructed grade backpack.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's the agency number associated with that item?
Agency item 191.
And I'm holding what's been admitted as.
Well, notice she keeps saying
May I approach, Your Honor?
3 areas tested positive for possible
What's exhibit
presence of
85
blood.
labeled as?
So she's
It's a
not
backpack,
saying
agency item 191.
And would that package contain the item that you received and ultimately analyzed?
Yes, it does.
that guy has like I'm constipated face all the time. Oh, that's so mean. Jesus, I'm
in
so sorry.
addition to the backpack, were there other items that you received?
Yes, I received a pair of black Adidas joggers as well as Tierra White's known buckle sample.
Okay, and just again, starting with the North Face jacket, you mentioned you basically just took some additional swabs from that for potential wear DNA analysis and sent those on. Is that correct?
Correct.
With the red flashlight,
That's
did you
true,
do anything
Gwen.
To test that for the possible presence of blood.
You
I
have
did.
to have one.
I observed it with a bright magnifying light. as
wrongfully
well as
accuse
underneath
someone.
the stereoscope, and tested stains for the possible presence of blood, but they were all negative.
Okay, and when it comes to the deconstructed gray backpack, did you take some photos of that backpack in connection with your analysis?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 115. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And what if the gray
Do
backpack
the
was in that
photos
bag
contained in
that he originally got?
115 fairly and accurately depict your observations
That guy's
in
face.
connection with that backpack when you analyzed it?
They do.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 115.
Because he was looking in the bag at one point. So what if the backpack was in that bag?
Okay, looking at page 1 of exhibit 115, what is this depict?
This is just showing the backpack as I received it.
Okay. And when you received it, did you visually inspect it for the possible presence of blood?
I did.
And did you see anything that caught your attention?
Yeah, there were areas that I went forward to test with phenolphthalein.
Okay. And we go to page 2. Is this a close-up of a specific area of the backpack?
Yeah, this is just showing that there is the zipper.
Okay. And so would that be toward the center on this first photo?
Correct.
And
Are you skipping through?
how about page 4? What does that reflect?
This is an image of the backpack and one of the stains that I tested.
Okay, and that stain, I guess, can you use the pointer to point out to the jury the
Yes,
location
point it
of the
out.
stain? There's a pointer right
Oh.
behind you.
Pull it out.
Pull it out.
The orange pulled out.
So this stain right here, where the label is, I tested that stain for the possible presence of blood, and it was positive for the possible presence of blood.
Okay, and if we go back to page 2, are you able to see that area of the stain here?
Yes, it is right there.
Yeah, I see that.
And what were the methods that you used to test that area for the possible presence of blood?
Phenolphthalein.
Did you use luminol on the backpack at all?
I did not.
And what would be the reason for not using luminol on the backpack?
I felt that the backpack was light enough in color for me to observe the stains as they were there. And since I was able to find a blood stain visually with my naked eye, I felt that if there were others, I would have been able to observe those as well.
Okay, and other than that one stain, did you observe anything else?
Yes, there were other areas on the backpack that I tested, but the rest of those were negative for the possible presence of blood.
Okay, and so if we go back to exhibit 94 on page 3, sort of summarize your overall findings with respect to the backpack.
It does. Yep.
And where it says apparent hair fibers were collected but not examined, what does that mean?
It means that hairs, as I was collecting or processing the item, fell off onto my processing paper. So I collected them to ensure that they weren't lost. And then there are possible other hairs on the item that I did not collect because they were stuck to the item.
Okay, and next to where it says phenol.
So this would be the biggest hurdle the defense has to go through, is this blood evidence.
It documents that I indicated the possible presence of blood, but there were additional areas on the item that I tested that did not indicate the possible presence of blood.
And below that where it says wearer ID item swab, what does that mean?
That just means that I swabbed the backpack. I did the handles to try to figure out who might have been using that backpack.
And when it comes to the area of the backpack that tested positive, did you do anything to help enable further analysis of that particular area?
Yes, I swabbed it and sent the sample forward for DNA processing.
Okay. And going back to your report, in terms of the the other items reflected here, the black Adidas joggers, did you examine those for blood?
I did.
And did you have any positive results there?
I did not.
And then for the item labeled as tier white buckle, what did you do with that item?
I caught a portion of the item and sent it forward for DNA.
Because the backpack was light enough, Jenny. She thought she would notice if there was any other
If you don't have
blood.
questions.
Ross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If we could look at exhibit number 93, which is record number 14. You indicated for item number 41, which was a blue silver folding knife, you did not observe after your analysis there was a presence of blood, correct?
Correct. There was nothing. There was. It was negative for the possible presence of blood.
Okay. And when you stated stains, you weren't talking about blood stains, correct? Just to be sure.
Correct.
Okay. And you also tested the Leatherman multi-tool using a hemostix process?
I did.
Okay. And if I can ask, why wasn't that used for any other, I guess, metal object?
So hemostix and phenolphthalein are very similar tests. They just turn a different color when positive for the possible presence of blood. The reason I used hemostix on this item was for one stain that when I swabbed it up, it was a pink color. And the test that we use for phenolphthalein, it turns a pink color for the positive possible presence of blood. So I did not want to confuse a positive result using the phenolphthalein, which is why I use the hemostix, which turns a different color if it is positive.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say that the Leatherman, the Stanley folding knife, and the blue silver folding knife all indicated no presence of blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, exhibit number 114, you indicated that with the naked eye, you were unable to see any of these stains, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How big were the stains?
So
If we can go to, I'm sorry, photo number 6. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the stains that you see marked in the yellow, that is the area that I observed the chemiluminescence. However, I mark it a little wider or larger than the area that I'm observing, so as to not mark over the staining. So because it was not visible to my naked eye, it's hard to say how large the stains actually were.
Okay. And just to be clear, the stain wouldn't encompass this whole yellow circle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were also able to analyze the black leggings, sweatpants, and a black ski mask, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they didn't have what you would describe as any type of water resistant material, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And those were all negative for any presence of blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if there was a presence of blood on this particular jacket, would it be a fair statement that blood had to be somewhat saturated or at least absorbed into this material in order for you to collect it? Would that be fair?
Can you repeat the question?
Your ability to, I guess, detect a presence of blood from this rear sleeve of this hoodie, would it be fair to say that the fact that you're able to detect it, that this particular material actually absorbs some blood?
Yes, it could have absorbed into the material slightly, but it also could have dried kind of on top of the material.
You said it could have dried on top of it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that this material was of a material, in your opinion, where if blood touched it, it could have dried on there at the very least, correct?
It was a water resistant material just based off of my observations with the luminol, but that's not to say that nothing could absorb into it. It's possible,
Okay.
but I can't say for sure.
And do you know, if you know, about the ability for this material to, I guess, either repel water versus maybe blood?
I don't know.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say if you don't know whether or not blood would be easier to be absorbed into this material than, say, water or another liquid, correct?
Correct, I don't know.
Okay. And from your understanding, this is somewhat water resistant, not necessarily stain resistant, correct?
It appeared water resistant.
Okay. Now, if we could go to Exhibit 115. And would it be fair to say that this circle doesn't encompass the whole area of the area you indicated that you believe to be the presence of blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just approximately, what's the size of this area of where you actually believe that you saw the presence of blood?
I have the exact measurement, if I could refer to my notes.
Please.
Okay, so this stain was approximately 0.5 centimeters by approximately 2 millimeters. And then there was a smaller portion just directly underneath it that was about 1 to 2 millimeters in size.
1 to 2 millimeters. So a very small amount, a very small, maybe I'm going to categorize it as a drop, but a very small sample size.
It was a very small stain, yes.
Okay. And that was the only area of this backpack that you were able to indicate that there was a suspected presence of blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in relation to the black Nike tennis shoes, after your analysis, which is item number 43, it was your opinion that there was not a presence of blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as the hair samples, will you ever anybody request that you save these hair samples and maybe submit them for additional testing?
No, there was no request to preserve the hairs. We just do that with every sample that we receive when there are hairs, possible hairs observed.
Okay. And when you say they're apparent hair or fibers, are you distinguishing, or you just, if they're fiber or hair, you call them hair/fiber?
Correct, because I'm not examining it, so I can't determine if it's one or the other.
Okay. So for these particular interpretations, which says apparent hair or fiber, you can't necessarily confirm that it's actually a hair opposed to a fiber, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you're not allowed to call anything, even though you know it's what it is. You can't say like marijuana is marijuana. I mean, you probably can now because they can test it on the spot. But back in the day when we used to test it in the lab, you can only say a green leafy type substance. You couldn't say it was marijuana until it was absolutely positively tested to be marijuana. But all the cops could write in their reports was green leafy type substance, and then I would get it in the lab and test it, and then I could write that it was marijuana because it would test positive for marijuana.
No further questions.
Redirect. Questions for the jury? Write it down, counsel approach.
So it all goes into one hand to the next hand to the next hand to the next hand. So it's I'd like to know when this video, I forgot when the guy made the video, but it's odd to me that the two main items he was wearing after he left the scene was that North Face jacket and that gray backpack. Those are the two items that they find a drop of blood on. So I'm just curious if that's what, I mean, it just seems kind of strange to me that they're trying to put this on him. I'm like so nervous for him. Have fun, Jenny.
Is there a light source such as UV or black light that is used with luminol for blood detection?
No.
Can you explain the process of how it works?
For luminol?
Yes.
Yes. So for luminol, we do it in a dark room. So I go into a room, I set up my hood with.
What is a hood?
Sorry, it's just my bench. It's kind of enclosed so that the chemicals I don't breathe in. And I set up everything so that I'm prepared, and then I shut the lights off. I allow my eyes to adjust to the darkness so that I can see in the dark a little bit. And then I start spraying the item in sections, looking for that chemiluminescence or that glow. Once I see a glow, I will mark the item and then continue my processing. Once I'm done, I'll turn on the lights and then proceed with follow-up testing such as phenolphthalein.
So it kind of glows in the dark.
Yes.
Basically, if
Yep.
it's positive.
Correct.
Any further questions based on those?
No.
Any further questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do you need a bathroom break, or can we go through till then? We're good? Okay. Next witness.
People call it forensic scientist Kathleen Gill.
Holy moly.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Kathleen Gill.
Hold the mic a little closer.
My name is Kathleen Gill, KathleenGill.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ma'am, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division.
And within the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division, do you have a particular area of focus?
Yes, I primarily work in the forensic biology unit, so it's my responsibility to receive items of evidence and screen them for any possible biological material that could offer information to an investigation. That could be through the form of different body fluids, skin cells, tissue, hairs, almost anything that can come from the human body. I then identify those samples and then prepare those samples for DNA analysis. I'm also cross-trained in our crime scene response unit as well.
And when it comes to the area of body fluid identification analysis, how long have you been involved in that field?
I have been in the body fluid identification unit for a little bit over 8 years. Prior to that, I was in the DNA unit for about a year and a half.
And in terms of your qualifications to do body fluid identification analysis, can you sort of walk the jury through your education and your training?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in human biology from Michigan State University. I also have a graduate level certification in forensics investigation from Wayne State University. I've received internal training through the Michigan State Police. Every scientist has to go through that training before being able to conduct casework on evidence in cases. That training program is about 9 to 12 months long. It involves doing a lot of different practice and gaining experience in all of the different techniques and tests that we use, observing qualified analysts doing casework under direct supervision, and then having to pass and complete a number of written, oral, and practical competency exams before being allowed to start working on evidence.
Okay, and did you ultimately do some body fluid identification analysis when it comes to items that were submitted to the lab in connection with the investigation into the death of Samantha Woll?
Yes, I did.
And in terms of the analysis that you used in this case, did you use your education and training and follow the sort of parameters of the Michigan State Police Laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move to have this witness qualified as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
No objection.
Okay, so this witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of body fluid identification. You may proceed with the work she did in this case.
Remove this exhibit.
Yes, sir. In connection with this case, did you author two different reports?
I believe I authored 3.
3, okay. Sorry.
I mean, enough until they drop the bomb. I'm waiting for the bomb that's supposed to hold this case together for them.
Those 3 reports, were those for evidence that you received to analyze at 3 different times?
Yes.
When it comes to the first report that you authored, I'm holding a document that's been marked as proposed exhibit 95. May I approach it? 95.
Record 22?
Record 1.
Oh, okay.
Well, think about it. They're all exposed up there.
Proposed exhibit 95.
No woman's comfortable sitting like that
First report that you authored
in front of a bunch of people.
Yes, it is.
And in terms of the evidence that you analyzed at that time, does that report fairly and accurately depict your analysis and your findings?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 95.
No objection.
That'll be admitted.
And while I'm getting this loaded up, what was the date that you received evidence for in connection with this first report?
I was October 24th of 2023.
Okay. And if we go through this sort of list of evidence received, is it your understanding that you received sort of a sum of evidence from the crime scene to look for possible presence of blood?
Yes, I received a number of different evidence items, 10 containers in total, that I believe were from the initial scene of the crime and also from the medical examiner's office, evidence collected from Samantha Woll's person.
Okay, and when it comes to this evidence, is it fair to say that part of what you did was look for blood, part of what you did was process this for or prepare this evidence to be sent on for future DNA analysis?
Yes, I was screening for, it depends on the item of evidence, but I was screening for both possible blood and what we call contact DNA or touch DNA, which is the idea that when the skin comes in contact with a surface, there's a possibility that any dead skin cells will be left behind on that surface. So then we will swab or process the surface of that item to try and pick up any skin cells that are left behind by someone that might contact an item.
Okay, and if we go to page 2 of the report, where your interpretations are listed, for this first item, what's item number 1 reflected here?
Item number 1 was a key and a keychain.
And what were your findings or work in connection with that item?
I observed several different stains that were had an appearance consistent with blood. I tested them, and my testing indicated that they were possible blood. I then processed the remainder of the key and the keychain for contact DNA, like I just described. So I tried swabbing areas of the key and the keychain that were not super bloody, and the purpose of that was to try and collect any possible skin cells or cellular material that's on that item of anyone that could have contacted that item.
Okay, and how about the second item, the front door doorknob / master lockbox?
Yeah, so I did a similar processing technique with that item. I received a doorknob with a lockbox attached. There were several areas of staining on that item that were consistent. The appearance was consistent with blood. I did testing on a number of different stains. Those were all positive for possible blood. I prepared a couple of those stains forward for DNA analysis, as well as I swabbed the turn lock on the doorknob for contact DNA, and I swabbed the number dials of the lockbox for contact DNA as well.
Okay, and these next several items, 3 through 6, marked as the inner screen door glass stain swabs, the living room / hallway wall stain swabs, the hallway bathroom door stain swabs, and the basement stairs stain swabs. Could you just summarize your sort of work in connection with those 4 items?
So those 4 items, each item was a set of swabs, which are just kind of cotton-tipped swabs on a long stick, and those all had suspected staining within the swab material of those swabs. So I cut a very, very small portion of each of those swabs and performed my chemical testing on those little cuttings. All of those 4 items did indicate possible blood. It was positive with the test that I used. And so a portion of each of those items was forwarded on for DNA analysis.
And how about the 2 items that were labeled as contact lenses? What did you do with those items?
So each item was just a singular contact lens. So I swabbed the entire surface area, both sides, to see any possible DNA from the wearer of that contact lens, and then sent those swabs for DNA as well.
And then in terms of the item that was labeled as a jacket with wool in parentheses, what did you do with that item?
So that item, it was submitted for a contact DNA exam to see if there was any possible foreign DNA from Samantha Woll, who was reported to be the owner of that jacket. So I tried to target areas on the jacket that did not have apparent blood on them and swab them for possible cellular material that could have been left behind by any other individual that could have contacted that jacket.
And in terms of the shirt and the pants, what did you indicates no examination for those items? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why was that?
So both of those items were very apparently saturated with a lot of blood, to the point where I wouldn't be able to pick up any cellular material other than the blood of that item. And it was not in question. It wasn't indicated to me that it was a question on whose blood was on the item. But it wasn't in a suitable condition, unfortunately, for me to swab for any cellular material other than the blood that was on that item.
And then how about the fingernail clippings attributed to the victim? What did you do with those?
I swabbed all of them for possible cellular material. I tested the swabs that I collected because fingernails have such a small surface area. There's not really a great way to avoid any possible blood staining that would be on them. So I just collect any material that I possibly can off of those fingernail clippings. I then tested the swabs that I collected. Those both did indicate possible blood. And then I sent forward the swabs of any material from the fingernails forward for DNA analysis.
And this last item listed here, the Samantha Woll known blood swabs, what was that item?
So I actually received a tube of known blood from Samantha Woll. And so I took 2 sterile cotton tipped swabs and collected a portion of that blood.
So they had a
and then
tube of her
dried them,
blood.
in our sterile swab dryer, so that we had a dried sample of that blood that could be kept at room temperature, kept for a long period of time, because blood has a tendency to degrade over time. And then I took a small cutting of the swabs that I had collected and sent that forward for DNA analysis as a known representative sample of Samantha Woll's DNA to be able to compare to anything else that I sent forward.
And up at the top of your report where that item is described, is there a specific agency number associated with that item?
Yes, there is.
And what was the agency number?
It was 2310210085.
The I'm saying for the this where it says
I'm like, what?
you see where it says agency item number 48?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been admitted as Exhibit 92. May I approach, Your Honor? What's Exhibit 92 labeled as?
Exhibit 92 is what is on my report is listed as container 10, which is the agency's item number 48.
Okay, and would that include the blood sample?
Yes,
And is that does that have the agency? You said it has the agency number 48 on it.
correct.
And so essentially, with that blood sample, you're creating another sample that can be sent on for further DNA.
Muppets.
Is that correct?
Yes, I also created the known blood swabs.
The
that
Muppets
can be
characters.
kept at room temperature and stored.
That's
for
who
a
he
month.
reminds me of.
And in terms of this sort of first round of analysis that you did, is that kind of the extent of what you did at the outset of this case?
Yes.
I am holding what has been marked as proposed Exhibit 96. May I approach?
The grumpy old man one. The grumpy old man. They would make fun of the show.
Is proposed Exhibit 96 a copy of the second report that you authored for this case?
Yes, it is.
And does that report contain your findings with respect to body fluid identification for some other items of evidence that you were asked to process?
Yes, it does.
And does that report fairly and accurately depict your findings and your analysis when it comes to your work with respect to those other items?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed Exhibit 96.
No objection.
Proposed 96 is admitted.
And if we pull this up again, what's the date here in terms of when you received the items that you reviewed here?
The date on the report is February 9th of 2024.
Okay, and in terms of the evidence that you received, starting with the first item, what was the first item that you received?
The first item was labeled as R number 36, which is a folding knife with a blue handle.
And what was the agency number associated with that item?
117.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been admitted as Exhibit 29. May I approach, Your Honor? Is Exhibit 29, does that have the same agency number, 117?
Yes, it does.
And what is that item labeled as?
That is R number 36. It's labeled as the blue folding knife found in Jeffrey Herbstman's vehicle.
Okay.
She's like, bleh.
What's the next item that you received at this point?
I received a blue and silver folding knife that was labeled as R number 41 and the agency's number 154.
And I'm holding what's been admitted as Exhibit 87. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And does this have that same agency number 154?
Yes, it does.
And what's the description of this evidence item?
One blue and silver folding knife removed from Michael Jackson pants pocket.
She got both of these.
The next item that you received, was that the North Face jacket?
Yes, it was.
And the next item after that, what was that item?
A Stanley folding knife.
And what was the agency number for that folding knife?
I was 173.
And I'm pulling what's been admitted as Exhibit 118. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this exhibit have that same agency number 173 on it?
Yes, it does.
And what's the description on that item of evidence?
One Stanley folding knife from pocket of Moose Knuckles coat.
Okay. And the final item that you received, what was that item?
It was a multi-tool and a sheath.
Okay. And when it comes to these 3 knives that are listed here, did you take some pictures in connection with your analysis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 113. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Does this contain a set of the photos that you took in connection with this analysis that you did?
So it's not weird that she got Jeff's knife and Michael's stuff on the same day?
Yes, these are all the photos that I took.
And do those fairly and accurately depict what you personally observed with respect to those items when you analyzed them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 113.
No objection.
People's 113 is admitted.
And I want to start with the this first item on page 1. And would this be the item that was labeled as coming from the vehicle of Jeffrey Herbston?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do with this item, or what were you asked to do with this item when it came into your possession?
So this item had already been previously analyzed by a different analyst in my laboratory, but the
Which that
investigating
knife is too
agency
small
had submitted
too.
a specific request to have the knives disassembled to see if there was any possible blood
She said
within the inner
3 to 6 inches. The medical examiner
when I
did.
received the items, it was my responsibility to disassemble these knives and process the interior parts that hadn't already been processed.
Okay, and so if we go down to the next page, what does that show us? Page 2.
So that shows the inner compartments and parts of item 36, which is that knife. That the first photo that you showed on page 1 was before I disassembled it, and then this photo is showing after I disassembled it.
Okay, and when you excuse me, when you disassembled it, were you able to find anything notable?
I tested a number of different surfaces that weren't exposed when the knife was originally in its natural state, and everything that I tested was not, or it was negative for blood.
Okay, and moving to page 3, would this be the one labeled as the blue and silver folding knife removed from Michael Jackson's pants pockets?
Yes.
And again, the process you just described with respect to the other knife, did you do the same thing for this knife?
Yes, I did.
And so if we go to the next page, page 4, what are we looking at here?
So this is what the knife looked like and all the inner components after I disassembled it.
And did you find anything notable when you disassembled this knife?
Everything I tested.
I just
was
find it
negative for blood.
odd that she received
And
evidence
go to
from
page
2 different
5.
people,
Would this be the
possible
Stanley folding
suspects,
knife?
Yes.
And again, page
at the same time.
page 6. What are we looking at here?
That is that same knife disassembled.
And when you disassembled that knife, were you able to find anything notable?
Everything I processed was negative for blood.
Okay. And page 7, what are we looking at here?
So that is the multi-tool and the sheath that I received.
Did you disassemble that knife?
I was unable to.
And what I guess stood in the way of you being able to disassemble that knife?
Our laboratory did not have the tools available.
Because it was
needed a
in
very
that
unique,
tool, and we couldn't get that tool
tool
out to
that we
untool
did
this
not
tool.
have.
Did you do any sort of analysis on that knife? Not correct myself, that tool, to find to analyze whether there was the possible presence of blood?
No, that was already covered by the previous analyst.
Okay. And so if we go back to your report,
Negative, negative, negative.
it is labeled
Mr. Robinson.
Exhibit 96. This first entry and interpretations with respect to the folding knife with a blue handle. Can you just summarize what that says here?
Yes, so it states that the item was previously examined, and it refers to the record number in which the previous examiner did the initial testing on the knife. And then their conclusion state for me is that the additional areas on this item did not indicate the presence of blood.
Okay, and then how about the next record?
March 11th, date of report.
Yes, it's the same type of conclusion. It refers back to the original record where the previous analyst had done the majority of the work, and then all of the additional testing that I did was negative for blood.
And then how about the black North Face jacket? What did you do when you received the black North Face jacket?
With the black North Face jacket, there was a specific request that came from the investigating agency to check the interior of the pockets. So that is the only testing that I did. So I took swabs of both front pockets of the jacket and tested those swabs, and that was negative for blood.
Okay, and were you able to apply luminol to the inside of the pockets?
I did not.
And was there any reason that you didn't apply luminol to the inside of the pockets?
Wasn't necessary for
Yeah.
the inside of the pockets. The surface area of the inside of a pocket is so small that I was able to encompass the entire area of the pocket just by swabbing it and then testing my swabs. I knew that the previous analyst had already applied luminol to the item, and I didn't.
I mean, he just planned out his confession.
Where there were already chemicals applied to it if I didn't have to. So I chose to use a processing method that did not involve luminol.
Okay, and when it comes to your interpretations for the Stanley folding knife, what were the results there?
It's the same
Negative.
results.
Everything is
So
negative.
I referred back to the original record where the original testing was done, and then the additional areas that I had tested was negative for blood.
And then how about the Leatherman multi-tool? What's indicated there?
That just indicates that I was not able to do any further processing on this item. So I opened it, I documented it, but I wasn't able to disassemble it.
Okay, and then at some point were you also asked to analyze a blue plastic glove?
Yes, I was.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 97, and that's record 23. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay, but they didn't do the rape kit.
Does this report reflect your analysis when it comes to that blue?
But they
plastic
tested
glove?
that glove. They found a month and a
Yes,
half
it does.
later.
Does that fairly and accurately reflect your analysis?
Yes, it does.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 97, Your Honor.
No objection.
97 will be admitted.
I'm just looking at this really quickly. What was the date that you received this item?
It was March 25th of 2024.
And just for clarity, I guess, of the record, what was the agency number that you had this particular item under?
It was 153.
And would you recognize the sort of like evidence envelope if you saw it again?
Yes.
So I'm so confused.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
And this envelope that I'm holding, does that contain agency item 153 on it?
Yes, it does.
And is there an indication of like an intersection there?
Yes, there's handwriting on the physical envelope that says I-75/Macomb.
Okay. And so you analyzed this glove for the possible presence of blood, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do to analyze the glove?
I looked at it with a bright light under magnification, and any areas of staining on the glove, both inside and outside, that appeared consistent with possible blood, I tested with a chemical test, and all of my chemical testing did not indicate blood on that item.
Okay, and in terms of your final report, is that sort of the extent of this final report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
No further questions.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, I guess we'll work backwards. In regards to, I believe it's agency item 153, this glove. You stated you processed it for any presence of blood and it was negative, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you requested to, I guess, send this particular glove for DNA processing?
No, it was submitted for a blood search only.
Only? Okay. And if we can look at Exhibit 96, or if you can look at Exhibit 96, I guess you can bring it up. You indicated that the area of this black North Face jacket that you analyzed was negative for any type of presence of blood, correct?
Yes, just the interior of the pockets.
Now, you also stated that you were requested to analyze a folding knife, which is, I believe, is agency container number 36. That belonged to Jeff Herbstman.
That's how it was labeled, yes.
Okay. Do you remember if you analyzed any clothing that belonged to a Jeff Herbstman?
I did not.
You did not? Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any regret? No regret. Any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. At this point, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to ask the jury to step into the jury room for just a moment. Deputies need to speak with you for a moment, and then we're going to resume the trial at approximately 1:30. Okay?
Ma'am, may I please?
Yes, you do. Please step to the vote. Jurors, if you can all step in the jury room for just a moment, please.
Okay. So they're going to come back at 1:30. We're still waiting for a verdict for Karen Reed. Have you guys seen this brother and sister murder trial?
to look into her death.
And now her two children stand accused of her murder. We want to go in now for the start of the state's opening statement.
Before we go, quick warning, it is pretty graphic.
Thank you.
So be prepared.
Please take care of me. On August the 10th of 2019, John Shelton and Joshua Jenkins, an EMT and a paramedic with the Washington County Johnson City Emergency Medical Services, responded to a call at 1405 East Chenega Avenue in Johnson City, Tennessee. The call went out as a non-emergent call. When they arrived at the home, they were greeted at the door by an elderly gentleman who you will later learn was Edwin Murray, the husband of Sheila Murray. As Shelton went to obtain information from the family, Jenkins went back to a room down the hallway on the left where Sheila Murray was. It was evident to him when he entered that room that this was an emergency call. Now, what also greeted both of them at that door was the smell of feces and urine. And as they walked further into the house, the scent, the odor increased. Immediately upon entering that room and seeing what he saw, paramedic Jenkins radioed for additional help. Shelton stepped over and said, "How is she?" About the same time that Jenkins is radioing, and Jenkins says, "You need to see for yourself." So what did Shelton see? He saw a 68-year-old Sheila Murray lying on a hospital bed. On that bed was feces at various stages of drying. Mold had began to form on some of that feces. Also in that hospital bed with her was urine at various stages of drying. Some had crystallized, some had dried to the point that it turned the bed dark brown. Looking at Sheila Murray's right leg, at her ankle, the tibia was sticking out. The bone was dark. There was no active bleeding. There was feces around her foot and the wound.
Are those kids okay?
Her right eye was matted shut.
Ugh.
From discharge. Various stages of drying.
This happened in 2019.
She had candidiasis, which you will learn is yeast growing around her neck. That's how they found her.
Ugh.
Fire department came to assist. They were going to attempt what's called a draw sheet removal. So they pulled a sheet from the ambulance. This time the odor's so strong that at one point,
Yeah, the brother doesn't look
Shelton
right.
thought he was going to vomit. They work, one person stabilizes the foot. They put a pillow on it. They stabilize it so when they get ready to move her, there's as little movement as possible for the leg. And when they begin to move her on that sheet, she screams. They're able to get her in the ambulance. And while on the trip to 1405 East Unega, it was just Shelton and Jenkins. En route to the hospital, where they've already called to say we've got a trauma 2 coming in, there's a firefighter driving the ambulance. There's Shelton, Jenkins, and another firefighter in the back providing assistance. And you'll hear testimony from Shelton and Jenkins about what was going on in the back there, in the back of the ambulance on the way. They arrived to Johnson City Medical Center. The attending physician was Dr. Christy Lawson. Dr. Christy Lawson, through her video deposition, will tell you that the person up front who did the intake for Sheila had written on her history that she'd had a mastectomy. But when they got her undressed, what they realized was that her breast had been caught up under her arm.
OMG.
And it had been up under there for so long that there was necrosis of that right breast. They will tell you, you will hear about the condition she was in when she arrived at the hospital, what efforts they made to clean her up, and what additional injuries it caused in trying to clean her up. You'll hear Dr. Lawson talk about the bed sores, particularly a bed sore to the upper right shoulder that had necrosis to the bone. She will tell you that that leg was dead
He just looks blank.
when Miss Sheila Murray arrived at the hospital.
That girl's
She'll tell
49.
you what they did to try to help her, what they weren't able to do because of the previous care she had received. You'll learn that there was a surrogate, medical surrogate provided for her to make medical decisions about her health because the hospital had concerns about the way she had arrived there. You'll hear how on July the 16th, Sheila Murray died because she wouldn't have been able to survive the surgery required for amputating that leg, that there was sepsis. So they offered palliative care. You'll hear Dr. Lawson talk about how she knew that Sheila Murray was still able to know what was going on because her eyes would track her in the hospital. And then on one particular occasion, Dr. Lawson had this habit of when her patients seemed to be in pain, she would rub their forehead. And as she did that, she saw a tear slip out of Sheila Murray's eye. And she said, "You're in the hospital. We're going to take care of you." You'll hear from Sonia Henry, the third child of Sheila Murray, who lives outside of Chattanooga. You'll hear her talk about her mother,
Where
about
was
the
she?
person she was, about her mother's health, about what she knew about who was taking care of her mom, what their responsibilities were, how much information she had. She'll tell you about a visit she had in February of 29, because her mom's birthday was in February. She'll tell you that she was able to arrive at the hospital and visit with her mom. And you'll learn what she knew at that time, what she had been told, and then what she saw. You'll hear from Kathleen Morris, who's with the Adult Protective Services. You'll learn how her agency became involved, what their concerns
Hey,
were.
Butterfly. I know I work with
You'll
old
hear
people.
where she asked questions in the interviews of Karen and Michael Murray. You'll hear about
And
what
it's
her
this-
experience has been
I
in these
can't.
type of cases. And then you'll hear from Tracy Roman.
We just don't do enough in this country for people who
Tracy
need to be
Roman was a
taken
nurse
care of.
practitioner. The doctor's office, the primary care doctor for Sheila Murray, would send out the nurse practitioner because you'll learn that Miss Murray wasn't able to come to the hospital. So she got home visits. You'll learn what Tracy Romans checked for, what she looked for, what the condition of Sheila Murray was at that last visit on March 4th of 2019. You'll learn that there was another visit that was supposed to be scheduled for June of 2019, but that appointment was canceled by Karen Murray. You'll hear from Brian Pritchard.
He's
Tennessee Bureau of
43.
Investigation. You'll hear him explain why the TBI was called in to investigate this case. And one of those reasons is because the husband of Sheila Murray was a former Johnson City Police Department
Oh,
officer,
Lord.
retired. And so Johnson City requested that the district attorney ask the TBI to investigate so there wouldn't be any question about the integrity of the investigation. During the course of this trial, you'll learn that Edwin Murray, the husband, passed away 3 months after Sheila Murray. Through the testimony of TBI agent Pritchard and his interviews with Karen Murray and Michael Murray, you'll hear their account of the care that they provided for their mother. You'll hear about never thinking that simple bed sores could be life-threatening. You'll hear about how often she was changed. You will hear that on August the 10th of 2019, Sheila Murray laid in her bed till around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, never being changed, not once. Around 5:30 or 6, according to statements in the interview, they went to check on her. And that's when they saw the bone sticking out of her ankle. It hadn't been there the day before, but nobody really knows how that happened, but it was there. 8:30, 6, EMS arrives. At the conclusion of the trial, you will be empowered with the evidence, the law in the form of jury instructions, and the common sense that you bring to this table.
I'm sorry, did she just jump from a broken
And you will
bone
be
to
asked to go
EMS?
back and deliberate
I thought it
on
had been
3
there a while.
charges. 3 charges that center around one word. One word that is the very opposite of care, and that is neglect.
Is there something wrong with them? There's something wrong with them. That boy don't seem right.
All right, Michael, the reality is I thank you for letting not only our audience know it would be graphic, but me as well. You had an opportunity, you were listening earlier. I was on air, wasn't able to. You know, you have to wonder how 2 people can go to trial on a set of facts like this because it's so horrific. You just think they've got to be found guilty.
I don't know if I've ever heard of conditions of a human being that bad. You know, we've been, dealing with the system for 30, 40 years. I don't know. And I know you had intimate dealings with this type of
Longer than
crime,
that.
this type of situation. This is one
Our
of the worst
system
things I've ever
sucks.
heard. I don't even know where you go as far as a defense.
And you just can't take away from those facts. So still joining us for this hour, we're glad to have Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé, because that leads to my question for you, Philip, which is, how do you defend this terrible set of facts?
Well, first of all, there are several elements. And by the way, I hope you both are well. They have to establish that these kids were in fact her caregiver. Just because a parent has adult kids doesn't create this special relationship under the law where criminal liability attaches merely because something happens to the parent. Absent a caregiver type relationship, where they have knowingly neglected either a vulnerable or
I don't know. It just our system sucks because
an elderly parent. I'm not sure that it's a criminal act. You know, if you're just
like
kids
where I
checking in on
work
mom, making sure she's
is an
okay, I
independent
don't even
living
think there's
place.
a duty to
We
act on her
literally like
behalf
their
unless she is in
payment
fact
every
in
month is
your
almost
care.
$5,000.
And I believe that is the law in Tennessee, not just with respect to the homicide, but also that
And those are for
second
people who
count
can
of
afford it.
aggravated abuse or aggravated
And that's
elder
independent
neglect.
living. And
So
then you
I
have
would try
assisted
to
living,
make
which is
sure that
almost
the prosecution
$11,000 a month.
establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that these
And
kids
it
were in
differs from
fact the
state to state and
caregiver.
city to city.
If in
It's just
fact they were the
crazy. And then you have
caregiver and
like
mom refused
nursing
all
homes
medical care, then it
that are like
becomes really
state
a battle
run,
of the rights. In other words, are
which are
mom's
not
rights
good.
superior to the rights of the state of Tennessee in ensuring that the caregivers not neglect or otherwise take advantage of a vulnerable or elderly parent? And I think at that point it becomes a philosophical debate. So we have to wait and see if they were in fact caregivers and if mom in fact refused care.
Well, what role does the fact, and you mentioned it, that the state has some role in this? I think one of the things we're going to hear is that they couldn't afford to put her in a nursing home. They didn't have the type of training needed to deal with some of her issues and problems as far as her illnesses were concerned. The state, do they have some role in this that can be sort of handed off by the defense and say, look, they did the best they could. The state dropped the ball.
Only if she was in fact in the care of the state. So in other words, if a case
It
file had
does.
been opened up, let's
Definitely
say
comes
for
with a price
elder
tag
dependent
when,
care, where they
especially in
offer
America.
subsidies to the kids, or maybe they had sought some type of, I know under United States Medicare law, you can seek what's called long-term hospice. And what that means is you don't have to be in the end stages of life. You just have to have a qualifying illness where you can't care for yourself, and the government will provide all the services to you. They will bring it either to your board and care or to your home.
But if you don't know
wherever
that,
you are, as long as you have been classified as a long-term hospice care patient. If she never got the benefit of that classification and the kids didn't have the means, what are they supposed to do?
right, that and how long does it take to get classified as that?
More of that, but you may note the clock has stopped in the retrial. Karen Reed, the jury has a question at 2 hours 43 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, what this case comes down to is that phrase, knowingly neglect, and what you believe about that phrase. You know, in jury selection, we talked about how every offense has elements that the state has to prove. In this case, the underlying offenses both require the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt neglect, and that neglect was done knowingly. And I'm going to address both of them in due course. Let me talk about the neglect aspect first. You're going to hear from several medical professionals, as General Ray said, and you're going to hear them use the term neglect in referring to what they perceived as they treated Mrs. Murray. One thing to keep in mind whenever you hear from these medical professionals is what they see, what they perceive is through the eyes of people who are trained to understand these things. They're trained to understand what they are seeing, to understand from
They've been
a
in
medical
jail
professional
since
standpoint that
2019
something is not
or
appropriate care, that something is neglect to a medical definition
2022.
of the word.
I don't know.
You'll have to decide at the close of proof whether or not the state has proven neglect to the legal definition of
I mean,
that.
he's just not
And
right.
even if the state is able to do that, they still have to prove that it was done knowingly. When you hear from these medical professionals, you keep in mind that these are people that have education, experience, and resources at their disposal. They have the education and the experience from the people that you're going to hear from to recognize problems, big and small. Not just recognize the problems that a layperson may not see, but to know what to do about those, to understand the severity of something, exactly what they're looking at, and then what to do about those problems. Further after that, what resources are necessary to remedy those problems. They have the ability to understand things to a degree that a layperson would not.
Oh,
A layperson,
it's
even
tough.
recognizing some kind of problem, won't know the same way a medical professional will exactly the severity of that problem, and further won't know what to do anywhere near what a medical professional will.
No. And like where I work,
Murray's had no medical
even though it's
training
called
or anything.
independent living,
They
we have a lot
were in
of
a
elderly
situation
people
where
that
they
live
were
there
trying to
that should
care for their
actually be in assisted living.
Sheila Murray, as she
But
got
because
older
assisted
in
living
years,
is so
she developed a
expensive,
host of health problems.
the family
She
just
had
keeps them
a
in
stroke.
independent
I think
living.
eventually she
And
had
we're very
several
limited on
strokes.
what we can do. We
She
actually
had
can't do anything.
deep
It's
vein
independent
thrombosis.
living.
She'd had just a variety of things. She had a whole host of issues. You know, when
And they think we
this
can.
all started, what you'll hear about is in early 2018, the family noticed that Sheila Murray had a sudden change in her affect. She went from what they were used to with her, because at this point she'd had a stroke, I believe, in 2015, and it was affecting her her independence, her mobility, her speech were being affected even by this point. January 2018, she has something happen that the family notices. Her affect changes. She's not eating. They can't get her out of bed, so they take her to the hospital. They get her stabilized. I believe the records indicate that she was diagnosed with pneumonia. She had some complications from heart disease, which she had too, and complications from the stroke that she'd had. She was released to Cornerstone, which was a nursing home here in Johnson City. I believe it goes by a different name now, but jury selection, we talked about Appalachian Christian Village. It's that same building where
Johnson
Appalachian
City.
Christian Village once was. That's where Cornerstone was at the time. Miss Murray stayed there for the 20 days that were afforded to her by Medicare. And then the family had to make a decision about what to do. Mrs. Murray had decided that she wanted to go home. She didn't want to be in a nursing home. She didn't want to stay in a nursing home.
I don't want to be in a nursing home either.
The family took her home. Her husband, Edwin, you'll hear me call him Tony Murray because that's what he went by. But you hear Tony Murray or Edwin Murray, it's talking about the same person. Signed her out of Cornerstone, and they brought her home because they believed in the condition she was in at that point that they would be able to take care of her. At this point, she could still talk. She could still communicate. She could still get to the bathroom with a walker with some assistance. So here, they believed that they could take care of her at home. And as you'll hear Tony Murray talk about, they didn't have a lot of other options because they couldn't afford to put her in a nursing home. Nursing homes are very expensive, and Tony Murray did not believe that they had the capability to afford to put her in a nursing home. So looking at the situation, they thought it was best, let's bring her home, the condition she's in, we can take care of her. And that's what they did. And what you'll hear is that for a time, it was fine. You'll hear from Ms. Romans when she talks about the periodic visits. I think I had to ask her to make sure about this, but I think it was, she was coming as often as I think Medicare would pay for her. But she came every 3 months or so.
3 months?
And reported no real issues and weren't there, that everything was appropriate, that Miss Murray was, she was frail. She had various problems that plagued her over the years. She had a history of falling out of bed. Even before she went to Cornerstone, she would work herself out of bed. And it's in the notes that Ms. Romans will talk about, that she had a history of that. But over time, Mrs. Murray started to degrade. This is bookended by two events, really, the timeline we're talking about here, when Sheila Murray goes into Cornerstone, and then the events of August 10th, 2019. And on both of those occasions, when the family realizes that something serious has happened, when they know something has happened, they took her to the hospital to begin with. When they discovered the condition of her ankle, which I'm going to talk more about here in a minute, they called EMS to come out. The middle is where the family was in a trap that they didn't even realize they were in. They thought, we can take care of mom at home. We can provide the care for her at home. We can do this. But what they didn't realize was the slow progression of time, that decline that Sheila Murray suffered from day after day, week after week, month after month, until somewhere between the time that she went home after Cornerstone and the time that EMS responded in August 2019, there was a line crossed where this family was no longer able to take care of her like they thought they could. At some point, that line was crossed, and they didn't even know it. They didn't even realize that they had crossed this point where they were beyond what limited capabilities that they had to take care of Sheila Murray.
All right, we're going to hit the pause button. We'll have more of the defense opening statement when we come back. Stay with us, Court TV Live.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, is Karen Reed a killer girlfriend or
Murray? I think other members, I think either her father or brother, one talk about that too, that her ankle was swollen. They wrapped it up. Now, when they unwrap it on the day in question, they find the ankle in the condition it is in. You'll hear Karen Murray in her interview say, if I'd known that her ankle was broken, if I'd seen a bone, if I'd known that was happening, I would have called for help. This ankle was in this condition because they didn't know that it existed this way, that it was in this condition. They didn't know about this break. And why didn't they know about it? In part because of the decline of Sheila Murray. Sheila Murray got to a point by the time that paramedics were there that day to where she was nonverbal. The effects after her stroke, what she suffered from after that, had progressed to a point where she had a very difficult time communicating. Most of the time she was nonverbal. You'll hear multiple people who dealt with her tell you that. Dr. Lawson will tell you about, they evaluated her and that her condition in terms of her awareness wasn't far removed from what they would see in people with traumatic brain injuries in terms of her responsiveness. That while they manipulated her broken ankle at the hospital, she didn't react to it.
That is
Dr.
true.
Lawson say that. While they were manipulating this ankle to try to stabilize it, that she wasn't reacting to that while they were.
I can say that is true because I have a lady that in my independent living place, she fell right in front of me. She tripped over another woman's walker, and we're not allowed to touch them. So I had to call 911 because she wasn't feeling any pain. She looked fine, but one of the other elderly people tried to help her get up, and then she couldn't get up. And she was like, oh, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why I can't get up, whatever. We called 911. They tried to pick her up, and she couldn't get up. She ended up with a broken hip. She didn't even know she had a broken hip. And now guess where she's at? She's moved out of independent living and up to assisted living because ever since then, she's gone downhill. And like her communication, everything just went totally downhill. So, but her family's very involved with her. So I would say, even her daughter, when she came to get her to take her to the hospital, she was like, what the heck? She doesn't seem like anything's wrong with her. And I said, I don't know, something's wrong because she couldn't get up. And then it turned out she had a broken hip. So I can attest it. I don't know about you, Butterfly, if you've been through that, but when you were talking about your grandmother, yeah. So, but they don't know they're broken. They don't know they're in pain because they've had a stroke or something has happened prior. So they don't know. They really can't tell. So the tolerance for pain is much higher, believe it or not, because I've seen a lot of these old people fall and break bones and have surgeries. And I'm like, what in the heck? And they come right back and they're like, oh no, it wasn't that bad. And I'm just like, whatever.
Doing it. So if someone doesn't respond as you normally would expect, there's a lot of talk about what you would do for a child when a child's crying and jury selection. Talk a lot about that. If you don't know that someone's hurting and they're not able to communicate with you.
Yeah, we honestly have a lot of people that their kids,
how are you supposed to know?
They decide
if you don't know
if they go to the hospital or not. And half the time the kids are like, no, they look fine. They're fine. They're fine. And then it'll turn out a couple of days later, they'll be like, oh, their leg was broken.
Whatever.
Their arm was broken. They broke a hip. They broke whatever. And I was like, what? And these are people who are like well-off people and are smart and educated or whatever you want to call it. It's not like they're like poor people.
She can't tell you what's wrong.
They just don't think anything's wrong with their parents.
The family got to a point where they just didn't realize until after the fact how bad the situation had become. And it's easy to apply hindsight to what somebody should have done, could have done this. But the very nature of hindsight is applying knowledge and information that a person didn't have at the time,
right,
and telling them that they should have known that, they should have done this, while ignoring the condition that people are in while they're actually living it. Now, this family was going through this, and they were trying to do right by Sheila. They were trying to, but they were in over their head, and they didn't even realize how far over their head they were. You know, the situation in the home was Sheila Murray, Tony Murray, mom and dad, Michael Murray and Karen, their children, staying with them. Tony Murray was the sole source of income. He was the only person who was working. And he was 71 years old when
I'm a regular at the ER.
2019, but he was still working as a security guard.
Oh,
he had he had health issues of his own that prevented him from being as much of a help as I'm certain he would have wanted to be. He ended up dying of kidney failure, and that caused him a great deal of weakness. It plagued him for some time, and it rendered him unable to help. As I guess.
Yeah, but you know what's more talk, Gwen, is don't go, because that ambulance ride, even if it's just a mile down the road, will cost you thousands.
Before he became,
you do not know how many of my elderly people refuse the ambulance, refuse it.
Tony Murray graduated,
and the kids refuse
an
it.
Accounting degree, and then went into the United States Navy, and he served in the Navy for 10
They'd
years.
rather die than take that ambulance.
Served on the USS Hector, a repair ship that was commissioned in World War II, and the USS Sampson, a guided missile destroyer. Some point in there, he had met and married Sheila Mitchell in 1973. After he got out of the service, after 10 years and achieving the rank of lieutenant, he took off that uniform, and then he put on a uniform for Johnson City Police Department, where he served for 26 years. So he spent close to 40 years of his life serving first his country and then his community. Tony Murray was a person that knew what it was to swear an oath and then do your best to fulfill it. He was a man who knew what duty and service were. And he was trying to, as the primary decision maker for his home, he was trying to do that for his wife, while recognizing they didn't have the financial ability to put her in a nursing home or to get her, top-notch care, whatever else that was. They were trying to do the best they could. And in fact, that's what Mr. Murray told the first responders that came out in August of 2019. Now, this was a man that, whenever he died, 3 months after his wife of 46 years, he was remembered as the epitome of the strong, silent type. And this man was this man who served in the roles he did for his country and his community, was driven to the point of breaking down in tears.
It's it's tough to be like, it's the state, but
he was so overcome with
our
his grief.
Structure is so bad
that one of the paramedics asked Mr. Murray if he needed assistance, if he was going to need some sort of care, which he declined. But the situation was such that,
like my mom,
at that point,
we just finally found out like she could get additional VA benefits
that they were
because
naive to
she's
believe that they could take care of the situation.
epileptic, has a hard time she can't live by herself, and but she's not getting that much money from the government.
Right, let's take this opportunity to bring back in our guest with us, Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Philip, I'm reading between the lines a little bit. I want to get your thoughts on this. It sounds like, and this may be the only way to go, they're kind of blaming mom and dad. They said mom couldn't communicate what was going on with her. That's a way of doing that. And dad, specifically, they called him the primary decision maker in the home.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly right. And then you throw into the mix the fact that mom didn't want to be in a nursing home. So what have they really done? If you think about it, Michael, and I don't know if Ashley would agree, they have created the functional equivalent of an advanced healthcare directive without actually memorializing it, getting it signed and witnessed and properly executed and notarized or whatever that formal processes in the state of Tennessee. Those are ultimately her wishes. In essence, no heroics. And it looks like the kids were actually heeding to her wishes, even though it kind of goes against the grain of the greater moral authority. We're all there really to do the best that we can to protect our loved ones or anybody in our care. And I gotta say, on a personal note, this would never happen in Europe. If you really notice, it's a chronic problem across this country that the government
It would never happen in Europe, but it happens here.
You're really left to your own devices. If you don't have any money,
nope.
This is the situation you're in. Hopefully,
You're screwed if you don't have any
people like
money.
her could qualify for that long-term hospice
That's
under
right.
the Medicare regulations and get the care they need. But if you have parents who are interfering with that process by not allowing the care, by not allowing her to be moved to a nursing home, then what are you supposed to do? Just vacate the premises out of fear that you could be implicated in an aggravated elder abuse case and intentional homicide? It's a tragedy.
Yeah, and I represented the Division of Aging. I'm going to agree with you. There aren't enough resources. The government doesn't do enough for the elderly, but I disagree to say maybe this is more like this is the care that she wanted, the choices she made, because there's a line, and I felt like the defense was even saying, Philip, there was a line being crossed from when they thought they could care for her and realized that they couldn't. And just quickly, to me, that sides with the state. They crossed a line and it became neglect.
All right, but at that point, what do you do? If she won't leave the house, she won't go to a nursing home, they can't just, bail on her, walk out and leave her with no resources. What are they supposed to do? It sounds like they managed the best they could, and they certainly did not have the financial means.
Exactly like my mom. She's so hard-headed. She won't even let us get her a caregiver
$25 an hour, which is
to come in a couple of times a week.
And I'm telling you, people like Miss Murray just can't
And she's
swing it.
known
They
to
don't
have
the funds.
falls.
Yeah, the financials.
She just will not do it.
Yeah, I agree.
And we can get her the help. She just won't do it.
There's a bone
She's so
sticking out.
hard-headed.
We better call EMS. All right, Philip Dubé, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, folks, coming up more from the defense's opening statement in the brother-sister murder trial. We'll be right back. Keep it here.
Come to find out, I think what the evidence shows in this case is this was a family that got way over its head. And that there's a world of difference between, taking care even of a child and taking care of an adult with the severe issues that Sheila Murray had. Saying that anyone could take care of a person like this is like saying that anybody could fight a forest fire. Just
Yeah,
drag
you
a hose
can't
out there and
force
spray the
some
fire.
if they're still
anybody can do that.
of sound mind and body and they
When in
refuse.
reality,
There's
if you
literally
don't know
nothing
what
you
you're
can
doing,
do.
You're fighting a forest fire. All you're going to do is make things worse. You're not going to end up fixing the problem. At best, it's going to stay the same, and at worst, it's going to be a disaster.
Yep.
And that's what happened to this family. This family.
I mean, they could have cleaned her. No, that I'm not going to say they're not at all in the wrong. They could have
Michael Murray
taken care of her.
They could do right by their mother. They were trying to do right by their mother, but clearly, what they were capable of in terms of the care that they could provide wasn't enough, and they didn't know
Simple
it
care
until it was too late.
Normal hygiene.
Now that circles back to the beginning, where if the state is able to put on enough proof to try to show the legal definition of neglect, and if you believe that they've shown that, they still have to show that it was done knowingly. And that's where I believe that the state's case will fail. We talked about it in jury selection about the legs of the chair and about if you're missing one, the chair falls over. That's the leg that I think will be missing, that they can't show that either of these defendants were performing the actions that they were knowingly with the intent to neglect their mother. They didn't know they were neglecting her. They thought they were taking care of her. They thought they were doing the best that they could. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but they didn't know it until it was too late.
No, I don't agree with all of that.
The state failed to prove that they knowingly did these things.
They knowingly didn't
neglected their mother. And
take care of her like a normal human.
For you as a jury is to find them
that
guilty.
They knowingly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna believe that.
Mr. Olson, would you like to make an opening statement on behalf of Mr. Michael Murray?
Oh, there's two different attorneys. Holy bejeez.
Thank you for being here. This is a tragic case. The evidence will show that. The pictures will show that. They're not pretty pictures, but as he has said, they were in over their heads. Michael and Karen Murray, they loved their mother, Sheila. They loved their father, Edwin. They respected them, both of them. And when their father asked them to do something or told them to do something, they did it. This is a family situation. The family was doing the best that they could do with what they had. They didn't even know what they didn't know. There is no knowing crime that was committed by either Karen or Michael, and the evidence will show that. And
That makes sense what he's saying.
The proper verdict
no knowing
is
crime.
not guilty. Thank you.
Wow, that was a very short.
Stay ready to call its first witness.
State cost, John Shelton.
Okay, that was very short.
Are both state and defense ready to proceed with?
Okay, I'm waiting for this trial. This Samantha Woll trial to start back up again. You know they're always late. It's always like pulling teeth whenever they take a break for them to come back. Yeah, I think so just they could have given her normal everyday care. Okay, so that I disagree with as far as caring for her. But as far as major care, I mean, my boyfriend's grandmother, she was about her wits. She refused to have a caregiver. She even went so far as to break out her shotgun. She was like, don't ever come back to my house. Like, that's how she was like, no. My mama, no, won't have a caregiver, refuses. She needs one, won't have one. We can't do anything about it. But if you can get them to do a power of attorney, then, but that's only good for when they become incapacitated or can't make decisions on their own. So again, your hands are tied. It just sucks. So, and we have people, I have people who live where I work that shouldn't be independent to me. I would be interested to see what the other sister has to say. Clearly she was old enough and able. I'm still waiting for them to get back in the courtroom. They're having yet another hearing for Brian Kohberger. Did you guys hear where the Supreme Court, what kind of people are running the Supreme Court right now? Where they are leaking stuff out. They leaked out about the abortion in, is it Ohio, Idaho? Hold on. Ohio, Idaho. Yeah. But yet they've never followed through with who leaked out the Roe v. Wade situation. Never figured that out. I think things are just weird. Oh, they're not coming back for a while. They still have. So the fan is still spinning for Karen Reed. Oh, who's this guy? He has. Do you know who this guy is, y'all? Sorry. Let me share this screen.
Live from downtown Detroit, it's the No Bullshit News Hour with my main man, Charlie LaDove and Karen Dumas. The bullshit!
What? Okay. Who is this person?
No more bullshit. No more bullshit. Yep. It's going to be another blockbuster here. No Bullshit News Hour brought to you by American Coney Island, the best and the original downtown Detroit. XG Service Groups for all your IT needs. And, of course, our good friend Luke Nowacki, Pinnacle Wealth Strategies. Don't do it on your own. The market's
In exactly 0 seconds.
Get some professional help because money is more important than death.
Inscrutable?
Yeah, you like that?
I like that, Charlie.
And speaking of death, I need to do this. The Samantha Woll murder trial is on. During my time out in the winter, right? Samantha Woll was the Jewish synagogue leader here in Detroit who was murdered 2 weeks after Hamas brutalized a bunch of Israelis in their bed. So 2 weeks later, a Jewish leader in Detroit is murdered. It becomes the biggest murder case in America for like a week.
A week.
Right?
Exactly.
Because it's the Arabs.
And the timing, right?
And then it wasn't the Arabs.
It was the.
Turns out it might have been the boyfriend. Now, live a good life. You know, she was a very social person. A lot of men coming and going in her life. Kept her door open. She lived off of Lafayette in this area, right? Lafayette Gardens.
The Brevard Lafayette area.
Yeah, this is where this strip is known as car rip-off paradise.
I was robbed there in high school.
You were robbed there in high school?
Yes.
You mean somebody broke into your car?
No, I was robbed at gunpoint and we were
Ooh.
stuffed in the trunk. So it's not, and this was back in, this was a long time ago. This was when I graduated high school.
Like the 80s.
Well, gee, Charlie, you keep trying to date me,
Well,
but
I'm from the
yes,
80s,
it was a
yeah.
while. It's all right. But yeah, I'm just saying.
Late
So
80s.
this is an area that is attractive, but it's also concentrated for crime, and it always has been.
And
that was my point.
And apparently, we're not in order here, but I was checking, on my time out, I was fascinated by this, and I'm checking out the scene, and no security cameras work in this area. Not in the tower across the street. No, nobody's condos in there, not hers. And somebody had heard a woman scream about 1:30 in the morning that night. And I'm talking to people there, and they're like, "Oh, that's nothing unusual. Like you got crazies screaming, you got drunks screaming, you got coyotes screaming. There's coyotes out in this area, right? So she keeps her door open.
I just want to say too, I mean,
it's not unusual, but it's important for the timeline. But I understand why nobody would call police because they heard a scream in that area.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly the point.
Right, okay.
So, week or two later, her ex-boyfriend, they had just broken up, right? He only lives a couple miles away. And now he's in Kalamazoo, and he calls 911, and he confesses to it. So we've got tape, not only the body cam footage, right? The 911 stuff, his testimony on this in this trial like last week.
What?
So let's play this clip.
Are
His
they?
name is Jeffrey Herbstman.
My girlfriend and I don't remember it. What makes you think that you killed her?
Would consider that I may have had a motive because we had broken up, and due to the adverse reaction to the medication, I had convinced myself that I had killed Samantha Woll.
You went from having no side effects to this medication, trying to the side effect, convincing yourself of doing a murder.
Yeah, so
You didn't have a delusion when the officer asked you, do you know why you're being detained? You didn't have a delusion there, did you?
Wow.
And he's testifying under immunity on the stand. Am I correct?
So the white guy, boyfriend,
That's
calls
crazy
up.
when I didn't know that.
Ex-boyfriend, but had the motive and the opportunity. He's telling you, I think I might have done it. I can't remember. He had a site. He's got good lawyers. He's connected. His ex-girlfriend's connected to. Good friends with the attorney general. Good friends with the Congress.
Yeah, and apparently he's on
pressure.
Right.
A lot of pressure.
a House
to bring
committee.
an arrest.
Did y'all know that?
So
I know. I'm just saying he's testifying under immunity. That's very
so he lawyers up.
unusual.
He lawyers up, and they're going, oh shit. All we have is a confession that he's recanting. And they don't have anything, right? They don't have anything. They check his
Yeah.
phone. It was plugged in that night. Well, you could leave the phone plugged in.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have him on video ever exiting the place. His ring cam on his door didn't have batteries. Okay. There's no video. So they're dismissing the charges. They're going to let him testify.
Uh-huh.
Immunity.
With immunity. They're like, this cannot be used against you.
Never heard of that.
I haven't either.
I've never heard of that. And here's the reason the prosecutors did this very unusual thing. Because the defense attorney, Brian Brown's really good. He knows these 911 calls and his body cam footage is there. If the prosecution doesn't show the jury that the white boyfriend just admitted to it, they're going to feel cheated. Right? If the defense brings him up, he's going to take the fifth. So now you got the tape of him admitting it, then him taking the fifth. So the prosecution knows this is no good.
Right.
We're going to do the really unusual step
Yeah.
of giving him immunity.
I just ran across this guy's
I
channel.
wonder, and I don't know. I doubt
Well, it's almost like they're trying to nip.
He's in Detroit.
reasonable doubt in the bud or something.
nip it right
I
into
don't get
bud.
it, yeah.
So I don't think I make calls. Nobody that's there every day seem to remember if the jury was told that he was given immunity.
He's a
it would matter to me as a juror.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm
guy
about
up in
to-
Detroit.
And during my time out in the winter here,
Charlie
I was
LaDuff.
fascinated by this.
Does
case,
no
and I
BS news.
sleuthed it, and I talked to everybody. I'm going to leave it at that. Everybody involved in this, like I was going to write a magazine article on this. This is such bonfires of the vanity type of stuff. This is an amazing
You still should, Charlie.
murder case. So,
Yes.
the boyfriend, they let him off. Ex-boyfriend. So now the prosecutors are like to the police, back to the drawing board, guys. Lot of pressure, right? Detroit police don't want to look like clowns. I don't know why the FBI is working on a local case. I don't know any black woman that ever got stabbed to death got a task force put on it. I'm not trying to make this racial. I'm trying to tell you what's going on.
Because
Okay.
she was the president of the
So they
synagogue.
go back and they look at the video, and a cop goes, good cop, goes, what's that in her compound? What's that in the background? Looks like a guy way back there trying to get in the car. And they follow this figure, and they Jesse Smollett this shit. They go, he walks out. of
Said
frame,
they Jesse
go to the
Smollett it.
liquor store, get that. Oh, there he goes. They go to the parking garage. There's a camera. They're following him. This guy from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Right? Unbelievable. They're tracking his phone. He's there. He's in this. We're seeing it right now. This is.
I mean, we're seeing something. We see a circle.
School, and behind the grass there is the apartment complex. There's not one video camera working in the apartment complex. Across the street is Lafayette. There's a huge apartment tower. None of the cameras work. On the cross streets of the Service Drive in Lafayette, right? We got cameras. They're not working. So this is from like 4 to 4:30. They say the murder occurred. They don't have any video. They got this guy all night long, except the half hour where he supposedly did it. His name is Michael Jackson-Bolanos. Now this guy's moonwalking through Detroit. He's trying to get in the car. This is what he does. This is what he was out working.
Right.
He's all night long. He's just looking for shit in cars. That's what he does.
Crimes of convenience.
Easy one. Easy licks, right? So
yeah, keep that in
I
mind.
mean,
but
but
there's
there's
why
no
we don't leave your car
proof
or
of that.
your home door. You don't leave your doors unlocked. Period. Because people do seek crimes of convenience. If they're open, they will steal something.
You know that when you're in a big city. This isn't just Detroit. Like
that's anywhere.
That's New York,
Berkeley.
That's Chicago.
should.
That's LA. That's San Francisco. That's just big city shit.
And that's human nature.
Thank
though.
you.
Yeah, a criminal human nature.
Thank you. In this day and age.
But he walked
lock
right
your
up
door.
to a car that had
But
the
she
trunk
didn't lock
open
her
and
door.
didn't do anything.
So she comes home from a wedding. The door opens at 1:01 a.m. Okay. She doesn't change for bed. She changes into clothes. She gets an alert from her security system. on her phone
12:31.
At 1:02. Your door's ajar.
12:32.
She gets a
Not one.
She sends
12.
a text to another dude, not this ex-boyfriend, but another dude who was supposed to come over that night, but never came over that night, and never texted her saying he wasn't coming over that night. The door's open. At 1:24 in the morning, the security motion detector in the living room goes idle, right? Goes idle. So for 23 minutes,
There's no
this
movement.
thing's on. Neighbors hear a scream around this time, right? When the police get there in the morning, there's blood everywhere. Fruit bowls are knocked over.
Pillows are
blood in the living room, it's on the couch, on the
And on
wall,
the walls,
all
yeah.
over the place.
I want to kind of add another part to the timeline too.
Yeah.
After it went idle at 1:24,
Yeah.
her phone, I think for about 6 minutes was trying. It looked like somebody was trying to unlock it.
Somebody's trying to unlock it. Now there's no motion, but her phone, somebody's trying to unlock it.
It's out of view.
I went to the scene. I got the pictures of it too. When the motion sensor is up here, right? You're not going to catch her down here. Or if she crawls into the vestibule, the motion sensor's not there. That's where the big pool of blood was the vestibule. So
Oh, I didn't say anything about
I'm just giving
the
you
treadmill
scenarios.
video.
Quite likely she called there and she's trying to open the phone and stabbed 8 times. Not in the gut, not in the heart, in the head, in the face,
neck.
in the neck. She's beat up, right? Bruises on her face. Got me so far?
Yeah, but let me think about this. If you're trying to make an emergency call, you don't need to unlock your phone.
She doesn't know that she's bleeding out.
I mean, you know what's funny, Karen? I didn't know that until you just told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
So
just.
I mean, I've
okay.
never
I'm
had to
just.
make-
I'm just thinking
I
out
mean,
loud.
do
by the
people
way,
know that?
You've got a big hole in your neck. You're
Yeah,
not
I know.
thinking, hey,
I know you may not, but I'm just thinking. All you got to do is press. It's okay. So go ahead. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I
I'm
don't-
just.
I
I'm
don't-
thinking as you're
I-
telling me the
I
scenario.
don't know
That's
that.
all.
So
And the thinking is too. I mean, she ends up on the front yard, so she is
She's crawling
struggling,
out, right.
right? She's got handprints on the
handprints on the
wall.
wall.
She's got severe blood
I mean,
loss.
she's fighting. She's fighting to stay alive. So
Yeah.
it would make sense
She's
that
got severe
I'm
blood
trying to get
loss.
onto my phone.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so
just.
this is what's going on at 1:30 in the morning, right? Doors open. Now, the case is this, and this is true. You see the guy in the apartment complex, right? He's going into cars. And at 4:20, the motion detector trips back on. 4:20, right? 4:20 a.m. Supposedly when he went in there, because he saw the door open. He's a burglar. Remember now, nothing was taken from her home. Her credit card was out, her cell phone, her computer, her wallet. Here's a burglar and he doesn't take anything. The theory is he saw her, he freaked out, stabbed her 8 times in the head, punched her out a little bit, and then at 4:22 in the morning, motion's gone. So he did this murder in 2 minutes. Except there's a problem with that. It's the motion detector, according to the company,
ADT.
The security
ADT,
company. Mhm.
they say once it trips, right, it will reset to idle the moment it doesn't see motion, right? So 2 minutes from the time it doesn't see motion, it'll reset to idle. So
2 minutes.
So 2 minutes. So here's the guy testifying.
You would agree that on 420, the system is indicating that it's depicting some type of motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at 422 is indicating that it is idle mode, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you also indicated that it's at least 2 minutes in order for the system to not detect motion in order for it to go to idle mode, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based upon your reading of that 420, would you agree that the motion it detected was a very brief amount of time in order for it to go to idle mode within 2 minutes?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so what did you just hear? The security expert says it takes 2 minutes after the last motion's detected for it to reset. So the guy comes in at 4:20.
Yeah, because at 4:20 is
and it
where she
resets
was
at
going out.
4:22. That's 2 minutes. So he had exactly 0 seconds to commit a really violent murder.
8 stabbings.
8 stabbings, punched her out.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I was going to say that's the thing. There's a struggle, so there's a pushback. So it's not just potentially 8 deliberate, uncontested attack, stab wounds.
yeah.
So I mean, that could take longer. You got to think about that. That takes time.
Well, they're saying she didn't have any
For
defensive
sure.
wounds.
Okay, so there is a nanosecond to commit this murder. Now, in the morning, she's found by a neighbor dead in the front door. There's a hedgerow, so you don't see her walking up. You wouldn't see her if you were a burglar, you saw an open door, because she's one door over and behind the hedges. But when you come out, you're going to see her. So this is what his lawyer says. He comes across her. This guy's never going to admit to going in the house because he's a felon. And that's breaking and entering. And that's a murdered woman, a prominent murdered woman. You're getting 15, dude. Whether you did it or not, you're just getting the 15.
Right.
So he touches her. Holy shit. She's dead. White woman's dead. I'm the fuck out of here. Later, when they raid his house, they get the coat and they find 2 drops on the underside of his arm, right? Not on the sleeve, on the underside. So this isn't making sense to me, because the next time he comes on camera, so allegedly you just did this horrible murder, and you decide to come out of the darkness over there in Lafayette Boulevard, right? That you're going to go towards the lights. You're going towards Greektown Casino. No, it's exactly 1/3 of a mile, because I measured it. It's 1/3 of a mile. And here's the tape of him coming into view. For those of you that are listening and not watching, he's coming over the service drive.
Supposedly he is.
Over the highway. And he's walking. He's walking. He's not breathing hard.
He's not running.
He walks by the parking garage attendant. Now, he just did a horrible murder. There's going to be blood on him. He's not heaving. Pretty as you please, nothing.
Strolling.
Hey, the guy looks at him. How you doing? Yeah, not exactly like.
Not in a hurry.
This guy would have to be Usain Bolt. So what I did, I went from her front door, got my running shoes out. I'm a runner.
I love this guy.
And at full sprint.
So glad he's
took me
there.
2 minutes and 30 seconds to cover that 1/3 of a mile. This guy likes to smoke his weed, not in good shape.
He's wearing a big North Face jacket.
And a hoodie.
Right.
I mean, that'll slow you down.
So from 4:22, when the shit turns off, 2.5 minutes later would be 4:24 in the morning and 30 seconds, which is just when he arrives in frame, walking. I ran, stopped at that corner, and was doubled over, breathing hard. Then I went back and I did the what's that called?
Speed
Indian?
walking.
Speed
walking.
walking.
Korean Ajima walking.
Right. Speed walk right from her door. Took me exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So the motion sensor tripped at 420. At 424 and 30 seconds, you would make that corner, right? Which he did, which leaves exactly 0 time to commit a brutal murder. Now, it's a good suspect.
Now we do know he's there. You talked about the blood. I mean, there's
His phone.
His phone. I mean, he is in the area. Her blood is on him. The prosecution brings up a call, a jailhouse call, talking to his girlfriend. She's like, "I washed it. I got some blood out of it." Now, I think people could hear that and be like, "Well, he must be just. If you commit a murder, you would be drenched in blood. Would you get everything but 2 drops out, or is it possible it's just on a sleeve because he's like, oh my gosh, there's a body here laying. I'm gonna roll her over, see if she's alive, or check. I don't know. So we know he's there.
Definitely.
But in that amount of time,
he's a good suspect. Police did a great job here.
They tracked him really well.
And they put a lot. I don't know what the FBI was even doing on this case. Nobody gets this. He's a really good suspect.
But they probably
there's
thought
so
it was
much,
a hate crime, too.
doubt in this thing. And you got another guy like calling up admitting he did it.
Yeah.
And he gets immunity. Like again, he's a very good suspect, but I would find it really hard as a juror to go like, dude, a murder in 0 seconds. Now, what did he also do? They looked at his web search. How did he get a passport? Okay, that's explainable. Fuck, I was there. They're looking. They're calling me. I got to get the fuck out of town. Or I'm going to be in the dock like I am now. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he is a felon. I mean, he is a crook. We know he's breaking into houses and stuff.
And people with priors want to get out. They don't want to. They don't want to be. Yeah.
But to make the leap to opening car doors just to see if they're unlocked, just stabbing someone 8 times.
You come across a small woman, like
yeah.
you go into a house. You're going to cat burgle a house. You know there's a possibility someone's going to be there, right? Your reaction is to stab her and face 8 times.
But stabbing is a very that stabbing is a crime of passion. That's another thing. So, I'm not giving statistics or anything, but if you're robbing someone 9 times out of 10, you have a gun, or I mean, that's an extension of
most
something.
Home invaders don't want any confrontation. They hear
They just want the stuff and to leave. So, which is why if an alarm or a dog or maybe an occupant triggers, they're out. But that's a crime of passion, and 8 times.
And according to the log of the security company, she left the door open all the time. And there was a little handmade plaque. This is what one of the investigators told me. It really struck him. Handmade plaque on the table in the foyer. It said, "Say nice things about Detroit." Wow.
That's Emily Gale's thing.
So now the guy was wearing blue surgical gloves like we did during COVID, right? So not to leave his fingerprints on the cars and shit. Okay. Later, we got some video here. They tracked him. I mean, this is Jesse Smollett. This was terrific detective work. It really was. The cops say he got rid of the glove. He's got 1 glove on and 1 glove off. He got rid of it. Ostensibly, there's blood all over it. Let me just get rid of that. He's keeping the other one. Except he's got the glove on his stabbing hand. He's right-handed. That's the one you would have used. The left glove is gone. So I don't understand any of this.
So if you know, Charlie, because you dug into this so deeply, do you know which sleeve had blood on it on the jacket?
The right
sleeve.
So that was on the
she
right.
was stabbed mostly on the left.
He's walking here
right
with his stabbing hand in his pockets and stuff.
I got you.
Right? You would think if you're washing the coat, there's going to be some trace in the pocket where all the bloody hand would have gone, would have stained it.
But I'm thinking, if he kept the left glove and he threw away the right glove, I'm trying to figure out if that was the hand that he, allegedly stabbed, or, the blood would it coordinate. Like, if that was a glove you got rid of, then there would be blood on that particular arm.
Yeah, you would think. Now, we all know how it goes in this county. Like, real police tell me, like, since COVID, 1,000 people accused of sexual assault have been let out on the tethers and stuff, right? It's hard to get a murder case pushed through the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. She's very particular about everything being lined up.
Hmm.
I don't know how this case comes. I really don't, in my experience in this town.
This fast.
There's just too much doubt. You know, the time doesn't match up. So
pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Pressure to solve
So
it.
first we blame the Arab guys.
Yeah.
Then the white guy lawyers up, gets a really good lawyer, and we've found a black guy. And again, he's a good suspect. But
but good doesn't make you guilty.
I don't even know if he should be charged. I really don't. And again, the door's open. Another guy's supposed to come in. There's just way too much, and this timeline just doesn't work out.
But Charlie, you got to think, for decades there have been people that have been wrongly convicted, and then years later they come back and say, "Oh, we made a mistake." So that happens. I mean, because people are under pressure.
Yeah,
whether
I
it's
don't want
media
them to come
pressure,
back years
social
later and
pressure.
say they
This
made a
was
mistake.
national story. Everybody's concerned about what's going on over in the Middle East, and then here's an example of what may be looked upon as a hate crime. We're not going to tolerate that here. So you've got, all that alignment, and it could very easily not be accurate.
And it's remarkable because everything about this case is his location of his phone and the videotape. But in the window of the murder, there's no videotape. So even the investigators I know, yeah, it's highly circumstantial. You leave it to a jury. And, I couldn't imagine, and my heart goes out to the family, like your daughter.
Yeah.
Like your daughter. Nobody deserves that. We do want justice. But and there's a good chance that this guy did it. Reasonable doubt. I can't see it. And there's no murder weapon they found. He has knives at his girlfriend's house. None of them have her blood in it. There's no blood in his car. There's none of this.
I just, my thing is, I'm still intrigued by the immunity that was given to this guy to sit up and say that he called and voluntarily said that he committed the crime, and then he said he was taking drugs, and that was enhanced by smoking weed. And I don't know. I'd love to hear a perspective from a psychiatrist or a psychologist in terms of, is there something that would make someone trigger to think, and why would it be that situation and maybe not something else, something larger? I mean, I don't know. I think they're unanswered questions.
But I've been on juries, that doesn't mean anything to me because I know prosecution can hire somebody to say one thing,
right? And
the defense can find somebody to say the other thing. The lawyer was really good because he said, "Well, okay, so you doubled up the med and you went nuts." I don't know. I've never heard of that myself, but the lawyer rightly asks him, "Well, you weren't having a psychotic break when the police asked you,
That was a good question.
It was a great question.
So is marijuana, since you guys may know, is that considered a hallucinatory drug?
It is now.
Technically it is, but
it's so strong now.
I mean, it's not on the level
Well, I guess it depends on where you get it from, right?
It's not on the level of, say, mushrooms or acid.
Okay.
So I've heard.
I've never
probably
heard of it.
covered
So
this
I've
on
heard.
too, like
We
that,
really
that,
have
that, that chick that smoked pot and stabbed the dude 80 times
No. That
in
sounds
another part of the
fascinating.
country.
Was it
She
laced
got
with
off.
something? I mean, people.
No, it's so strong now. It's not laced.
But
it's
everybody
so
says
strong.
that it's not what it used to be. I
Right,
mean,
it's-
so
it's strong.
no, that it's
Super-
not
it's
stronger.
It's way stronger.
I was talking to
Really?
someone about this, and they're like, well, false confessions happen all the time
They do.
regarding the ex-boyfriend, but most of those false confessions are coerced
Yes.
in an interrogation
You don't
room
call
when people
911
wanna go
yourself.
home. I've rarely heard a confession where someone actually reaches out to the police themselves.
When
They
it was
come
unsolicited, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I-
just really, really odd.
And the deal there is they have his phone's there, plugged in at the usual time that
Sure.
he plugs it in. Could have left it there, or maybe he was there.
Yeah.
They don't have any video of him ever leaving, but I haven't heard of any video of him entering.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
One detective said, "Look, he'd have to be Jason Bourne walking across the telephone lines,
What?
right? Because we don't see him anywhere, but we don't see anybody."
Well, he also knew the area too. I mean, he would have known that home.
Well, I'm not saying he did it. Again,
Sure. That's
another
enough
guy
doubt.
was supposed to come over. They checked him out. His phone was at home. There's no
Yeah.
blood in his car.
But everybody knows, Charlie, if you're doing anything, you leave your phone because it is traceable.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
you'd be surprised.
Eh,
A lot of murderers
I mean,
bring
Well,
their
here we
phone.
go. No, it's a good point. So everybody in the world knows this,
Mm-hmm.
except for dumbbell Michael Jackson over here.
But that's the point.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I can't. He's looking for cars. He's a petty thief, like you said. He has a
That's right,
record, and he just stumbled upon this body. He probably checked to see if she was breathing, realized that she wasn't, and said, "I'm out. Here's a white woman. I'm a young black guy with a record. I don't need to be in this situation." And strolled on down to Greektown.
And look what
just
happened
oblivious
anyway.
to the
there's-
implications of
And
it.
there's another way to go. Instead of going to Greektown, you head in the opposite way where it's dark.
And there's
And
no
no
cameras.
police, no security.
It's totally dark. Like because I went there a bunch of times. This is cases.
But it's
Oh,
just-
and I found a blue glove at
Did
the
you?
scene.
Oh.
Did you?
A blue surgical glove. I did. I took a picture of it. It could be anything. I'm not
Yeah, you're
trying to
right.
build, some
But
Columbo
could have been
case
left
here,
by
but it-
one of the evidence
Hey,
techs.
Furman.
he could have dropped it in. I just
Dexter.
that's what we have, and the case continues, and we'll bring you its conclusion when it comes. And I want you to listen to a word from our sponsors, and after that, we're going to have the advocate, Ramon Jackson, who is taking upon himself to really peel through the voter rolls in Detroit. He's not a conspiracy theorist.
Well, we're gonna have
Here's
to
a man
find this guy. Are we still looking at the ceiling fan for Karen Reed? Yes. I don't know what they're having another hearing on him about.
I figured by then he would pretty much have that in hand.
We should, we hope to. That brings me to the last point I wanted to talk about. The court has proposed setting a mutual exchange of aggravation and mitigation materials, and I'd ask the court to reconsider that. We will aim for our March 3rd deadline. That's our plan right now. If something changes that, then we'll come back and let the court know and talk to counsel. But would ask that the state's aggravation package be provided to us earlier than the same day as our mitigation. Should we get to that point, the state has the burden of establishing the statutory aggravators. There are some things I think I might be able to guess about how the state's going to try to present information, but I don't think I should have to guess. I think I should have that information well ahead of providing the mitigation that will be presented in response to any aggravating information that's presented by the state. So I'd ask the court to set the date for the state to produce its information much earlier than ours. The state filed its notice a year ago yesterday, and I have a lot of questions about what the state would intend to use to try to establish many of the statutory aggravators they've listed. I know I've heard the court talk about super due process in a capital case, and I think it's appropriate for us to be on notice and be provided discovery, to be provided a full range of what the state intends to use to establish those if we ever get to that point. And I think we need those ahead of our deadline for mitigation. So I'd ask the court to move that deadline up quite a bit earlier. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, do you have any issues about having the aggravation in advance for a period of time?
No, sir. As long as we will have the option, the ability to supplement that once we see whatever the defense plans to offer in the way of mitigation.
Well, I'm
Man,
appreciating
everybody.
you know, with these
Chad on this guy
deadlines,
says he's guilty,
that
guilty.
we're gonna have supplement all the way along. I just don't want to be scrambling around, a month before the trial. We're all gonna be very, very busy. And, the more we can resolve certain motions, you know, supplements, whatever we need to do, I'm trying to do this sooner than later.
Yes, sir. And that's our preference as well.
Yeah.
And Ms. Taylor as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
With, just to make sure though, I mean, you have to do your job and, the state has to do its job and I have to do my job, but I think, this is a great step. Okay, to set these, deadlines and, hearings so that we can
I know they have him
move
like
through this. It'll take a
everybody's
while,
just saying he's
but
guilty.
anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, well, it's very short and I'm grateful that, everybody is working together. Thank you.
I think there's not enough evidence to say what he is or not. That we've seen so far. I don't know. I think everyone wants him to be guilty because he's the only person that's been put forward. And that's the only thing everyone's seen. So I don't know. I would like to see the trial. I'd like to see what evidence they have exactly. But I still can't fathom one single person stabbing to death 4 individuals, one of them being a male. And I think a couple of them had defensive wounds. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how you could do, like, stabbing again is very personal, up close. And I just feel like you would react to a stab wound. And 4 people, I think 2 of them were in the same room together. You couldn't control that many people, I feel like. I don't know. But they were a party house. It was loud. So I really don't know. I have weird thoughts on the Idaho 4. Yes. Biting is very personal. I mean, I don't know how they have it pinned on him. I want to know how they got there. It's kind of like with Michael, they just pieced together video, phone data, like they had nothing. I like that we saw that Detroit guy because he went to her house. I like there's somebody that was actually there, went to her house. So it took him how many minutes to sprint it when it took that agent? Like, what did he say? A minute and something to run that when he sprinted it? So that doesn't make any sense. He's a fast runner. It didn't take him long to sprint that. But it took that other guy, I mean, he is older and he smokes. So it took him, yeah. So to speed walk it took him 4 minutes. But he does smoke and he is older. So he's not as in good a shape as the FBI guy was. Brian will pull something out because they can't keep this timeline. I personally think there has to be a way to figure out how long did that one evidence tech said that her shirt and her pants were saturated in blood. So she wasn't stabbed anywhere below her neckline. So for her shirt and her pants to be saturated in blood. Yeah. So yeah, he has a bad knee with pins in it, right? So but I'm just trying to understand if her shirt and her pants were saturated in blood, saturated. They didn't bother taking anything off of those because it was so bloody, right? But she wasn't cut below the neckline. So how long does it take? I mean, good estimate, yeah, right? For her to have laid in the hallway because that was a lot of blood. I think they accidentally kind of like skimmed over the hallway picture, but there was a lot of blood there. She obviously was laying there for quite some time. And even the medical examiner said that no major arteries were hit, but there were some like, veins that were hit. So she would have bled out for quite some time and laid there in it for a bit. Then she would have gotten up at some point. She had Ambien in her system. She clearly didn't have any defensive wounds. I think they shouldn't have defensive wounds because it's someone that she knew. Or, I mean, it could have been someone that snuck up on her because she didn't have any defensive wounds. But I think it's someone that she knew, and I think it's someone was familiar with her house. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back through and watch all the testimonies again and try to recall every single thing because I'm like, how in the world could she have that much blood? I like what that guy said though about, I mean, obviously he's saying in Wayne County, you have to have everything buttoned up before they will take it to trial. And they got this done like super fast. And why was the FBI involved? The FBI was involved because this was a Jewish synagogue president and she was in politics, and they were involved right out the gate because they wanted to make sure they got this buttoned up quickly. Then they were like, holy crap, this isn't a good time for this to happen. Yeah, there wasn't as much blood in the living room as there was in that hallway where I think she kind of fell out. Lost her fight. Okay, they're going to come back in a second. I'm going to put it on the... Hopefully they're going to be back any second. I'm going to... Everybody take a potty break. So I was in such a hurry yesterday to get my house and stuff clean. I thought today was Friday. Thought today was going to be Friday. I thought my mother-in-law was going to be here today. It's tomorrow. Not today. So I still have stuff to do. Yay me. So I'm not the only one. Okay. Yeah. I totally thought today they were going to be here. And I was like, what time are they going to be here? And my boyfriend was like, Friday? I was like, yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, I'm off every day of the week. I only work on the weekends. So I was very confused. It's going to be fun. I don't know how it's going to work out, but it'll be fun. They're coming to visit. I work on the weekend, and then my boyfriend works Monday and Tuesday. They're leaving Tuesday, I think. I'm like, what the heck? We're both working. But whatever. And they're driving from Alabama. Just so y'all know, you can get through all the states before you can get through Texas, to just half of where just where they're coming to Texas. Oh, I know, Bubba's. Yeah, you can get, it takes forever to get through Texas. So anytime any of my friends are like, I'm coming to Texas, I'm like, yeah, but what part? Because it takes forever. It's just forever, too far. One of my best friends, she lives in Dallas. We see each other now that I live in Texas. We see each other hardly ever, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I think I saw her more when I lived in Alabama. Yeah, I don't like Houston. I used to have that market. That traffic is awful. But now living in Austin, it's really, really bad here. You're moving back to Texas in August? To Houston? I like Texas. So I definitely don't like the traffic. Girl, Austin's expensive. But so is Houston. Austin's gotten too big for its britches. That's why we don't live in the city. Oh, it's so hot now. It got hot. It was like in the hundreds in May. It's like ridiculous. And then it would go down to the 60s. And then it would go back up in the 90s. We've had the weirdest weather. But I wouldn't want to live where it snows. Do you still have family here in Texas? I think the only other place we'd probably want to live. Yeah, I would. I don't know. We say we'd like to go live in Florida. One of my other friends, she's from Ohio, but she lives here in Austin. I say Florida because we'd like to be by a real beach, even though I'm afraid of water. But I do like. I don't want to go back to the South though, because the hurricanes and the tornadoes and the humidity. Okay, we're just waiting. Oh. Oh. We rescued dogs. My little Neo was from Hurricane Harvey. He lived through that. Yeah, I don't miss the hurricane weather. I don't miss the. We have. We're not really like. We have tornadoes here, but not like in Alabama. I mean, everybody freaked out because like the wind blew hard in Round Rock last year, and it was a tornado. But I was like, you haven't seen a tornado. I liked the snow when I was a kid. And snow's fun when it very first falls and it's still white. But when it gets all gross and gray and muddy and slushy, it's not fun. Yeah. It's kind of like with anything in small doses. Oh, I know we have Germany. We have snow in Germany, Kirsten. We wore snowsuits. I was like bundled up. I looked like a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man when I was a kid, wearing my snowsuit. Had a pink snowsuit with all you could see was my little face. That there's a whole full body suit, thing zipped up. Once you were in it, you were in it. And you were out for the day. That was it. Yeah, we played in the snow for hours upon hours. And didn't care. Come inside with red cheeks and everything. Didn't care. Because once you were in that snowsuit, you wasn't coming out of it. So, I don't know. I don't know how we did it. I couldn't do that now. It's just like now we think like as women, we're like, oh, rompers are so cute. They're so comfortable. And then you're like, I have to pee 40 times. And then they're not cute anymore. Yeah, this happens every time they go on break. That's so crazy. They're talking about Charlie LaDuff that we just watched. Oh yeah, I don't like negative. And with the wind chill, it's even colder. Yeah, they're talking about the Charlie LaDuff video. Is lunch still the big meal in Germany, Kirsten? I remember lunch being the big meal for the day. That's when we used to go to Uncle Fritz's house. That's what lunch would be like the biggest meal. Yeah. It was like covered up. The table would be covered up with German potato salad, all the meats and the cheeses, and the bratwurst. Oh yeah, schnitzel. We have a place here called Fredericksburg. It's a little German town. It's like an hour, I guess, from us. And you can go have supposedly authentic German food. It's between here and San Antonio. There's like a German community. See, I eat kimchi, so sauerkraut's not really. It's a different kind of. That Patrick guy over there, Gwen, that you're talking about, he's literally the only person who thinks Michael's guilty. You know, it's funny. When I was a kid, I used to love German food, but when we went to Fredericksburg and ate there, I took my boyfriend because he's never had it, and it had no flavor. And I had schnitzel, and he got schnitzel, and I was really disappointed. So I felt bad because, like, that was his first introduction. So he didn't care for it. But it did not have any flavor. And it wasn't like I remembered it. So I guess you can't recreate. Well, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out if he's just in that chat to stir the pot, or if he's in there because he might know, like, you know, I'm waiting for him to say something that only someone involved would know. You know, sometimes people join these kind of things. That sounds really good, Kirsten. I'm gonna need to I don't remember those. So yeah, I mean, so I just wonder, like, you know, sometimes, you know, like they have people go to the funeral, cops go to funerals and stuff to see if like the person will show up. I wonder if there might be times where those kind of people show up into these chats and stuff. Yeah. You never know. Yeah, he's very, very, very he's very against Michael. Yeah, I'm gonna okay, the dumpling. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Oh, you know what we have here that's a big deal? Kolaches. Oh, you know they are. Yeah, we have kolaches that are a huge deal here. See, now they're talking about something totally different. Oh, kolaches. Oh my gosh. They're so good. They're stuffed, like basically stuffed pastries. Like they're like, you can get them with sausage, or you can get them with Nutella. You can get them with anything. You can stuff anything in a kolache. Oh, here we go.
RSON.
Thank you. You may proceed with the questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist in the biology unit for the Michigan State Police.
And
Oh, Lord.
within the biology unit of the Michigan State Police, do you have a particular field of focus?
I'm DNA analysis.
And what is the field of DNA analysis?
Forensic DNA analysis is the use of scientific techniques to extract, purify, and analyze DNA from biological sources that are collected from crime scenes and individuals.
And how long have you been working in that field of DNA analysis?
About 15 years.
And what sort of education and training do you have to work in that field?
I have a bachelor's in biochemistry from Eastern Michigan University, as well as a year of training from the National Forensic Science Technology Center in conjunction with the Michigan State Police. And that training involved all aspects of forensic biology and DNA analysis.
And when it comes to DNA analysis, is the Michigan State Police Laboratory accredited in any way?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean to be accredited?
Accreditation is a demonstration that our laboratory is meeting a specific set of standards and using those on a daily routine basis.
And can you explain to the jury what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's found in cells in your body. You get half of this from your mother and half from your father. It's like a set of instructions for you, how your body functions and how you look.
And is there any characteristic about DNA that enables it to be used in criminal investigations for telling us about a specific person, for instance?
So a DNA profile is, we look at specific areas within your DNA. We look at 24 areas. 2 of those are going to give sex. And at the other remaining locations, you will have either 1 or 2 peaks, and that collectively makes up your DNA profile. We can compare your profile, an individual's profile, to items of evidence that we would also get those DNA profiles from.
And is a DNA profile unique to a specific person, or can 2 people have the same DNA profile?
Your profile is unique to you, with the exception of an identical twin.
And can you briefly explain to the jury the process that's used to analyze a DNA profile?
How we extract the DNA, the process? Is that what you mean?
What's kind of the starting point? If let's say hypothetically you get a swab that purports to contain DNA, what does the Michigan State Police Lab do with that swab to be able to analyze a possible DNA profile?
We receive, such as a swab, a cutting, and we would extract the DNA that's in this tube. It's usually inside of a small tube with a cap, and we use chemicals to break apart those cells. We then release the DNA from the cells, and we purify them to isolate only the DNA. We then see how much DNA is present and make
Yeah, I would hope Detroit wouldn't waste
enough to be able to generate
money
that picture. We put that
and
in a
time on
sequencer
that.
to give us that printout of the DNA profile.
Okay, and is there some sort of computer software that's used that helps facilitate this type of analysis?
As far as this process, or as the comparing process?
The comparing process, I guess. Once a profile is created, what's done with it at that point?
So once we've generated those profiles, we compare them using a software called StarMix. It's STRMIX. And what the software does is it tells us, or it kind of looks at this mixture and will indicate which DNA type combinations best fit that mixture. So you can think of it as breaking it into its component mixtures. If I tell the software there's 3 people in this mixture, then it would break down the best fit types for those combinations. I then compare known samples to that analysis, and it will provide me with a likelihood ratio, which tells me how many times more likely an individual may or may not have contributed to that profile.
And when you're comparing profiles in your field, do you use words like matches or identification, or do you use the word likelihood?
Yes, we provide likelihood ratios, which is a comparison of two different hypotheses or ideas. And like I said, it's how many times more likely that this hypothesis than this one that they contributed to the evidence.
Okay, and this sort of process that you described for DNA analysis, is this something that is used just by you or Michigan State Police, or is it used more widely within the scientific community and law enforcement community?
DNA analysis is very widely used for decades. As far as that software, this StarMix, it's been used since 2012, and we've been using it since 2016. It's been widely accepted in the scientific community as well.
And the sort of work that you do when it comes to DNA analysis, do you see yourself as working for law enforcement or and sort of choosing sides in a particular case?
No, I receive evidence and knowns and process them and write reports. It's just that whatever's there, there's no sides for us, yes. And we've processed evidence as well from the Innocence Project that's led to exonerations.
Ay, go.
The work that you do when you do DNA analysis, is your work peer reviewed by anybody else?
Yes, all of our work is reviewed technically by another forensic scientist, as well as an administrative review, which is done by a supervisor.
And is it true that in connection with an investigation into the death of somebody named Samantha Woll, that you did a series of reports that you authored pertaining to DNA analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And the sort of general methods that you described so far, did you use those methods when it comes to authoring the reports that you authored in this case?
As far as the report writing, the comparison, yes, I did.
And did you author a total of 7 reports in connection?
I'll be right back. Gwen, you're on.
I believe that's correct. I have to look to be sure.
And again, the type of analysis utilized in connection with this case, how long have you been doing that sort of analysis, similar analysis throughout your career?
Since I've started.
And have you ever testified as an expert previously in the field of DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you testified as an expert in the field?
37.
Your Honor, I would move to have the witness qualified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis, if there's no objection.
Okay. Okay, so this witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of DNA analysis. You may proceed with your questions about the work you did in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 98 through 105. May I approach, Your Honor? Could you take a look at these 7 documents and let me know whether they look familiar to you?
Yeah, the 7 here are mine, and then this one is
Did I hand you an extra?
someone else. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Which one is that?
It's Christy Sikita.
No. Which number is that?
I accidentally included 105, which wasn't included. But to the extent we're looking at proposed exhibits 98 through 103. I'm sorry, 104. Are those 7 documents reports that you specifically authored in connection with this case?
Yes, they are.
And do those 7 reports fairly and accurately reflect the analysis and the work that you did in connection with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibits 98 98 through 104.
Okay, and that would be record 4, 5, 6, 8, 15, 17, and 18 respectively.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, okay.
Okay, those will be admitted.
And I want to start with Exhibit 98. When it comes to Exhibit 98, in connection with this analysis, did you receive some evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what sort of evidence did you receive for purposes of this report?
We received fingernail clippings from the right and left hand from Samantha Woll, as well as a known blood swab from Samantha Woll.
And when did you receive that evidence?
I'd have to look at the chain of custody of when it was received. As far as my analysis, it was October 25th, 2023.
Okay. And in terms of that evidence, were you able to reach certain...
What did I miss?
...surrounding those three items?
I tried to skip her 8 papers.
Look at the interpretation section. What's the first interpretation say?
A DNA profile was
slip her.
obtained from Samantha Woll's
Oh.
blood sample. And that is sufficient for comparison.
And so when you say a DNA profile was obtained from that sample, what does that mean?
From her known sample, we'll do that same process, breaking the cells open and quantifying and amping it, making millions of copies. And then we get a computer generated printout, and it will be 1 or 2 peaks at each of the locations that we look at. And that is her known profile. And we'll use that to compare to any evidence in the case.
And what does it mean for a profile to be sufficient for comparison purposes rather than insufficient for comparison purposes?
So if something was insufficient, it's generally due to being too low. We have a threshold, a minimum that DNA, so that those peaks must reach. And if it's below that, then it's insufficient, or the data is just too low with a lot that's below that threshold, and we can't. And it's not good for analyzing if you don't have that full profile from that known individual.
But when it comes to the known blood swab, you were able to obtain a profile that you could use for later comparison purposes. Is that correct?
Correct.
I see.
Okay. And
Sorry, I got a notification that my Amazon package was delivered.
clipping swabs.
I got my Pocky.
What's the second interpretation say there?
You gotta have Pocky.
The interpretation of that item was performed assuming that DNA profile originated from one individual that genetically types as female, and that the DNA profile is consistent with Samantha Woll's known blood swab.
And why make that assumption?
Whenever something's collected directly from someone's body, an evidence item, we expect their DNA to be there because it's taken from them. Therefore, we can assume that they are there and compare it in that way.
Okay, and where it says no foreign DNA types were observed, what does that mean?
I mean, there was no additional DNA types at any of those locations outside of her types.
Okay, and so that would mean there's not another contributor to the DNA that was recovered from the fingernail clipping swabs?
That's correct.
Okay, and in terms of the third interpretation here for what's indicated as the right.
So no defensive.
Clipping swabs, is it the same results for purposes of that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so this was consistent with being her DNA compared with, based on the comparison with her blood?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and no additional contributors to that DNA, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we look at, I guess the remainder of this report, is that kind of the essence of this first report that we're talking about?
Yes, that's all that was the.
So you've got at this point you've got a profile from the victim that you can use for further comparison, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If we look at Exhibit 99, which is record number 4, here is there some additional evidence? I guess that was subject to the analysis?
Yes.
And so, is it your understanding that here you're largely looking at evidence recovered from the original crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of, I guess, evidence is reflected here in terms of what was subject to the analysis?
Do you want me to read all the evidence submitted?
Yeah, I guess if we could start at the top, what's the first item?
Key/keychain swabs, front door doorknob keyhole side stain swab, front door doorknob turn lock side stain swab, lock box swabs, front door doorknob turn lock swabs, inner screen door glass stain swab, living room/hallway wall stain swab, hallway bathroom door stain swab, basement stair stain swab, contact lens swab, another contact lens swab, jacket from Woll, sleeves swabs, jacket wool front/back swabs, and that is all.
Okay. And what I guess was the overall objective of this particular report that's been admitted as Exhibit 99? Was it to compare items with the known blood sample from Samantha Woll?
Yes, so all of that DNA subjected to the same process to get a profile from each of those samples. They may be single source, which means there's only one individual in that evidence item, or it's a mixture, which means there's more than one individual in the sample. So that's the first thing we look at is the evidence, what's there, and then we compare it to any knowns in the case. At this time, there was only Samantha Woll's known blood swab that had been submitted, so we'll compare her to all of that evidence.
Okay, and were you able to reach some interpretations with respect to those items of evidence that were listed?
Yes.
And in terms of this first interpretation, which item of evidence does that pertain to?
The key/keychain swabs.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that item?
Yes, I did, and it was one individual that genetically typed as female.
Okay, and where it says hypotheses under that interpretation, can you describe for the jury what's sort of reflected there?
Sure. So that likelihood ratio is comparing two different ideas. So it's, if you think of it as a teeter-totter, hypothesis one, the one idea is that in this case that it's Samantha Woll. Hypothesis two would be an unknown individual. And what we'll do is provide that likelihood ratio, and it will give support to one side or the other. Sometimes very strong, sometimes moderate, and sometimes there's an actual exclusion.
And what were the results of the analysis here?
So based on the DNA typing results from that key/keychain swabs, it is approximately 120 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it was from an unrelated unknown individual.
And what's the kind of takeaway based on that if you look at the verbal scale results?
So we provide a verbal scale. Those are very large numbers. And in this case, that is provides very strong support that she is the contributor to the key/keychain swabs.
Okay, and if we go down to the next interpretation, number 2, what's the evidence that this interpretation pertains to?
This is the front door doorknob keyhole side stain swab.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that swab that was sufficient for comparison?
Yes.
And what sort of, I guess, analysis or did you compare that with the known blood swab from Samantha Woll?
Yes, so there was also a single source, one person, female, and using the same hypothesis as the previous evidence, that was based on that DNA typing results from that front door doorknob keyhole side stain swab, is approximately 110 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than an unknown individual, and this does provide very strong support that she is the contributor.
Okay, and then how about the third interpretation? Which item does that pertain to?
It's the front door, doorknob, turn lock side stain swab.
And again, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that swab?
Yes, just like the others, it was one person, female. And I did the exact same analysis, same hypotheses. And that was based on that, the DNA typing results obtained from that item, the front door, doorknob, turn lock side stain swab, is approximately 97 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual.
And so what does that translate to on the verbal scale?
That's also very strong support.
And when you use this phrase, very strong support, is there any language, I guess, or anything on the verbal scale that is greater than the phrase very strong?
No, that is the top of the scale.
Okay. And if we go down to the fourth interpretation, the lockbox swabs, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that particular set of swabs?
Yes, the lockbox swabs, I determined that there were 4 individuals in that sample, at least one of which was male.
Okay. And in your experience, in dealing with swabs taken from things like a door handle or areas around a door, is it abnormal to find multiple contributors to a swab from such an area?
No, any area or any item that comes in contact with many individuals, especially items in public, counters and doorknobs, there would be an expectation that there would most likely be more individual present within the sample, especially if it's not cleaned very often.
And for this interpretation with respect to the lockbox swabs, what were the sort of 2 competing hypotheses that were tested?
So the hypothesis 1 is Samantha Woll and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And then hypothesis 2 is 4 unrelated unknown contributors.
And what were the results of that comparison?
So based on the DNA typing results obtained from the lockbox swabs, it is approximately 37 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll and 3 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 4 unknown contributors.
What does that translate to on the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
And you see the remarks section, what does that indicate?
There's additional analysis that did not meet quality control criteria. When we use that software, that StarMix, there are certain values that we look at after we run the analysis, and to ensure that it was ran smoothly and that data, we can use that data. If those values are not where they should be, we'll restart the software and do it again. But we'll report it just so that there is a record of that. So that's what happened in this case.
And in terms of the next interpretation, number 5, what's the sort of evidence that this pertains to?
This is the front door doorknob turn lock swabs.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those sort of swabs?
Yes, I determined that there were 2 individuals in that sample.
And what were the 2 competing hypotheses that you looked at when it came to that DNA profile?
Hypothesis 1 is that Samantha Woll and 1 unrelated unknown contributor, and hypothesis 2 would be 2 unrelated individuals, unknown contributors.
And what were the results of this comparison?
So based on the DNA typing results from the front door doorknob turn lock swabs, it is approximately 2.8 trillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is a contributor to the front door doorknob turn lock swabs.
And if we go down to the 6th interpretation, what's the evidence that pertains to?
The inner screen door glass stain swab.
And were you able to get a DNA profile from that swab that was sufficient for comparison purposes?
Yes, I determined that there was 1 individual that genetically typed as female.
And so what was the set of hypotheses you tested when it came to that profile?
That it was hypothesis 1, Samantha Woll, as hypothesis 2, an unrelated unknown contributor.
And what were the results of that comparison?
It was approximately 140 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it originated from an unknown unrelated contributor. And this provides very strong support that she is the contributor to the inner screen door glass stain swab.
And how about the 7th interpretation? What's the evidence that this interpretation pertains to?
The living room hallway wall stain swab.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that set of swab or that swab?
Yes, I determined that was also one individual that genetically types as female.
And so what were the hypotheses tested for that swab?
One, that it was Samantha Woll. Hypothesis 2, an unrelated unknown contributor.
And the results of that, were they similar with the sort of other results we've discussed so far?
Yes, that one was approximately 90 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than that unknown unrelated contributor, which provides very strong support that she is the contributor to the living room hallway stain swab.
And how about the 8th interpretation? What's the evidence that this pertains to?
The hallway bathroom door stain swab.
And was there a DNA profile obtained from that swab?
Yes, that one was also one individual that genetically types as female.
And what were the hypotheses you tested when it came to that swab?
Just as previous, hypothesis 1, Samantha Woll. Hypothesis 2, an unknown unrelated individual.
And fair to say similar results here?
Yes, approximately 110 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it originated from the unknown unrelated individual. And that provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is the contributor to the hallway bathroom door stain swab.
And how about the 9th interpretation? What evidence does that pertain to?
Basement stair stain swab.
And are we dealing with sort of the same set of hypotheses, similar
Yes.
results?
Same as before, it's one individual, genetically types as female, the same hypothesis as previous, and it's 110 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor. And that provides very strong support that she is the contributor to the basement stair stain swab.
And how about interpretation number 10? What does that pertain to?
Contact lens swab.
And again, if we go down, are we kind of dealing with similar results for that swab?
Yes, it's the same. One person, genetically types as female, the same previous hypotheses, approximately 120 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor, which provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is the contributor to that contact lens swab.
And if we look at interpretation number 11, the other contact lens swab, are we dealing with similar results?
Yes, also female, genetically types as female, one individual, same hypotheses, and that is, it is approximately 130 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than an unrelated unknown contributor, which provides very strong support that she is the contributor to that contact lens swab.
And then how about interpretation number 12? Which evidence does this pertain to?
Jacket sleeve swabs and from Woll.
And similar story here in terms of the results?
Yes, also genetically types as female, one individual with the same hypotheses. It is approximately 130 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than an unrelated unknown contributor. This provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is the contributor to the jacket sleeves wall.
And in terms of interpretation 13, the other jacket swabs, are we looking at similar results?
Yes, this is the front/back swabs. Also genetically types as female, one individual. Same hypotheses. It is approximately 110 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated contributor, which provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is the contributor
Okay, and so at this stage of your analysis, do you have any other reference samples for comparison purposes other than Samantha Woll's blood sample?
No.
And is kind of the gist of what we just went through, you've got items that were purported to come from the scene, including some blood-stained swabs, and that's the hypotheses provide very strong support that that it's her DNA in what you analyzed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go to Exhibit 100, which is record number 6. And if we look at the top section of the sort of evidence, next to all these items where it says previously analyzed and reported, is that the sort of set of items that we just discussed in the last report?
Yes. So all of those items, I'm just indicating that they were already analyzed and reported on the previous record.
Okay, and then at this point, do you also have some additional items, primarily buccal swabs, that were interpreted?
Yes, we received reference samples, which are known samples collected from the inside of someone's cheek. Generally, in this case, that is what they did. From Jeffrey Herbstman, Aaron Pergament, and Andrew Schultz.
Okay, and so if we look at the interpretations, what is sort of the first interpretation tell us?
My first interpretation is whether I obtained profiles from those reference samples from those individuals that are sufficient for comparison purposes, which I did.
Okay, and so you've got suitable comparison profiles for all three of these individuals then to compare with all the other evidence that was previously discussed?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the second interpretation, when it comes to the keychain swabs, what does that reflect?
So initially, I will indicate what I'd previously reported for that item, which was that it was one individual that genetically types as female. And then I've compared these known samples to that item, and they are excluded as contributors, all three of those reference samples.
And is that because their DNA is consistent, it's genetically typed as male?
Not just that it's male, that the profile isn't, they are not in that sample. Okay. There's one individual and they are excluded.
And if you look at the next two interpretations for the front door doorknob key hole side swab and the turn lock side swab, is it kind of the same story there?
Yes, it is.
So those three individuals are excluded from the DNA profiles obtained from those two swabs?
Yes.
Okay, and if we look down at interpretation number 5, what's the set of hypotheses that you tested for purposes of I guess this first segment of the interpretation?
So for each of these, the hypothesis will be that individual and 3 unrelated unknown individuals, and hypothesis 2 would be 4 unknown unrelated individuals. So we're comparing those two ideas.
And so with that, you're looking to see whether Jeff Herbstman's DNA is consistent with being a contributor to the DNA found in that set of swabs?
So he is the first one that would be in that first hypothesis, yes.
Okay. And then what was the finding when it came to Jeff Herbstman?
So, the DNA typing results obtained from the lockbox swabs is approximately 380 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Jeffrey Herbstman and 3 unrelated unknown contributors.
Okay, and so was his DNA excluded from that swab?
Not an exclusion, no.
Is there any, I guess, support for the idea that his DNA is a contributor to the profile obtained from that swab?
Well, the verbal the verbal scale in this case would be it's moderate support that Jeffrey Herbstman is not a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
Okay, and then if we go down to the next set of hypotheses for the lockbox swabs, does this pertain to Aaron Pergament?
Yes, and like I said, the first hypothesis is the individual with 3 unknown. Second hypothesis is 4 unknown, and this is based on the DNA typing results from the lockbox swabs. It's 41 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Aaron Pergament and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides limited support.
What
that
about
he's not
da-
a contributor to the lockbox swabs?
Okay, and then in terms of the next interpretation, does that pertain to the Andrew Schultz buckle?
Andrew Schultz, same hypothesis as before. With him, results obtained from the lockbox swabs is equally likely if it originated from Andrew Schultz and 3 unrelated unknown contributors, or if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors. The analysis of the lockbox swabs with regards to Andrew Schultz is uninformative.
Okay, and then if we go down to interpretation number 6, are you basically doing these same 3 comparisons, but for purposes of the front door doorknob turn lock swabs?
Yes, this was the front door doorknob turn lock swabs, and this was 2 individuals. So at each of these hypotheses, hypothesis 1 will be the individual and an unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unknown unrelated contributors.
And what were the results when it came to Jeffrey Herbstman?
Based on DNA typing results obtained from the front door doorknob turn lock swabs, it was approximately 470 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Jeffrey Herbstman and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides moderate support that Jeffrey Herbstman is not a contributor to the front door knob turn lock swabs.
Okay, and then if we look at the Aaron Pergament swab, what were the sort of results with respect to that?
Those same hypothesis with for Aaron Pergament. It is approximately 30 million times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Aaron Pergament and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. This analysis provides very strong support that Aaron Pergament is not a contributor to the front door doorknob turn lock swabs.
And how about when it comes to the Andrew Schultz buckle swab?
So same as before, same hypotheses. It is approximately 4.8 thousand times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Andrew Schultz and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. This provides moderate support that Andrew Schultz is not a contributor to the front door doorknob turn lock swabs.
Okay, and then if we look at starting with interpretation 7, the inner screen door glass stain swab, were you able to exclude all 3 of those individuals as contributing to that DNA profile?
Yes.
And was that the same for interpretation number 8 when it comes to the living room hallway wall stain swab?
Yes.
And again, we're kind of dealing with profiles that were single source contributors and have all already been largely associated with Samantha Woll's DNA.
Yes, they're 1 contributor, so they're compared to that single source sample.
Okay. And so if we go through the rest of these interpretations, hallway bathroom door stain swab, basement stair stain swab, the 2 contact lenses swabs, and then the 2 jacket swab sets, are these individuals all excluded from the DNA profile, or the DNA sort of extracted from those swabs?
Yes, from each of those samples, they are excluded as contributors.
And so looking at the verbal scale, can you kind of, I guess, walk us through what this all means now that we're kind of getting into the likelihood ratios?
So this is a verbal scale that we use. If you'll see the likelihood ratio, that's the number that I was giving you, how many times more likely. Any that's 0 is an exclusion. 1 would be uninformative. 2 to 99 is limited support. 100 to 9,999 moderate support. 10,000 to 999,999 is strong support, and then 1 million and greater is very strong support.
Okay, and when you're looking at sort of whether someone is a contributor or is not a contributor, you're sort of applying this same scale. Is that correct?
So it's, like I said, it's, if you think of it like a teeter-totter with support on either side, this is how many times more likely, or that it's better explained by, this hypothesis or that hypothesis, and just how far, that's kind of tilting in that direction.
And I guess thinking about this in terms of a teeter-totter, when looking at these 3 buccal swabs for Herbstman, Pergamon, and Schultz, when comparing those swabs to the profiles obtained from this sort of scene evidence, does the teeter-totter ever kind of balance toward saying, giving support for the idea that they were contributors to any of the DNA?
No, there was no support for hypothesis 1.
And this report that we've just gone through, what was the date of the release of this report?
It was completed on November 9th, 2023.
And if we go to record number 8, which is exhibit 101. So if we look at the evidence in connection with this report, are we still largely looking at that sort of same body of evidence from the scene that was discussed in the last 2 reports?
Yes.
And then when it comes to this report, did you have some additional reference samples to sort of analyze for comparison?
Yes, we had several references submitted.
And can you just kind of fire off the list of names here in terms of the buccal swabs that were received?
Benjamin Safran, Robert Becker, Joshua Goldberg, David Wilkinson, Virginia Gosman, Roy Ball, Jermaine Granby, Christopher Stevens, Brett Foreman, David Shannon, Michael Anderson, and Billy Schultz.
Okay, and did you sort of compare all those various samples to all the other evidence that was discussed from the scene?
Yes.
If we just sort of look at the first interpretation here, does that just tell us that you were able to obtain DNA profiles from all those buccal swabs for all the individuals that you just mentioned?
Yes, I obtained profiles that were sufficient for comparison.
Okay, and then you use those profiles to actually compare to the other evidence that we discussed?
Yes.
Okay, and in terms of interpretation 2 with respect to the keychain swabs, were all these individuals excluded?
Yes, all the samples that were single source from the evidence, all of these individuals were excluded as contributors to those evidence items.
Okay, and then I guess just kind of running through this for interpretations 3 and 4, the 2 swabs from the doorknob, is that kind of the same story, same result, exclusions all across the board?
For the doorknob keyhole sites?
For number 3 and 4.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we look at number 5, we're looking at the lockbox swabs, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the one with 4 contributors?
Correct.
When it comes to Benjamin Safran, what was the result here?
So just as before, 1 hypothesis 1 will be him, and 3 unknown unrelated individuals. Hypothesis 2 will be 4 unknown unrelated individuals. Those hypotheses will be the same for all these, for each individual. Benjamin Safran. So based on the DNA typing results obtained from the lockbox swabs, it is approximately 330 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Benjamin Safran and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides moderate support that Benjamin Safran is not a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
And how about Robert Becker? What were the
Robert Becker.
results there?
It is approximately 530,000 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Robert Becker and 3 unknown unrelated contributors. This provides strong support that Robert Becker is not a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
And how about for Joshua Goldberg?
It is approximately 18 million times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Josh Goldberg and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Josh Goldberg is not a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
And that very strong support of not being a contributor, was that the same for David Wilkinson?
Yes, it was approximately 270 million times more likely if it originated from the 4 unknown unrelated individuals.
And what were the, I guess, the verbal results scale for Ms. Gosman?
The verbal was strong support. This analysis provides strong support that Mr. Gosman is not a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
And was that the same verbal results scale for Roy Ball?
Yes, it is.
And how about Jermaine Granby?
So that one was 8.6 thousand times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it was from Mr. Granby and 3 unrelated.
Well, my thing is
contributors.
did they
This
even
provides
do
moderate support
anything
that
on the
Mr.
back
Granby is not
door?
a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
Okay, and did you, I guess, did you go through and you did this?
And I love how he prefaced her entire testimony with, you don't show any bias or anything when you do this, right?
These additional bucket swabs that you had?
Yes, so all those were treated in exactly the same fashion. The same statistics were provided.
In some cases, were you able to outright exclude these individuals?
For the lockbox swab?
Well, I guess I'm just saying, as a general matter, were there some exclusions here?
With all the single source evidence, those individuals were excluded, yes.
Okay. And it, just again, in terms of thinking, in terms of like the teeter-totter, did that ever kind of, for any of these reference samples you received from these multiple individuals, or when you had bucket swabs, did the teeter-totter ever kind of balance toward the idea that they were contributors to the DNA recovered from any of this stuff from the scene?
No, there was no support for hypothesis 1 in any of those comparisons.
Okay. If we go to report 102, actually, just for clarification, this last report.
Did they do like a search history on Jeff's stuff?
It was
I mean,
completed on November 27th, 2023.
clearly whoever did this planned it pretty well.
When was this completed?
December 10th, 2023.
And at this stage, did you receive some additional evidence?
Yes, we received evidence from a North Face jacket, front stain near left pocket swabs, lower right sleeve stain swabs, and higher right sleeve stain swabs, all from that North Face jacket, as well as a reference sample, buccal swab from Michael Jackson-Bolanos.
Okay, and if we go to the interpretations, what is that first interpretation tell us?
That I obtained a profile that was sufficient for comparison purposes from Michael Jackson-Bolanos.
And how about the second interpretation?
So as far as the North Face jacket front stain near left pocket swabs, that was insufficient for comparison purposes.
So What does that mean? Does that mean there wasn't any DNA there?
No, there was DNA, or it would have been there was no profile. In this case, it was insufficient, which means it's too low for me to analyze that data.
Okay, and is there anything, I guess you can say at all, about the characteristics of that DNA from that North Face jacket front stain near left pocket swabs?
No, once I determine that it's insufficient, I can't make any determinations.
How about the third interpretation with respect to the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs? Were you able to obtain a DNA profile sufficient for comparison purposes from that?
Yes, and I determined there were 2 individuals in that North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs.
Okay, and in terms of 2 individuals contributing to that particular swab, can you say anything about the balance of DNA between those 2 contributors?
Could I grab my notes?
Sure.
So when this mixture is interpreted in that software that I had explained earlier, it will indicate also the proportions of each of those individuals in the sample. And so this determined it was 89%, 11%.
So would that mean 89% of the DNA comes from one person, 11% comes from another person?
Correct.
And within that overall profile that you had, it was sufficient for comparison?
Correct.
And did you compare that profile with the profile obtained from Samantha Woll's blood sample?
Yes, I did.
And did you test a set of hypotheses when it came to that comparison?
Yes, so hypothesis 1 would be Samantha Woll and 1 related unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unrelated unknown contributors. Based on the DNA typing results from that North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swab, is approximately 32 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this analysis provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is a contributor to the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs.
And on that verbal scale that we previously discussed, is there anything higher than very strong support?
No.
And in terms of likelihood ratios, where does very strong support start?
At 1 million.
At 1 million?
And
here we're at 32 quintillion?
Yes. So that's 18 zeros after the number.
Okay. And did you also test another set of hypotheses when it came to that DNA profile obtained from the lower right sleeve stain swabs?
We also compared that known reference sample from Michael Jackson-Bolanos. So that would be hypothesis 1, Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2 would be 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And based on the DNA typing results obtained from the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs, is approximately 140,000 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. So this analysis provides strong support that Michael Jackson-Bolanos is not a contributor to the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swab.
And how about the fourth interpretation here with respect to the North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs? Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that set of swabs?
Yes, determined that was also 2 individuals.
And in terms of the balance of the 2 individuals that contributed to that DNA profile, was there anything you were able to say about how much one contributed versus the other?
It was determined to be 64%, 36%.
Okay, and
that's
a set of hypotheses when it comes to that other set of swabs from the North Face jacket.
Yes, just as the previous conclusion, it was hypothesis 1, Samantha Woll, and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unknown unrelated contributors. And based on the DNA typing results from the North Face jacket, higher right sleeve stain swabs is approximately 2.2 trillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is a contributor to the North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs.
And did you also test a set of hypotheses when it came to the Michael Jackson-Bolanos buccal swab and the North Face jacket?
I don't know, but it's not his.
Yes, same hypothesis with Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 1 unrelated unknown contributor and 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And based on the DNA typing results obtained from the North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs, it is approximately 1.3 thousand times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 1 unrelated unknown contributor.
So his blood's not, he has nothing.
Provides moderate support that Michael Jackson-Bolanos is not a contributor to the North Face higher right sleeve stain swabs.
I want to move to
It's his jacket, and he has no DNA on it.
103, which is record number 17. And this particular report, what was the date that this was completed?
December 13th, 2023.
And in terms of the evidence listed in this report, are we essentially looking at all that body of scene evidence from before, plus the Michael Jackson-Bolanos buccal swab?
That is correct.
Okay, and when it came to that buccal swab, you indicated previously you were able to obtain a profile sufficient for comparison purposes.
Yes, so that would have been previously reported. Yes.
And did you compare the profile from that swab with the profiles obtained from all of this scene-related evidence here?
Yes.
And again, when it comes to some of that evidence, was that swab was the profile from the Michael Jackson-Bolanos buccal swab excluded?
Yes, those evidence items that were single source, one person, he was excluded as a contributor to those items.
And then kind of like with respect to the other reference samples that were compared to the multiple other individuals, did you ever have in any of this comparison a situation where the teeter-totter kind of balanced toward finding support for the idea that the Michael Jackson-Bolanos buccal swab was consistent with being a contributor to any of the DNA profiles from the stuff recovered from the scene?
There was no support for hypothesis 1 in those conclusions.
Okay, and so if we look at, if we just look at some of these, just as an example, so we're looking at the lockbox swabs interpretation number 4. What's just the verbal scale result for that analysis?
Moderate support that Michael Jackson-Bolanos is not a contributor to the lockbox swabs.
The same.
And if we move to exhibit 104, now at this point, did you also receive some? Did you also analyze whether a profile could be created from some swabs from a backpack stain?
Yes.
And did you also receive Tierra white buccal swab?
Yes.
And did you also receive some swabs from the North Face jacket for potential contact DNA or wear DNA?
Yes, from the collar and the wrists.
Okay. And did you compare these items with some of the previous North Face swabs and Miss Woll's blood sample to the varying degrees that you could compare these items?
I performed those comparisons against these items, yes.
Okay, and if we look at the first interpretation, does that just tell us you got a DNA profile from the Tierra White buccal swab that was sufficient for comparison purposes?
Yes.
And the second interpretation, when it comes to that Tierra White buckle, did you compare it with the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that comparison?
So hypothesis 1, Tierra White, and that 1 unrelated unknown contributor. Hypothesis 2, 2 unrelated unknown contributors. Based on the DNA typing results from the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs, it's approximately 310 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Tierra White and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides moderate support that Tierra White is not a contributor to the North Face jacket lower right sleeve stain swabs.
And how about the third interpretation? Was that sort of same comparison made with respect to the higher right sleeve stain swabs?
Yes, it is, and that was the same hypothesis as the previous for Tierra White, and it was approximately 90 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Tierra White and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. And this analysis provides limited support that Tierra White is not a contributor to the North Face jacket higher right sleeve stain swabs.
And how about the fourth interpretation? What's the sort of comparison being made here?
This is the North Face jacket interior collar swabs, and I determined there were 4 individuals in that sample.
So that'd be 4 contributors to that particular DNA profile?
Yes, at least one of which types is male.
And did you analyze that interior jacket collar swab for comparison with the Samantha Woll known blood swab sample?
Yes, and the first hypothesis would be Samantha Woll and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. Hypothesis 2 would be 4 unknown unrelated individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, and this is from the collar swabs, it is approximately 16 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Samantha Woll and 3 unrelated unknown related contributors. This analysis provides limited support that Samantha Woll is not a contributor to the North Face jacket interior collar swabs.
Did you also compare the interior collar jacket swabs with the Michael Jackson-Bolanos buccal swab profile?
Yes.
And what was the result there?
And so in this case, same hypothesis, Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 3 unrelated unknown contributors, and 2 is 4 unrelated unknown contributors. And this is based on the DNA typing results obtained from, this is the collar swabs. It's approximately 530 trillion times more likely if it originated from Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 3 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors. And this analysis provides very strong support that Michael Jackson-Bolanos is a contributor to the North Face jacket interior collar swabs.
And what about when it came to the comparison with Tierra White's buckle?
For Tierra White, same hypothesis as the previous with Tierra White. And it is based on those DNA typing results obtained from the North Face jacket interior collar swabs, is approximately 2.7 thousand times more likely if it originated from Tierra White and 3 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors. And this analysis provides moderate support that Tierra White is a contributor to the North Face jacket interior collar swabs.
And when it came to the North Face jacket interior wrist swabs, did you go through and kind of do a similar set of comparisons?
Yes, I determined that there were 3 individuals in the interior wrist swabs, at least one of which genetically typed as male.
Okay, and for purposes of the comparison with Samantha Woll's DNA, was there any comparison?
Yes, all these hypotheses would be the individual, hypothesis 1, that individual, and 2 unknown unrelated contributors, and hypothesis 2 would be 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And for Samantha Woll, she's excluded as a contributor to the North Face jacket interior wrist swabs.
And how about Michael Jackson-Bolanos?
So same hypothesis, but with Michael Jackson-Bolanos, it is approximately 390 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors. This analysis provides very strong support that Michael Jackson-Bolanos is a contributor to the North Face jacket interior wrist swabs.
And how about for the Tierra White buckle swab being compared to the interior wrist swabs?
Same hypothesis, but with Tierra White. Based on DNA typing results obtained from the North Face jacket interior wrist swabs, it is approximately 2.2 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Tierra White and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this analysis provides very strong support that Tierra White is a contributor to the North Face jacket interior wrist swabs.
And in terms of the backpack stain swab in interpretation number 6, were you able to develop a DNA profile sufficient for comparison purposes from the backpack stain swab?
Yes, I determined there was 2 individuals, at least one of which genetically typed as male, in the backpack stain swab.
Okay, and looking at
This is so weird.
Set of hypotheses tested. Actually, let me ask you again. In terms of the 2 contributors to the DNA profile from the backpack stain swab, is there anything you can say about how much one person contributed versus the other?
So for the backpack stain swab, it was determined to be 96%, 4%.
Okay, and that 4%, is there anything you can say about that sort of subset of the DNA? Just that it's male?
I mean, I can only say that there is a male in the sample. Can't assign it specifically to a contributor, just based on our analysis. 4% is very low. So generally there's less information when there's only 4%.
And what was the first set of hypotheses you tested when it came to the backpack stain swab?
So all these hypotheses would be the individual and 1 unrelated unknown contributor for hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 2 would be 2 unrelated unknown contributors. So beginning with Samantha Woll, based on the DNA typing results obtained from the backpack stain swab, is approximately 20 septillion times more likely if it originated from Samantha Woll and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. This analysis provides very strong support that Samantha Woll is a contributor to the backpack stain swab.
And so now this is the 3rd finding that she was, that there's very strong support that she was a contributor to a particular.
This doesn't seem right. How is there a blood mixture?
I believe that this is the 3rd very strong support.
On his.
To the characterization of a backpack as an article of clothing.
Rephrase your question.
Okay, and so previously you discussed 2 instances with respect to North Face jacket swabs where there was very strong support that Samantha Woll was a contributor to the DNA from those swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then we also have this additional very strong support finding for purposes of the backpack stain swab. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then did you also look to see whether Michael Jackson-Bolanos was a contributor to the backpack stain swab?
I also compared Michael Jackson-Bolanos, the same hypothesis, and for him, Michael Jackson-Bolanos is excluded as a contributor to the backpack stain swab.
And how about for Tierra White?
So, like I said, same hypothesis based on DNA typing results obtained from the backpack stain swab. It is equally likely if it originated from Tierra White and 1 unrelated unknown contributor, or if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. The analysis of the backpack stain swab with regards to Tierra White is uninformative.
And for, did you also look at backpack swabs for potential wear or contact DNA?
I received a swab that was labeled as backpack swabs.
And was there anything, I guess you could glean from from that set of swabs?
So for the backpack swabs, it was not suitable for further interpretations due to its complexity and number of potential contributors, and therefore no comparisons can be made to any DNA reference samples.
Now, can you describe for the jury, I guess, what's meant by the phrase contact DNA or touch DNA?
Generally, touch or contact is if I touch this and we swab it, I leave behind potentially skin cells. So that would be generally what's meant by that term versus blood stains or saliva.
I check someone's pulse to see if they're alive or not, and touched
Hypothetically, if
them.
someone went into a room and was fully dressed and wearing a mask and a hood and a set of gloves, would you expect that person to leave behind touch or contact DNA?
I wouldn't want to speculate
speculation.
whether they would or wouldn't. If someone's wearing gloves, however, and they
Objection,
touch a
Brian.
surface, the DNA won't travel through the gloves. If they had their DNA had gotten on the outside of the gloves and they touched the surface, there's a possibility that their DNA would be found.
Okay. In terms of, are there things that can be done that might affect the amount of DNA that's recovered from clothing if that DNA is in blood?
That could.
So, for instance, if blood was on clothing, could weather affect the amount of, could wear and tear or weather conditions affect how much DNA you're ultimately able to recover from clothing?
He's trying to explain
Yes,
away
there are several things that could
couple of
reduce the
drops.
amount of DNA on, I say, fabric. Washing, if it's gotten wet with liquids, certainly left outside and it's rain or weather. UV from the sun will degrade that DNA, as well as bacteria if it's in an environment that's not dry. And over time, wear, as far as slowly could reduce the amount of DNA present on that article.
Okay, and in terms of your analysis and ability to opine on DNA comparisons, are you limited to opining on the sort of amount that was recovered, the amount of DNA that was recovered at the time a particular item was swabbed?
Yes, I'm not involved with this. I've received the swab.
It's not my job.
So I don't see it. I don't know how they've sampled that stain.
But I guess what I'm asking is let me try to clarify. So, I guess you would agree that all the evidence that we discussed largely comes from items that were swabbed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those items were swabbed. Each item was swabbed at some specific point in time, but you're not the one who obviously does the swabs, correct?
Correct.
So if, say, hypothetically, a jacket was swabbed on December 5th, your sort of analysis would be limited to the nature of whatever's on that jacket as of December 5th.
Oh, we're painting ourselves in a corner, buddy.
I can only speak to what was given to me on that swab as far as what's there or how much is there.
Okay. And so for purposes of analyzing the swabs from
This can work for or against you.
in the backpack, for instance, you can't say how much DNA was on those items back on October 21st. Is that correct?
I see what you're trying to do. That's
already stated that she only can analyze what's submitted to her.
I'm not asking her to speculate.
no, yes, you are.
Confirm that
You're trying to explain away why there's not a whole bunch of blood.
That's overruled. She can say what she can't do. I mean,
Can you say anything about how much DNA or the nature of DNA on a particular item at a point in time before it was swabbed?
So I can't say as to what it looked like at any point in time or how it got there or even how much was there when that person swabbed it that gave me the swab, only to what I have on that swab is what I can testify to.
Thank you. I have nothing.
See, he's trying to explain away why there's not a whole bunch of blood.
Good afternoon.
But that's not going to help. That's actually making it. This was bad
You
for him.
indicated that you use a star mix. That's the software that you use to, I guess, get your different comparisons.
It is the software that we use for to provide that statistic that
Okay.
likelihood ratios.
And the likelihood is based upon the information that you put into the star mix, such as how many contributors you believe to be contributing to, I guess, whatever sample, correct?
Yes, I determine how many contributors are there, and I provide that information to the software.
Okay. So if you think it's 2 contributors, one unknown and one known, versus the likelihood of 2 unknowns, you would enter that into the computer, and then they'll give you a probability of what's possible compared to it being 1 unknown contributor and 1 known contributor versus 2 unknowns. Do I have that correct?
I'm not sure I completely understand what you're asking.
I'm sorry, maybe I can rephrase it. So basically, you're asking for a hypothesis, and you're asking for the system to confirm if your hypothesis is the likelihood of it being more likely than not, correct?
So let me just kind of explain that.
Okay.
I tell the software how many individuals are there in this particular mixture from an evidence item. It then, like I said, breaks down those kind of components. And then if I have any reference samples, known samples from individuals, I will then compare it. What it does is it provides me a likelihood ratio, which is how you see it, hypothesis 1 versus hypothesis 2. And that's what that information is providing me. I don't specifically indicate any different hypothesis than just that one individual and the unrelated individuals, which when we're comparing, we don't know who they are. So that's kind of an auto generated.
Okay. Wonder if you asked the wrong hypothesis. Wonder if it's 2 contributors and you enter maybe 3 or 4 different contributors. Would that affect the results that come out?
Certainly, if the number of contributors was not, I'd never know how many are there. I have to use what I know of DNA, how many peaks are each of those locations. And my work is also tech reviewed by a second scientist that would have agreed with my assessment of the number of contributors. Additionally, if I put in 4 and it was 2, those values that StarMix provides, they would indicate that there was a problem with that sample, that something may be wrong. And I would go back and look again, why are these values not where they should be? And it may be because the number of contributors just wasn't accurate.
And you said it may be, okay, what type of notification would you receive from StarMix that I guess give you a red flag that you might have inputted the wrong amount of contributors?
So there are certain, we call them diagnostics, and they are a certain range, they're numbers, or we expect at one of them, a certain number, like 1.2, and if it's 54, then that is not at all what I'm expecting, and that would be an indication that there is an issue. I'll also go through the entire file and see how that's all broken down and that it makes sense.
Okay. Are you able to analyze touch DNA from, say, a person? If a person touches another person, would you be able to analyze DNA from that individual to see if another person made contact with them?
Yes, we receive swabs from hands or necks, and pretty frequently.
In this particular case, were you ever asked to do any touch DNA that was swabbed from Samantha Woll's actual body?
I believe we had fingernail swabs.
Fingernail clippings or fingernails?
I'd have to look. I believe you're right, it was clippings.
Clippings.
As far as what else was submitted, only things that I received are those that I indicated in my reports.
Okay. Is it possible, say for instance, if an individual is punched in the face would you think that it'd be possible that the individual who punched the person could leave some touch DNA on the victim's face?
Potentially, if that face was swabbed, we could possibly get something from that.
Okay.
A result.
And were you asked to do any analysis on any swabs from Samantha Woll's face?
I did not receive any face swabs, no.
Okay.
That's why he didn't object, because he was going to ask a similar
If somebody
speculation
grabbed
question.
somebody's arm and it potentially caused a bruise, would it be possible that the person who grabbed somebody's arm could leave some contact DNA on the person's arm who was grabbed?
Possibly, yes, anything can be swabbed and analyzed.
Okay. And in this particular case, were you asked to do any analysis on any touch DNA from Samantha Woll's arms or legs?
No, I did not receive any of those swabs.
Okay. Now, you indicated that I guess Star Mix doesn't give you a match, correct? It doesn't say, okay, this DNA matches this DNA, correct?
Yeah, we do not provide a match or.
Okay, so there's no way to actually enter a sample of DNA in Star Mix to say this is 100% a match to a particular known sample, correct?
No, it will. We only provide the likelihood ratios from that I had in my reports.
Okay. And you indicated that if, in your understanding, or I guess your experience, if you enter a number of contributors in the hypothesis, then Star Mix will, I guess, give you certain values that would indicate to yourself that you may have entered the wrong amount of contributors, correct?
Correct. I would most likely see an indication that there was something with that run that it did not align properly, as well as that tech review from one of my fellow scientists that would also review my work and indicate if they did not agree with my assessment of the number of contributors.
Now, in that particular hypothetical, would the values be so different compared to the values of a hypothesis where you feel comfortable that you have the right amount of contributors? If you understand that, I'll clean it up. In a situation where if you enter the wrong amount of contributors in a hypothesis, the values that Star Mix would give you, would it be that much different in comparison to a hypothesis where you feel comfortable that you have the right amount of contributors?
Yes, I believe I would see the indications that those values would be very different. When I look through the sample itself, the proportions wouldn't make sense with what I'm seeing. There would be many indicators.
Okay. And when you say values, can you just give us an example? Is it like different columns? Is it different variables, different numbers, different, what type of values are you actually looking at?
They're numbers, and you expect it to be a certain number. And if, like I said, if it's much higher, then we know that that would be an indication.
Okay. And what are these numbers? Are they referring to a particular quantity of an ingredient, quantity of what are these numbers, I guess, relative to, or what do they relate to? I'm sorry.
So there's one of them is how well the analysis converged. So it's going through, it's trying all these different kind of combination. It uses mathematics and what we know of how DNA behaves. And if it can't come to a conclusion, then that value would be very out of range from where you'd expect it to be, which indicated that it couldn't come to a consensus, if you will.
Okay. And is there any way of manually checking the work of Star Mix after it comes to a conclusion that a person can check behind?
And the calculations are, we need a computer to do it. We can't just do it with, a calculator. It would take years.
Okay. So there's no way of actually say for instance, in fingerprints, I know you may not be a fingerprint expert, a way of actually looking at certain values by eye and comparing them to the sample to see that, okay, these particular samples or two different contributors.
Good Lord,
have
no.
certain matching points here, here, and here, and here, and here. So therefore, I know that the answer that the computer gave me is accurate.
I mean, there's mathematically wise, I can't. I do look to make sure that the analysis makes sense with the combinations that that it's indicating would go together.
There was a way to do that. We would have had DNA
and so that's
eons
kind
ago.
of my way of looking at it with those DNA types from the individual and what I'm seeing in the sample. But as far as any calculations, I mean, I can't do that.
Okay. And when your work is peer reviewed, is your peer also using the same software to verify whether or not your work is correct?
So they're also trained in the software, the StarMix, and they will also review that file that is from that software to make sure that they also agree with all of the conclusions.
Okay. And when your work is peer reviewed, are different hypotheses used in order to see if they have different results, or are they using the same hypothesis that you use to see if they get a similar result?
So they don't rerun it. They just look at the work that I did. There are no other, hypotheses versus there, not there. We will run additional hypotheses if there's a request from, to do that from the agency with a certain combinations.
Is there a way to determine, I guess, the values without actually running the hypothesis through the StarMix?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Is there a way to come to, I guess, a realization of what the value should be as far as how many contributors without running that hypothesis through the StarMix?
I'm trained to do things manually as far as determining, the contributor, but I can't, manually do what StarMix is doing as far as in that software.
How would you manually determine how many contributors you feel it should be in a particular hypothesis?
In a hypothesis?
Yes.
Oh, so that'd be the number of contributors in that particular sample. So, it's saying that each of those areas we look at, each person has one or two peaks at that location. So if I see 3 peaks, 4 peaks, then I would know that there's at least 2 people in here. I see 5 peaks, that tells me about how many people, because I know everyone has 1 or 2. And then I look at how they're balanced. If there's 2 peaks very imbalanced, that's probably not the same person because they should be more balanced. So that's how I determine how many individuals are in that evidence sample for that hypothesis.
Okay. And you said that when people have either 1 or 2 peaks, and when you see maybe additional peaks, you would say that it probably would be, I guess, additional individuals, correct?
Yes, I see 3 peaks at 4 locations, then I would call that 2 individuals.
To what level of certainty could you, I guess, come to a conclusion that there are multiple individuals if you see multiple peaks?
How am I certain?
What level of certainty would you say you have?
I just take from what I know in my training to determine that. Like I said, I can never say for sure. I can only use my training, my tech reviewer also reviewing it, as well as that StarMix input, just that I have made the right determination for that number of contributors.
Okay, so you wouldn't necessarily, I guess, give a percentage to how
I can't
confident
say,
you would be?
100% certain. It's just all these factors for the confidence in that.
Okay, if we use the language in your report, would you say a very strong support? Would you say strong support as far as to your certainty of knowing whether or not you have the right amount of contributors based upon how many peaks you see?
Okay, I feel very, like, I have very strong support that.
That was a
based
that
on
was
all of
a
that,
that was a
my number of
catch
contributors
22 question right there.
accurate.
I wouldn't have asked it that way.
Now, I believe if we can go to record number 6, which I believe, I'm not sure.
I'm really more concerned about how there's 2 mixtures of blood on the North Face jacket. Or how there can be 2 contributors.
Now, just a question. For these, like for number 6, front doorknob turn lock swab, was that if you know, was it a touch DNA that you were trying to analyze, or was it a blood stain from the doorknob that you were analyzing these particular samples against?
I believe this was submitted as
Yeah,
without a body fluid.
it's not his blood, so who is it?
Okay, fair enough.
That to me puts enough doubt.
I believe record number.
I mean, 1 in a million, but it could be, I mean, cross-contamination.
Which I believe it's 103. 103. Okay, if we could scroll down to, I believe, number 5. But this is the front doorknob turn lock swab in relation to Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
Yes.
If you could read the results of that, and I guess the verbal scale also.
So for the front doorknob turn lock swabs, hypothesis 1, Michael Jackson-Bolanos, and 1 unrelated unknown individual. Hypothesis 2 would be 2 unrelated unknown contributors. Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the front doorknob turn lock swabs, it is approximately 1.1 billion times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Michael Jackson-Bolanos and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. This analysis provides very strong support that Michael Jackson-Bolanos is not a contributor to the front doorknob turn lock swabs.
Now, a question was asked of you or whether or not if somebody had gloves, and I guess you indicated that if somebody touches a glove to put it on, there could be some contact DNA that's transferred from somebody's hand to that glove, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. And potentially, if somebody, after putting the glove on, touches something with that glove on, that same DNA that was transferred from that person putting the glove on can then be transferred to another subject, correct? Surface, I'm sorry.
Yes, and I mean, you expect, of course, lower amounts with each transfer, but that is possible.
Okay. Yeah. And if that particular surface or area is swabbed and presented to you for analysis, potentially you could be able to analyze it and come to a conclusion of whether or not, I guess, the teeter-totter or the likelihood of that person's DNA being transferred to whatever that ending surface is, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible without looking at that we could detect or may not detect that DNA, but it's possible.
And is it also possible that if somebody has on clothes, when they put those clothes on and when they touch their own clothes, that they're transferring DNA to their own clothes, correct? You agree with that?
Possibly.
Okay. And it's also possible that if a person goes to a particular location or even sits down or interacts with a location, that DNA that was previously potentially transferred over to their clothes could then be transferred to that new location, correct?
It's all possible, yes.
Okay. So it's possible, no matter how a person is dressed, it's possible that their DNA could be transferred to a new location that they visit subsequently after putting their clothes on, correct?
It's possible. I can't say
Okay.
how it could transfer.
But based upon your experience, it's possible, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
there's always transfer possible from one item to another. Like I said, with each transfer, it's going to get lower if it's transferred. Everything is a possibility.
Okay. And when you examined or analyzed,
I'll be interested if the jury has questions if they're not asleep. This is very important testimony, but they're probably asleep.
15,
I hope they're not.
what is 102, what is categorized as the lower right sleeve stain and the higher right sleeve stain, you didn't actually see these particular stains on how they were actually collected, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay, and you didn't name them higher or lower yourself, correct?
No.
So you don't know whether or not higher and lower just means higher in relation to the one that's actually lower, correct?
Yeah, I don't think you can go to sleep.
No, I'm sorry. When the stain that's called, or the sample that's called higher right stain, you don't know if that is called higher right stain because it's just in geographical location higher than the one that's actually lower on the sleeve, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, generally that's how they're labeled, but I did not see it collected and I didn't name it.
Okay. And you didn't see pictures of it, so you wouldn't know how small the sample would actually be that was collected from whatever material was collected from, correct?
I believe I saw pictures, but I didn't analyze them closely, but I believe I did see them.
Okay.
They're a part of our case file.
And when you saw the pictures, were you able to visually see any type of stain from your memory?
I did not look that close at any of the pictures.
Okay, but nothing that stands out to you in your memory bank of actually seeing a stain that you can remember, correct?
On the north face is what you're talking about?
Yes.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And were you ever asked to analyze any DNA from any clothing associated with the Jeff Hertzman?
I did not receive any clothing from him, no.
Any swabs? Because that's what she's doing, swabs.
You indicated that over time DNA could be, I guess, reduced. Do you know approximately how long it would take, or would it take a long time? Or?
Just for DNA and an item in general, no, I wouldn't speculate.
Okay.
There's so many factors involved in anything like that.
If somebody were to, I guess, retrieve a blood sample from, I guess, an article of clothing, you would assume that this particular clothes had to at least soak in that amount, that type of blood or amount of blood in order for it to be collected.
So I don't actually test them. It's sent to me as a stain, and I know it's blood labeled as a stain. And when I look in the case file, I see that it was tested for blood and was positive. Beyond that, that's all I have is on my end.
Okay. And when you hear the word stain, what does that mean to you?
As far as our testing, it could be a semen stain, saliva stain, blood stain. So that will be in the case file what that information specifically.
And when you hear the word stain, to you in your mind, does that mean that some type of liquid or some type of, could be chemical, actually saturated something in order for it to stain it?
The only thing it indicates to me is that it was tested and they have indicated that there is a certain body fluid present.
Okay. Are there any other terms that are used in alternative to stain on where blood may be lifted from?
No, I mean, as far as the samples that I receive, it's usually stain or, swabs from.
Okay. Is there any like a term like maybe spot or anything like that?
No, generally it's stain.
Just stain. Okay.
Is it normal to get a mixture where it's 64-36 and the 36 not match the owner of the jacket or item? What the? Brian.
Questions from the jury. Run down, council approach.
I hope that they took away from the prosecution part that he prefaced this testimony with, you're not biased when you do your work, and that he ended it with trying to make it seem like she didn't know how much was given to her, how much blood originated on an item, to try to make it seem like that would show why there wasn't as much because of the bloody crime scene. And I think that guy Patrick over there on the other channel, I think he has it out for Brian. He does not like Brian at all. He is willing to have an open conversation, but he doesn't like Brian. Because he's always constantly just like badgering Brian and his tactics and his strategy. He doesn't like it. He doesn't think he's asking the right questions. I know, that's what I was thinking. Dang it, Gwen. It's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, he's got a bone to pick with him.
I think a lot of these were asked and answered, but you might need to clarify. How do you determine how many contributors to put into the system?
So when I look at, like I said, those areas in the DNA that we examine, each of those areas have, if it's one person, they'll have 1 or 2 peaks at that specific area. If I'm seeing more than 2, so I see 3, that's an indication to me that there are 2 people. I mean, I use all of those areas to make this determination, the number of peaks.
Win for the win.
Because your 2 peaks, if you have 2, they should be pretty equal. That would be, so 1 or 2 indicates 1 person. But if I'm seeing, they're in balance and there's multiple peaks, I'll look at how many are there and their balance across the profile and determine how many contributors are in that sample.
How does the peer review or supervisor review the work or results of the scientist who originally did the test for accuracy? Are there standards that they compare the test to?
So all of the scientists, my coworkers, they're also trained in the software. They're doing what I do, that all of the data that from the software, I looked at it, all of the values and its determinations.
It's so strange how their questions are so similar to the defense.
Also review all of that, and they need
Makes
to come to
me
the same
wonder
conclusion that I had in order to pass that review. If not, they'll return it and I'll make any corrections.
How they're leaning.
And it could include rerunning the software if they didn't agree with my number of contributors, said
And does having multiple DNA profiles in one sample hinder the ability of the program to connect a sample to a person? Or compare, I guess.
No, it is limited to 4 contributors. Anything over 4 we consider too complex and we can't run it. So no, it is meant to do anywhere from 1 to 4. So that's its limitations. And
Well, you didn't say that before.
It's the exact same process every time as far as those comparisons, and it doesn't do a better job with a certain amount, as far as what it's doing.
So you can't put in more than 4 contributors.
Well, the elevator buttons in our elevators here, they probably wouldn't be able to keep up.
I'm assuming that would be too complex.
Can limited support fully rule someone out? Is it possible it's still from the contributor or the sample that was being tested, even if it said moderately unlikely? I guess explain your chart and what they each mean.
So I think if it's moderate support, that they are not a contributor. So the question is, could they still be a contributor? And that's not a decision that I make. I just provide that it's limited support. It's very strong support in this direction or that direction. It's this many times more likely or better explained by this scenario. And that's all I can provide as far as information.
Isn't there like a chart that shows probabilities of what those different determinations are? Could you explain what that chart is? I'm not sure, maybe someone missed that, but that might help explain.
Yeah, so in the back of each of the reports,
Yeah.
where StarMax was
Put that
performed.
up on the screen.
So it's possible that it's determined even in a 3-person risk, they are excluded. I mean, that's a possibility, and that would be if its likelihood ratio is 0. And that uninformative is like there's no support either way. It's uninformative. And limited support, that 2 to 99 likelihood ratio, like I said, limited, and it'll either be support or not support, and so on. Moderate support, strong support with those likelihood ratios.
Okay. So over 1 million or greater is where you get to the very strong support.
Yes. So anything over 1 million, we consider very strong support for support or what other side of the hypothesis, 1 or 2.
Can you get a DNA specimen or sample from both transfer skin cells and blood cells from the same evidence specimen if both are present?
Good question. Yeah, so we can only test something for body fluid, and there'll be the initial testing from the body fluid identification. There's an indication if there's blood, semen, saliva, and then I indicate there's 2 individuals. I can't say which was blood or skin cells or both blood. All we know is there is blood within that sample. Generally, blood does have a higher DNA amount than skin cells. That's generally lower, but it's not always 100% true.
And if someone was touched, punched, or grabbed, and the offender was wearing gloves, could that prevent the transfer of touch DNA to the victim?
Certainly, yes. Like I said, DNA isn't going to travel through the gloves from their skin. But the only possibility is if there was something on the outside of the glove that could be transferred, but we would see low amounts, obviously, from that transfer. That was already a transfer.
Any further questions based on those?
Just a couple. The process of determining how many contributors there are to a specific DNA profile, is that something you do on a regular basis through your line of work?
Yes, it's very common since 2009. That is part of every case that I work generally. I mean, it is part of every case. I determine, unless there is no profile or it's insufficient, I'm determining number of contributors. And even if there's too many and it's too complex.
And is that portion of your work, determining the number of contributors, is that portion of your work peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
And in terms of working with bloodstain swabs, like some of the swabs in this case. Is there anything abnormal about finding 2 contributors to a bloodstain swab in your experience?
No, especially if it is collected from an area that has been touched by more people. There could be multiple contributors if there was already skin cells present where the blood was deposited, say.
But not the person who owns the item?
Yes. You stated that your work is peer reviewed as far as determining or hypothesizing on how many contributors there are. Did you also indicate that when your work is peer reviewed, it's not reran through StarMix to see if a similar or the same results are established by your peer?
No, we would expect them to get the same results. StarMix is it's repeatable. You put the exact same profile in with the same parameter, how many contributors. We don't expect it to change very much at all. It would be slightly because it runs every time. So we would not need to rerun that. They would just need to examine that entire case file, and those results to make sure they agree.
We're basically just looking to see if
they're
you're
not using any type of
everything's
software
spell
to
checked.
check your work when they're doing the review process. They're just looking at the results and seeing whether or not they agree with them without actually having any input.
Right.
From
They don't
StarMix
redo the
from
entire
single
test.
software, correct?
Yes, they are not rerunning it. If we reran it, we'd have to report it out. So no, they don't rerun it.
No.
Okay. And if you had the wrong amount of contributors, if they're not running it through StarMix to see the values that could be associated, such as the red flags that you mentioned earlier that StarMix would give you if StarMix feels that you have the wrong contributors, how would your peer be in a position to determine whether or not you had the right contributors if they're not looking at those red flags or running those red flags themselves, running the system themselves to see those red flags?
Well, it's everything. They would examine the profile itself before they look at any of the StarMix, and they would determine the number of contributors present. And then they would then look at what I had. And if they agree, they wouldn't, we wouldn't just run it to see what happens with different, we determine the number of contributors from the profile itself. So I mean, there'd be no reason to run other ones just to see if it didn't give values that we expect. As long as everything shows that it worked properly, then we wouldn't run any other ones.
Okay. And when you run an analysis with the hypothesis in there, do you run it again to see if you get the same results, just in case you entered a wrong number the first time? You might have been tired or whatever, you hit a wrong key by mistake. Do you rerun that system just as a safeguard to make sure that all the different variables were inputted correctly?
So I don't actually type in any numbers except number of contributors, 2, 3. And I'll always double check that. My tech reviewer double checks that. I import the data directly from, our system, the picture of that DNA profile that was generated, upload it directly into StarMix. So I don't actually put anything, it's straight from the instrumentation.
Okay. In that profile, how is that profile labeled as far as when you're inputting it? Are you labeling it sample 1, or is the computer randomly assigning it a name?
So all of those evidence profiles, known references, when they come
There's
in
like
the
no
door,
way they could run
they
it
get
twice.
IDs.
It would cost so much money and so
That
much
ID
time.
stays with it all the way through the system. It's, it's scanned into the instrumentation. So all the way through the end, as far as the profile itself still has that ID attached to it. So when I import in StarMix, it has that ID on it.
Okay. You said they
Whatever, Gwen. If you tell me it's 80 degrees where you're at, I'm just going to take your word for it. I'm not going to go searching.
Well, the case itself will get a lab number, and then each of the items of evidence will then get, an item number that is attached to that for our.
Who needs to know
record
tiny
system.
little details
And
like,
it's on the tube.
temperature,
And, additionally,
or body
it gets a
decomposition
second
or anything like
barcode,
that?
which is scanned, that tracks it all the way through the system through DNA analysis.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Write down quickly, please.
Oh my gosh, she's like, write down quickly. She's about to cut this day because this has been grueling. If this is all the prosecution has, she's like,
Were any of the test results or reports generated, rejected, or redone due to peer review?
No, there may have been some corrections, my report of spacing or, clerical. There was nothing where I had to rerun samples. They didn't agree with number of contributors or results.
told you it was spell check.
Generally, generally I didn't have to rerun any of the analyses.
So your results were not rejected?
Correct, yes.
Just some corrections to your report?
Yes.
Anything further? Okay, thank you. We're gonna end for the day.
Knew it.
We try to get an early start on Monday at, I think everyone will be here by 8:30 and we'll start by 8:45. Okay?
8:45. That's early.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still waiting for Karen Reed.
Get something from the jury room, go ahead, otherwise you can head out the door. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure if you work tomorrow that you can show up.
Okay, so we have done with that trial this week. I'm going to do a dive into that, try to figure out some of the details, some of the testimony and stuff. But I find it weird that this whole mixture of blood in the swab or mixture in the swabs, that doesn't, I have questions. That doesn't seem normal. That doesn't seem normal at all to have 64 or 36 in the swab. How would that be inaccurate? That seems odd to me. Yes, Karen Reed is going to go over the weekend, I believe. I don't think they're going to have a verdict this weekend. This looks good for the defense if it's taking this long for them to come up with a verdict, by the way. I think usually if they come up with a fast one, it's in favor of the prosecution. But I think because they're taking so long, it might be in favor for the defense. But all right, y'all. I will see y'all Monday for more. My mother-in-law will be here, so she's going to be sadly disappointed that I will have to be doing my YouTube channel instead. So, I don't know what to tell her, but I'm going to be doing YouTube. Not riding around all over God's creation looking at deer. That's what she likes to do. Okay, y'all have a great weekend. And hopefully more people will notice this case. But just my theory again is because of the whole Israel-Hamas thing. And don't forget about the debate tonight. Let's see who's more non-dementia. I don't know. Let's just see how it goes. It'll be fun. I think, isn't the debate tonight? Gwen, is the debate tonight? I think it is. I don't know. I'm going to watch it if it is. It'll be entertaining. All right. Good night, Kirsten. I will see y'all Monday. I would stream it, but I got stuff to do. I'm gonna watch it and listen for the. It's on CNN, so it can't be that. It's gonna be totally biased. So they're not gonna have great questions. I just already know. But anyway, all right. I will see you guys Monday.